It's like poor rendering quality. They don't even
The
they don't have, they have amateurs, I'm telling you.
right.
No professional rendering person that takes a course and learns 3ds Max can deliver such bullshit.
Yeah, the
And
robots that Elon Musk showed, the ones walking on stage, if those were even real, with the tiny little thin waist, that thin waist is so no one can claim there's a human in there.
they
Sure,
have
those
amateurs, I'm
walking out
telling you.
like
No
robots,
professional rendering
and that's all they
person
did, just walk in
that
a straight
takes a
line.
course and
But then
learns
later they
3ds
show them
Max can
serving drinks and
deliver such
conversing with
bullshit.
people. They have a apron on hiding their waist, and you can see that it's a human in a robot costume. And they want people to believe that this is real. Like, oh, this is going
Come
to be
on.
$30,000, $40,000. Everyone's going to be able to have one. They can take care of your kids.
Yeah, sure.
This is bullshit. This
Also,
is
look at
yeah.
the true robots. There are a few surfing robots in like Japan. They're not for sale, not yet. They're huge.
Yeah.
They're like bigger than your table because they need stability. Because unlike humans that can center themselves and keep their equilibrium, they're robots and they need to prioritize the CPU usage.
Yeah.
So they're gonna look like pyramids or cylinders or something like that to make them feasible.
Yeah.
They're not going to be two-legged. And
The
also, look at C3PO. The actor playing C3PO was skinny, like very skinny, like bone skin.
yeah.
So they could use those.
Wait a minute. That was an actor. That wasn't real.
Yeah, sure.
So this whole thing, these robots look exactly like iRobot, the Will Smith movie, which is just predictive programming. Like they're getting people ready for these robots. So they had iRobot, everyone's seen that. Then this comes out, they look the same, and people are like, oh wow, it's here, it's happening now. It's not happening now. It's all just a stupid show, and people are so stupid. I'm sorry, and they call us stupid. It's amazing. It's just so amazing. I'm mind blown.
Do you happen to have a link to Karen B's video or anything like that?
Actually, I would say it's featuring on the app in a day or
Yeah.
two, but the app's down right now. Just go to Karen B. It's Karen B on YouTube. It's her last video. But it'll be in the archives shortly. It'll be on the app, searchable
Do you
also.
happen to have
But
a link
yeah,
to
that one's
Karen
out
B's
there,
video or
and
anything
I'm
like that?
literally, I kind of put a rough video together. I haven't published it yet, but just a compilation of all the different views, and it's stupid. The way the clouds morph, and they're claiming that that's the rocket coming through the clouds. It's like people have
Stupid.
the people. Is it that they're stupid? They were just never taught to use their brains.
I don't know what it is.
It's mind blowing.
Yeah.
It's literally I say I normally have my mind blown by 9 a.m. and it's 6 a.m. here. So
I think you should include the robots into your compilation.
I probably should.
Yeah.
There's so many videos I need to make, but unfortunately I've been focusing my time and energy on a stupid attack by a complete low life scumbag. So.
Yeah, but
I
look at
think you
it
should
this
include
way.
the
Now it's going to be
robots
unhackable.
into your
Yeah,
compilation.
that's good too. And the hack. Oh, it's so horrible. I shared the information. I leaked the information that everybody was sharing with everybody else. Oh my lord, it's crazy. Like you didn't need to hack the app to get that information. You could just buy the app and then have full access to it. You actually have more accurate access if you buy the app. You can go in and literally, even start conversing with the person.
Also, I posted what I said about the plugin for 3ds Max for anyone who wants to have their own rockets. And I'll post underneath where you can find 3D models for like 30 bucks, 20 bucks, something like that. For us in Romania, it's a lot of money, but for you guys, it shouldn't be that much.
Hey, Dave, it kind of exposes McGoofball too. I guess not that you could really need any more ammo to expose him, but like you said, his buddies are not hiring him and stuff now, so it's
Yeah. That's awesome. I hope they're really, I hope karma is really a bitch. It's like I try not to, in my mind, wish him, crushed by a school bus, and I don't. And I just leave it up to God. I said, you know what? You figure out what needs to be done. And the karma
Oh
is
yeah, yeah.
amazing. Karma is amazing.
Oh, not karma.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what God does when He wants
Yeah.
to punish one?
Yeah.
Oh, He's there.
You guys know the story with Greg Locke in the big debate and what happened to Greg Locke afterwards?
His shit caved in.
Yeah, well, basically in the debate, he denied when Dean Odell said, well, God scrolled back the sky, the firmament, and let the waters in, and he denied that's what it meant. And then a month later, God scrolled back the firmament, and then his church collapsed.
That's amazing.
It's like, I'm like, God is the funniest comedian ever, ever.
Well, we do
You gotta
have this
laugh.
old saying about if you want to see God's humor, make a plan. Just
There you
make a
go. That's
flipping
awesome. I
plan.
like that. I make a plan because you know what? You can have a goal and get to it, but it ain't going to go according to plan.
And we also have this saying, stop me, God, from doing what I want, because sometimes what I want isn't at all good for me.
I like that. These are great sayings. You got to make t-shirts.
I will. I'll put graphics on them too, because I like drawing.
Beautiful. Make a whole bunch of t-shirts and we'll make you a t-shirt store on the app.
Yay! I will.
All
I'll
right.
finish my PhD next month, so I'll be free.
Okay.
Hey, we got oh, I don't even know how to say this. Ken the Kraken or Awaken the Kraken. Okay, I see with the Q's. What up, Awaken?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome to the
You
station.
can hear me. Okay, cool. Okay. You guys, yeah, great conversation you guys are having. So I got into this topic a long time ago. But I thought, what's the most common denominator of the whole program? And I thought, let's go into celestial navigation. And I've got a 1950s book, and it basically tells you that it doesn't work unless you have a flat surface and you use the Earth as its navigation. So, yeah, that's it. So I can read an extract if you guys want.
What
Okay, let's hear it.
what book is this? Can you link us the book?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it available online? Is it an old book? What kind of?
Oh
what
no,
are we
I
talking about?
got it from a secondhand book. I got it from a secondhand bookstore. Oh, wait,
so
stop it.
so if you can't find it online, there are services, or you can do it yourself, where you can PDF it and then literally make it available online. That would be
Yeah,
a
for sure,
great book,
for sure.
to
Well,
publish electronically that you can do for free.
yeah, definitely. I mean, I've done my own observations. I mean, I'm a surfer, so I know exactly water levels and stuff. So I'm not silly. But anyway, the actual book is called Celestial Navigation for Yachtsmen. Mary Blewett. So you guys want to write that down. So it was first published in 1950.
Oh, 1950. Okay, that's the next.
Yeah,
Yeah, 1950. So
back right before Truth died.
yeah, actually, yeah. So anyway, like the preface of it. Oh, if I can, find it. So the preface basically says, I've got to get some good light here. I fully realize my temerity in adding another book on. Oh, actually, sorry. This might be. No, it is. Part 1 theory. Okay, here we go. We've got theory. Okay. Before the theory of a site can be understood, there are certain facts about the Earth which must be thoroughly grasped, and certain terms which must be learnt. The heavenly bodies we navigate by means of the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars. Forget the Earth spinning around the sun with the motionless stars infinite distances away. So this is actually, it's saying in a navigation book. So you have to basically, to do a proper navigation with celestial navigation, nothing can be motion. So anyway, it basically says it there. So anyway, you guys do your research.
Yo, that's fire, bro. Yeah, if you can, maybe
Yeah.
take
Anyway.
can you take like a snapshot of the front and the page,
Yeah, for sure.
and you could just
Basically, imagine the Earth is the center of the universe, and all the heavenly bodies circle slowly round us. The stars keeping their relative positions, while the sun, moon, and planets change their positions in relation to each other and the stars. So anyway, it basically tells you there in the navigational book. So I know.
That's awesome.
And,
Hey,
and these,
if you're gonna
yeah,
send,
yeah.
if you could send us some pictures of that, that'd be great. But instead of just
Yeah,
snapping
for sure,
a picture, instead of snapping a picture with your phone, if you download a
Yeah.
program like Genius Scan or one of those PDF scanners and then take the picture, it comes out way nicer because it gets rid of all the gray
Yeah, for sure,
areas.
Dave. Yeah.
Yeah, Genius Scan is
Well,
a
I'm an
good one if you
aircraft
don't have
engineer
one.
by trade, so
There you go.
So
All right, so you'll do it.
I basically know exactly, exactly what's going on. Yeah.
Awesome.
Anyway, yeah, awesome, Dave. Yeah. So yeah, I'll send it to you privately, whatever. Yeah, awesome.
Thanks so much, Dave at flatearthdave.com.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Awesome. Okay. Have a good night, guys. Just thought I might contribute that little section. Okay.
Nah, that was fire, man. I appreciate you, brother. You're always welcome back.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, make sure you guys research. Yeah, celestial navigation. That's actually, it's actually, I know it's probably the most. I know if you want to know exactly how navigation works, especially back in the old days, it's celestial it's never changed. So for centuries. So it's basically a real common denominator, or like what we say, like a fundamental navigational tool which has never changed, which we're still using today. So yeah, peace to you guys, eh? Yeah. And hope to hear more great conversations. Okay.
Likewise, mate. Are you from Aussie?
Yeah, sure I am. Yeah.
Yeah, my flat earth Aussies.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of us. Don't worry about that.
Is it hard to surf upside down?
Oh. Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it?
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
No. That's awesome. No. It's funny how when you look at the flight charts, like I was looking at a flight chart. Oh, I mean, every now and then I'd come. My brother actually got me into this topic. I mean, because we've been into stuff, for all our lives. But anyway, my brother got me into this. So there was a flight I tracked a flight from DC. Yeah. So Washington, DC to Delhi in India. And the damn thing went straight up. It actually wasn't going straight ahead on a globe. It was veering like, I don't know, what would you say? North. Yeah, bit north and then so northeast, and then it cut back down. So you go, you look at it and you go, well, the hell's it going up that way? And then, yeah, well, basically, that's another thing, isn't it? The flight tracking. Like you can just look at it and go, what are you guys trying to do? You're going up that way. So when you do a proper flat spectrum of the Earth, it's a straight line. So I mean, there's no two ways about it. We've been lied to, like everything else. But anyway, do your own research, guys. Yeah, keep researching. Yeah, it's awesome.
Every time I talk to a flat earth Aussie, like I get so excited because all the anti-flat earth Aussies be like, there's no flat earthers over here. And I'd be like, bro, that is pure crap.
Oh, there's plenty, guy. There's plenty of. Don't worry about that. Yeah, we talk about it every day, especially my brother and I. Yeah, anyone who's educated, who can has some constructive criticism of what's going on today, understands. But anyway, all good. No worries, Dave. I'll try and send you something, Try and send you that book. It's quite extracts.
Thanks, brother.
Through that program. Yeah, buddy. No worries. Take care. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
You.
That's awesome. Kingsley, what up, bro? Kingsley, are you there? Are you trapped in the ether?
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. I just wanted to say one thing before I drop down to listener. For Dave, I'm almost addicted to his app. When I went there today, and it was unavailable, my heart like sunk a little bit.
We're going to be back stronger than ever. Just give us
Yeah.
24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, just I want you to realize how much of an impact you're having on people. I didn't even really realize it till it wasn't there, and I was a little worried. So it was
Just
awesome.
just when the app does come back online, it's not going to work for you. You're going to have to update. So I'm going to send some push notifications out that a lot of people ignore. But when you see it on the website or the Flat Earth Podcast Facebook page, or flatearthdave.com, when it says, hey, the app's back, it's going to tell you to update. All you got to do is just go to the App Store, click update, and you'll be back. Everyone will be back. So
Right on.
just keep that in mind. Yeah.
Cool, buddy. Well, thanks, man.
Crisan,
Da, ce vrei dorești cu
păi
mine?
dacă spui
Ce
ăla,
dorești cu
îi
mine?
vorbesc că mai vreau o șurubelniță și vreau să spun de unde să o iei.
Kingsley
Nu te
going
uita,
crazy.
unde.
Hot mic and
Te-am
crazy.
întrebat de 3
No, leave the mic open. I want to hear.
Entertainment.
I muted her just in case.
It sounded fun.
Maybe it was a Earth argument. Flat, it's globe.
That's how you become accomplice, hearing other people's conversations. We got Awaken and we got Mr. Tweeter. Ooh, Krillin's requesting.
Let's talk to both of them. Oh, Mr. Tweeter's back. You said Krillin's requesting?
Yeah. Hey, Krillin.
Yeah, since no one is talking, can I just add some few points that might take your interest?
Yeah, go for it, Tweeter.
Yeah, I just want to talk about some abroad news for you guys. As I said, I am currently living in Turkey, and there's a huge community building up in this country as well. Waking up, people are waking up, like these documents that you're posting and level movies and all other the documentaries are being translated into Turkish and streamed on some Turkish YouTube news. So it's getting stronger and stronger. But the censorship is their biggest concern, and censorship is their biggest enemy in this path. So I just want you guys to shout out for Turkey flat earther community. And I just want to at this point that you guys are not only located in the US and trying to spread the truth, but also people here are following you and trying to spread it in here as well. Their biggest problem is one is the language barrier. Most of them don't know English, but they are trying. They are using even translators, like word by word, and trying to get all the info that you guys are promoting from there. Just be aware of this, and you are you are accountable for what you say. People are following you from all over the world, believe me.
Is somebody talking? I don't hear anything.
Me neither.
I don't think anyone's talking.
Me either. I don't think anyone is talking.
I wanted to tell Dave thank you for the app. I really love the app.
I appreciate that. Thanks. I work hard at it. I really do.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, it's Sophia here from the UK. Dave, I got your app some years ago. There's a few glitches going on with that, but it's brilliant and I really appreciate it. I actually became a flat earther because I was told about it and said, oh, come on, that's going a bit far, and then attempted to disprove it.
You have the
I-
same story we all have. We all have the same story.
Yeah. I think I remember you saying that was your story. So that's funny. But I just wanted to quickly share with you. I don't know if you've already picked up on this, but in the new Deadpool movie, there's a moment where Ryan Reynolds is kind of delivering a cuss to someone, and he says, "Shut up, globe earther." And I thought that's a really a crazy sign of the times when globe earthers are the ones being laughed at. I don't know if that was the sort of a double
That-
joke on his behalf, but I just thought that was really interesting because we
yeah,
were laughed at.
it's everywhere. I mean, they're sticking it in everywhere. It's are they normalizing it? Are they pre-programming us? Are they trying to make it when everyone wakes up so it's not such a shock? Who knows? But it's everywhere now.
I don't think it's the dark ones. I don't think it's the controllers that are trying to get it out there. I think they could do that I don't think it's in their interests to do that because of the reason why they hidden it in the first place. But I think that human consciousness is rising, awareness is increasing. And I think that as more and more of us go and speak out, we go and research, and then we disseminate that information in a way that people can understand in bite-sized memes and videos like I see you doing, Dave, and everybody else in the movement is sharing these videos, these short, kind of to the point, summing up literally years of research sometimes you've put into this one topic, and they're kind of summarizing it in a way that the regular people who haven't got the time or the drive to research it to that extent can just kind of watch it and go, oh my goodness. So I think that consciousness is on the rise. I think people are becoming more and more aware, and I think that what was once, I've been awake since 2009. That's a crazy story how I awoken, but it was very sudden and I saw something inexplicable. But when I started to awaken, this was really, really, really niche and rare, and you had to kind of, go searching really hard for this information. And now it's just like everywhere. So that's great. I think that's something to be celebrated.
You said you've been awake since 2009. I've been awake, since I'd say 2001, but I haven't slept since 2018.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it's crazy, crazy journey.
And Flat Earth Fridays is no help.
Hey, Sophia, check this out, Sophia.
Check what out? Where do I look? I'm new to these spaces.
Birthdays. Boy, every spin around the moon is a new adventure indeed.
Some dumbass.
Okay, round earther. Okay.
Your secretary is.
Okay.
Was that it?
That's it.
That's it. It's awesome. Thank you for that.
I posted it up top. Shout out to Omnis for clipping me that. It was so funny.
Hey, I have a request for Robot Polisher. If you're listening, can you take every clip in every movie that mentions Flat Earth and make a compilation, please? Thank you. Because I'm not going to do it.
Cool.
Because I'm not going to do it. He'll probably do it by in an hour. It'll be done. I like all the politicians that are, I put out a couple compilations recently of all the different politicians that bring up Flat Earth. It's by this point, that should wake up everybody. Like, why are they all talking about flat Earth? Why are they all going to Antarctica and disappearing for a couple days?
Well, here's a question: what's beyond the ice wall? And
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
the biggest question of all. And there's two answers:
Go on.
nothing or something.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we can talk about it all day long and we could have opposite opinions, and that's completely fine. But it's definitely an interesting thing. Me personally, I think there's more land. I think that the
Yeah.
firmament, I don't know what the firmament does. Does it touch down and then take off again? Are there passages through? Or does the firmament touch down 100 million miles beyond Antarctica? I couldn't tell you, but it's interesting to talk about. It's interesting to speculate. It's interesting to look at evidence. And, my personal opinion is there is more land.
Hey,
That
real quick.
is my feeling as well. I feel sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Sophia. You got it.
Yeah, sorry. I feel the same way, and it's something I can't explain. I've heard different testimonies and stuff that
I don't know why they don't get a commercial airliner and just go straight south
well, you
and
get
just
shot
link it
down,
all up.
wouldn't you?
because it's too cold and we don't want to scare the penguins.
Too cold.
This is the official
It's cold.
story. I'm giving you the official story. Don't question me. Okay? The official story.
35,000 feet. It's too cold.
It's too cold.
35,000
Yes.
feet. Too cold.
Yes, it's too
Yeah.
cold over
Yeah.
Antarctica. And
Yeah,
the plane
35,000 feet.
and the plane could scare the penguins, and then their migratory path would change. And
Yeah, exactly.
that's very bad. Very bad.
It's all bullshit. If they did it, they would do it.
They can't do
you
it.
get
Right.
35,000 feet. Just do it. Just do it. But they can't, because you know why? Because they know that's explores more lands. I know.
Isn't it amazing that the two places on Earth, the North and the South, that would prove where we live are off limits physically and virtually?
Exactly, Dave. Exactly.
Yeah.
I know. They won't do it.
If you ever, I wanted to say this before. If you're ever feeling bad, you're having a tough day, things are rough, life is not treating you exactly as you want, just imagine, or don't really imagine it, just say, thank God I'm not Michael McToon, right? Thank God I'm not. I mean, you look, you can never be below him. So you can always, no matter how low you're feeling, he's always below you. And just be like, okay, that kind of gives you, all right, I'm good. I'm not nearly that in a bad situation. And literally, it's kind of funny. It's kind of fun. I think it's kind of funny.
Am I stupid? Who's Michael McToon?
There you go. Perfect answer. That is the best answer ever.
Sorry.
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice.
All right, let's be nice.
There. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
You want
Nice.
I just have a quick question for everybody. Years ago, before I found out about flat Earth, I was sort of researching the kind of super soldiers, the secret black budget programs and things like that, where they were apparently sending these soldiers off planet, and they were called I think it was called, they had a list of soldiers and they were called extraterrestrial soldiers or whatever. My theory is that those soldiers might have been placed in some sort of high speed underground rail type thing and told that it's a jump, told that it's that they're going to another planet or whatever, but the truth is they're going to somewhere beyond the ice wall. That's my personal theory. I just wondered if anybody else had any ideas on that.
All right, on three, everybody answer. 1, 2. Just kidding. I always say that anybody that truly believes they went to another planet, they may have gone to extra land, and the only way they can rationalize it in their mind is that they jump through a portal, and that's what they were told when they were brought to these other lands. That's a story that could work. Don't know if it's true, but That's how I would see it. And as far as there being underground rails, I think that there's underground tunnels connecting all of these other lands. But it's kind of like Disney World. The whole world is a giant Disney World with tunnels underneath going everywhere.
100%. Sorry if I'm raking over old ground here. I'm brand new, so you guys have probably already done these combos.
No, that's a great conversation to talk about. Have you read The Iron Republic yet?
I have not.
So the Iron Republic, you can find it online. But if you go on YouTube and search, or when the app is back up, just search Iron Republic. The Morgile, which is a channel on YouTube, he actually did a reading of it so you can just listen to it. It's about 5.5 hours. It's a fantastic book. It's about a politician that got fed up here in New York, I think, in the late 1800s, and sold everything, bought a ship, went to Antarctica, ended up finding an opening, got sucked in. Then they're back out at sea. They were lost at sea for, I think, a couple of months. Then they found land and a city, and it was on the other side of Antarctica. And the guy lived there for like 10 years. He actually got married. His wife died, and he ends up coming back to America. And he was staying in the Iron Republic, which was a land of people that escaped tyranny from where we live in the 1600s, and they went to live on the extra terra beyond Antarctica. So it's been a phenomenal book,
Oh,
and it was published in
God.
1801 in a bunch of magazines, Florida Magazine, in a series of articles. And here's the thing that I always say about it: it rings true to me. The stuff he was talking about, this other population and everything. Wow, their form of government and just everything. It's like totally new concepts. But whether it's true or not, they were talking about more land beyond Antarctica in the late 1800s.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's called The Iron Republic. And then another great book, which I really like talking about, is The Navigator Who Crossed the Ice Wall. And he's put out a whole series of books. I actually just got his new book, which is a thicker book. I'm going to be reading that when this winter. I'm going to be reading it. But it's literally this. It's talks about all of these other worlds here on flat Earth. And if you wrap it into a heliocentric mindset, it's literally a story of like Star Wars and Star Trek mixed together, where there's hostile planets, and there's friendly planets, and there's the controllers that will let you travel, that will guide you through good places, and safe passage. It's literally the story of Star Wars, but here on Earth. And so, when they say there's nothing new under the sun, these movies like Star Wars is true, but it's on a flat Earth. Take the whole story, put it on a flat Earth with a whole bunch of planets or pieces of the plane, little ponds across the plane, each one of them being a
Yes.
planet. And the last thing in that book, the people that they say that everyone that is you have to be of a certain spiritual vibration to be able to travel between the worlds. That's interesting. Like, maybe our dome is energetic, and you have to be of a certain vibration to be able to go through it. He says
Wow.
everyone that travels has the connection to the source,
Mm.
right? The source, like God. But the movie talks about the force. It's the
Yes.
same thing. So the
Yes.
Navigator Across the Ice Wall, literally, you can. And if you have kids, read it with your kids. It's a great kids book. It's it's short. It's a really short book, and there's images in it. It's very cool. It's literally, you can read it in one sitting. But it's awesome to get your mind thinking. I'm not claiming it's true, but it could be.
Wow. That is amazing. What those books called again, Dave?
The Navigator Who Crossed the Ice Wall. And there's a
Okay.
series by that guy. I recommend all of them. And then the other one is The Iron Republic. And you can just listen to that one on YouTube if you want. And
Awesome.
Morgal did a great job on it.
That's awesome. That's such a wild concept, because without going too deeply into it, I've actually had experiences that line up with what you're saying, as in terms of this is a planet, a one of many worlds, and there being an aspect of vibration to the quarantine that we find ourselves in, and the people that are controlling things trying to keep us down so
Hey,
that
Dave.
we can remain their pets, basically. Their cattle.
How'd you get into flat Earth?
How did I get it?
How did you get into it?
Awaken, can you hear Awaken, can you hear Sophia?
I'm not too sure.
Drop down. We'll bring you right back up. I want to make sure that you can hear everybody.
Okay. But yeah, Dave.
Yes.
Yeah, how'd you get into flat Earth?
Well, I mean, I've told the story. It's really short. I was doing a conspiracy podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, looking into all of the conspiracies. People started sending me flat Earth stuff. I deleted them. I banned them because they're too stupid to even suggest that I look into it. But then my friend Sophia Smallstorm, a researcher that did 9/11 mysteries, unraveling Sandy Hook, she's like, Dave, you got to look into this. And she gave me some videos, and I went in, the kind of same story everyone has. I went in looking at it in a negative. I was like, I'm just going to disprove flat Earth because it's stupid. And I looked, and here I am, Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah. What year was that?
Like the year Mark Sargent's Clues started coming out, was that 2016?
Yeah. It's probably about the same time I did. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dave, I have a quick question for you, which I really wonder a lot. What is your opinion about Elon Musk? Who do you think he really is? What he's promoting? Yeah, I never hear you talking about him. If you did, I missed it. But I really wonder what you think about him.
So
who really
first,
he is?
Yeah, first,
question.
I want to thank Elon Musk for this platform, so this show can exist. Thank you, Elon.
Come on, don't do this.
I can do that. But the guy is either, I go back and forth all the time. He's either completely MK Ultra mind controlled and is a useful idiot, just saying what they want, just a puppet of the leaders, or he's totally in on it and knows everything.
But you don't make a puppet on top of the parliament, making him the most, like the wealthiest person on the
He's
planet.
Not the wealthiest person. It's a lie. It's a lie.
I know, but still.
He can't be the CEO of a tunneling company. That's crazy. A space company, a car company. But on my website, flatearthdave.com, go to the Elon Musk banner. There's a 5-minute video that tells you who Elon Musk is. And he's a liar and a fraud. Whether he knows it, I go back and forth. But he's a liar and a fraud.
I mean,
allegedly,
no way that he doesn't know that. There is no way that he doesn't know what he's dealing with. He's in this thing, but I'm just curious what his exact role is. I'm trying to watch what his role is. Now he's
also
promoting Trump.
Listen,
what's the plan behind of this Elon Musk puppet? I'm trying to see the plan.
The plan is to give us a great puzzle that we try to figure out. The plan is to extract our loose energy, to make us flip out. I think they want the person to win the election that will cause the most chaos. And they can't decide if Kamala goes, will the conservatives, start a revolution, or if Trump wins, will the libtards start a revolution? The problem I think that they're having right now is they fluoridated America too much, and no one's going to get off their ass and turn off Netflix and start a revolution. They're just going to sit there and let this crap happen to them. So, they're literally, I have always imagined that the elite are sitting there scratching their heads like, okay, we threw a super heavy rocket up and caught it with chopsticks. That didn't make them revolt. We let Trump win the election by 90% of the votes and then said he didn't win. They didn't revolt. They're just throwing stuff out there. And so they're like, I imagine them just like freaking out. Like, what can we do to get these people to revolt so we can, make martial law and stuff? So I think that's the plan. The plan is to harvest our energy.
They're pushing the limits to see this work, but they don't see it, and so they put more fluoride in the water. Right? I guess that's what they're doing.
Yes, drink your fluoride, everybody. It's very good for you. It's very good for you. Yeah, it's very good. And this is old. 99% of you probably know this, but the active ingredient in rat poison and Prozac, the only active ingredient in both of those is fluoride.
And exactly the most fluoride quantity you take is not through the water that you drink, but it is also as it vaporizes with the hot water that you get into your lungs while you are showering.
Don't tell me that. I love my hot shower. Okay, leave me alone. Don't take my hot shower
Just put
from me.
some Epsom salt, at least Epsom salt and some vinegar in it.
You're killing me. Now I got to put vinegar on me. What the heck?
But this is truth. This is the truth. I mean, I'm also as a flat earther, like I can, bring up my own story how I wake up to this truth. But the thing is that I made a lot of researches. Okay, I read all the books that you proposed earlier, the Iron Republic and the other book. They are all awesome books, and there are like awesome sources in the internet that you can read, that you can watch. But we all have to be aware that if you take 100 information from one source, maybe only one information in between these 100 information could be true, but you have to read that 100 information in any ways to get that one truth out of this group of information that you are being exposed, right? Like we have to take the true information out of this information bombarding in this thing, but we have to do it. This is our job. Like you have to understand which is true, which is false, but still we have to look into everything. That's how we became the flat earthers, right?
Yep, that is correct.
Yeah, that's what I believe. So, I mean, even if I don't believe this person's idea in general, I still read his like writings or his films or anything, because there should be at least one information that's exposing the truth, and you have to see that. You have to see that what that one important message in that whole idea is.
Hey, that's a fact, man. Proud, can you help me rotate some mics? I think we're gonna go to D3 and then John, and we're gonna try to get some new mics up here. Then we got some spaces.
Cool. I just got a quick thing to share. It's not really Earth-centered, but it is kind of conspiracy-centered, or what we're dealing with, right? So I asked a question to a couple. I use multiple chats online when I'm doing stuff. So I asked, "What's a new useful app concept for 2025?" Okay, it's ChatGPT's response. A new app concept for 2025 could center around AI-driven personal sustainability tracking. And so what they're talking about, or what it's talking about, is personalized carbon footprint tracking, sustainability goals, eco-friendly marketplace, climate action, sustainability impact visualization, like stuff like that. Okay, so then I headed over to the other one that I have open, which is Gemini, the Google one. Same question: what's a new useful app concept for 2025? A new app concept for 2025, the Sustainable Living Assistant. Bro, it's the same stuff. Like that's kind of fucked up. we're really dealing with this whole sustainability climate nonsense. But anyway, I just wanted to share that real quick. That's pretty fucked up.
I think our lives will be programmed by AI and through these apps in 2025. That's what I understand from their replies.
Might be programmed already, except the free thinkers.
Oh, while you're here, Dave, I want to thank you for posting that SR-71 video just like a couple weeks ago, because ever since I saw it, I've been like on that nonstop. Like that's my thing right now.
What video did I post?
Something about a SR-71 Blackbird jet.
I post a lot of stuff. I gotta go. Is it about the curvature rate? Yeah. So think about this: the SR-71. When it's flying full speed, the pilots have said that they can't turn left, right, up, or down. That's a problem for the globe. Okay, because is the air curved? Because the SR-71 has to drop 80 stories a second to follow the curve. 80 stories. That's 800 feet per second to follow the curve. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, man.
And the
It's really wild.
The SR-72, which they claim goes 4,000 miles an hour, would have to drop a mile per second, and I'm rounding down. A mile per second. That's faster than free fall. Okay? That's a lot faster. The other one's faster than free fall, too. A mile per second. So how does something, they say planes are nose up, 1, 2, 3 degrees. Let's just say the SR-72 is perfectly level with the point on the globe below them, and they're flying 4,000 miles an hour. They have to drop down at a mile per second to follow the curve.
Yeah, I found some, like, I did multiple different like equations to figure out the math on it, and the lowest estimate I could get was 23.33 feet per minute. And so that was like the one that I went with, because it's close. It's the closest that, it's what they would go with. You know what I mean? So I tried to use that.
There's all sorts of mental gymnastics that you can do, but none of it works. None of it works.
But still, right.
Is the air curved?
For just that 23.33 feet, period.
Yeah. When a plane is slicing through the air, is the air curved? Right? It's like, oh, well, this, and the gravity pulls you down, and, things refract up because standard refraction actually matches the curve of the Earth. So the farther something is, the more it refracts, and then it stops right at your eye level. And I have a math equation to prove this. Let me show you. And look at this equation that you don't understand. Blah, 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 blah. Or maybe it's just straight in front of you, and there is no equation other than you're looking at it. All right? The whole, like, if you're not using refraction, you don't understand, like, sure, refraction can push things into the ground a little bit, but refraction doesn't make something come up from behind something and appear to be at your eye level. Right? Go stand on the other side of a house, and you stand on the one side looking at, at someone's on the other side of a house, and make them refract up over the house. Refract that person so you can see them. How far back would they have to go before they would refract up over the house?
With standard refraction of the atmosphere.
Standard or substandard or whatever. Go ahead. Just make somebody refractable. Hold on. Let me pour liquid nitrogen on a basketball, and the little red on the other side will show for a split second in a wavy. Yeah, is the Earth liquid nitrogen being poured on the Earth, making us see things? Like, what the hell is going on? I don't know. My saying these days is, you can't figure it out, not because you're stupid. It's stupid. That's why you can't figure it out.
Yeah. I've seen them raise something up to where it's visible, but only through like a prism. So it's really not the same thing. It's way off.
Yeah.
What's up, John?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Krillin, hello, Krillin.
Hope you're well. Just was going to ask Flat Earth Dave or anyone else if they knew what happened to Mind Shock, and also, has anyone had trouble trying to find the Mount Canigou photo when they Googled it? Because it seems like they've tried to hide it from the search results. So yeah.
When the app comes back online, you just type in Mount Canigou, and the photo's right there for safekeeping. It is getting harder and harder to find those videos. As we expose stuff, they censor more. And what was your first question? The Mount Canigou and
Mind Shock. Do you know?
Mind Shock? Yeah,
got taken down.
His channel got taken down for hate speech. I don't know what his plans are for getting it back up, but I'm sure he's not going to disappear. Hopefully he had his stuff backed up, and he'll start re-uploading again. So,
hey, I have a website you can go to. It's called beyondrange.wordpress.com, and that's got a bunch of Canigou stuff up there. It's still up. It won't come up in the search engine, but it's still up, the website.
What was the website?
Beyondrange.wordpress.com. When you get there, the image will say Beyond Horizons, but the domain name is beyondrange.wordpress.com.
Hey, Dave, it's Dave, New Perspective. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Back to the plane thing. I have a couple clips actually I saved to my channel of you talking about other plane stuff. But actually for D3 your descent argument, or they're pointing the nose down argument.
Have you spoken to Eric DeBay, Dave?
Hold on. I don't think if you can hear me. Can you hear me? I was in the middle of a question. Maybe I don't think he can hear anyone. He needs to drop out. Maybe he was talking.
Can you hear New Perspective speaking?
Have you spoken to Eric DeBay, Dave?
I don't know if he can hear you, Sacred.
Hey, Awaken, can you hear anyone else talking?
Awaken, can you hear other people talking?
Yeah, I can.
Well, no, not the right people.
You need to stop talking over them.
No, he can't hear us talking.
I'm not talking over them.
No, they can. He can hear some people, but not others. That's the way it works.
There's a whole bunch of people you can't hear. You need to drop down and come back. You keep talking over people.
Tell him to leave the call. I don't know if he knows what.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you got to leave the call and then come back.
Okay, cool.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, as far as tipping the nose down, there's a great argument that I've only heard you make once. I think you were on with the guy that does ball blusters, or not ball busters, but space busters, right?
Yeah.
In that interview, you were talking about the rate of descent. So D3, there's another one that really kills it, right? That where they actually would be missing by like 6 miles or something like that. 6,000 feet.
So let me give it to you, and then also let me bring up some flat earthers aren't thrilled with this thing. And I think they're wrong, but they're gonna present the globe argument, and there's a globe argument for everything. The reason we can see too far is because of refraction. So yeah, there's a globe argument, but it's retarded, right? A plane, the pilot says, okay, I'm 125 miles from the airport. I'm at 30,000 feet. I need to drop X number of feet per mile to get to the airport. So they calculate it. They do that drop. And if they don't calculate in the curve, they're going to be 2 miles above the airport when they get there, because there's a 2 mile drop in 125 miles. So that's a problem, right? So, and I've talked to, after I actually talked to airline pilots. I got pilots at Delta and other major airlines that call me and confirm all this stuff for me. But the globe argument, I think, and it's kind of hard to understand because it's stupid, is that every time you go a mile, the plane changes its orientation based on atmospheric pressure. And so you have a new angle to the Earth.
It's the same. It's the same logic they follow with the tipping the nose down. Like it's always going to be the same, just because it's
the nose is tipped up when you're going down. The nose is tipped up. It's just letting the plane come down. And like the one pilot I talked to, he pilots actually, the flight route is done by air traffic control, and AI is telling them where to fly. It's the takeoff and getting into that flight lane that the pilots do. And so the pilot gets to decide when exactly he wants to start descending, and then he gets permission and everything. And my pilot, my Delta pilot, he says that he likes to request descent way early because he likes to descend at a slower rate so his passengers are more comfortable. That's cool, right? So he starts from over 125 miles out, and that's even a bigger problem. And he's like, they never calculate for curvature. They never calculate the drop.
It's just a kinematic idea that they're gonna it's the dynamics versus the kinematics, just like every other globe Earth claim, where they're just like, okay, kinematically. I always talk about the atmosphere. You get a different answer for it all the time. I talk about the tangential velocity gradient. And that really screws it all up. I mean, how are they going to be going 1,000 miles an hour in sync with the runway that they're landing on when they started at 500 miles per hour? Conserve momentum. That doesn't work.
Yep. And I love how you know, the globers, how globe Earth is so dumb. Like the sun and the moon, the sun's 400 times bigger and 400 times farther. That's why it looks like it's the same size. Flat Earth, they're the same size. Look at them. Exactly. They're the same size. Hey, these things are refracting. These 4 lights are refracting up 30 feet, 20 feet, 18 feet, and 9 feet, and they all stop at eye level, or they're just at the horizon, flat Earth outside. It's like mental gymnastics through Narnia to create their world. Hey, what's our sun? Our sun is gravitationally holding on to Pluto, but our sun is made from helium and hydrogen, which defy gravity on Earth, but in space they collapse upon each other and hold on to Pluto and Earth and Jupiter, but ignore the moons of those planets because those other planets, gravity negates the gravity of our helium and hydrogen space vacuum's gas ball. Okay? This is so stupid that it's beyond understanding. It's beyond understanding how anyone ever believed it.
And it's so complex the way they have to try to justify it that you're putting some of the quote unquote smartest people, making them stupid because they're learning these complex concepts that just reify a stupid idea because
imagine this. Imagine this. You're
but that's where the linchpin is, right? Keep the good and strong and smart minds occupied with
Did he
bullshit.
cut out? I think you cut out, Dave. Or is that
no, I'm here. She was talking. Could you hear her?
No, I have to drop down, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. No, he couldn't hear you. Think about this. You're outside in a field and there's a light, a post, a house, whatever. And you run across the field and the house goes from kind of in front of you to the right a little bit, to the right of you, and then behind you. So it's moving because you're moving. So now you move yourself, 10 miles away and you look, it's going to take you longer to get that house out of your field of vision, right? Could that house be so far away that you can travel 4.5 billion miles a year for thousands of years and it would never move? Okay? Because that's what's going on in our sky. We're traveling 4.5 billion miles a year and Polaris never moves due to parallax because it's so far away.
But it's like the only one because the other ones spin around it.
Well, the other ones spin around, but they also, think about this. Our closest star, 25 trillion miles, right? If we're moving 4.5 billion miles a year, how many years would it take us to go 25 trillion miles? I forget, but it's not forever. So in recorded time that has been talking about the constellations of the stars, we've gone from here to the closest star that we can see 25 trillion miles away. Do you think the constellations would look different from that point of view? The answer is hell yes. Of course they would, but they don't. They've never changed. Constellations have never changed. 2 stars have never crossed each other due to parallax. Imagine you're standing next to you're in a big giant parking lot that has light posts all over the place, right? And as you walk across the parking lot, all those light posts are changing positions from your point of view. Imagine that you're so far away that no matter how far you go, none of those poles will ever cross each other ever. Okay? What the hell is wrong with people? To believe this. The reason they believe it is because they don't even know that they believe it. That's how they get away with it, right? We all became flat earthers because we learned the helio-nonsensical BS model. And then we're like, that's stupid. And that's why we're flat earthers, because we know their model. They don't know their model. And the ones that do, the liars, right? Flat Earth, Aloha from Florida, Keith, just did a video. I'm actually featuring it on the app. It'll come up if you don't see it. But if you follow him, he did a video on the 4 types of globers, right? There's the people that are just ignorant. There's the people that are I forget that are grasping on. Then you got the liars and the and the literally satanic paid deceivers. He lays it out really cool. It's a great video. Aloha from Florida. Check him out.
May I add to this?
Yes, please.
For instance, for me, it was the other way around. I learned perspective. I learned all the other stuff. I really liked physics and stuff, so I learned all the BS. But I didn't make two and two together until I got on X and saw a few of the videos Sacred made and a few of the videos some other Anon did. It was like, finally, everything I was taught in architecture school makes fucking sense. Because it didn't. With all the extracurriculars I took about quantum physics and black holes and stuff like that, they never worked in my mind. Because I always came back to the idea that electricity is way stronger than gravity. So why isn't the universe electric, you know? So for me, it was eye-opening, you know? I was the other way around. And then I started to look at the radius because they hide that. They never taught me in Romania the radius of the Earth. It's like a big secret.
Hey Dave, have you looked into the eye's requirement of light for seeing light in a distance?
Oh yeah. Stupid. I say we couldn't see Polaris at one light day away.
So what do you think is going on there? You have any like theories on that?
What like why do the Globers believe it, or what do you mean?
No, like what so if that's somehow true, which I just think I haven't found something to counteract it yet, but I think there's probably something out there that explains it away. But let's say it was true, what would your theory on how we see things be then?
Wait. I think we're talking about two different things. Tell me about what it is you're talking about.
So I'm talking about the lux of light,
Okay.
LUX.
Yeah.
So that the human eye requires 0.001 lux of light in order to see the light in the distance.
Yes.
But the stars, any of them, like none of them, even the brightest one in the sky, doesn't produce enough lux
Right.
here.
There's a series that guy just put out that's awesome. What's the name of that channel? Do you remember?
I don't remember, but I think that might be the same one.
Yeah, it is. I actually, a couple people have mirrored it. It'll be on the app too. But yeah, what's going on is the heliocentric model excuse doesn't work. It's a lie. We wouldn't be able to see anything. I say it all the time. We would not be able to see Jupiter, right? The moon would have to be. Could you imagine the sun twice as bright? And the answer is no. Nobody can imagine that because we have no way to imagine that. But the moon would have to be 60 times brighter than the sun from like 100 miles away from the moon for us to see it at the brightness that we see it. 60 times brighter than the sun? Get out of here. Okay? So that's what physics require, right? Jupiter, which is literally as bright as the sun, it's just small, it's a star. You know, it looks like a star, a wandering star, if you will. It's reflecting sunlight. Now that sun is 4 times farther from Jupiter than it is from us. The sun would be a 16th or a 64th of the size. It would be tiny. So that tiny sun is reflecting off of the dusty, dirty, non-reflective gas of Jupiter, then traveling 400 million miles to Earth, where we see it as bright as anything in the sky. This is all stupidity. This is all faith-based. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Okay,
So
forget the angular size issue and everything. It's the brightness issue. It doesn't work. Go ahead.
Right. So what do you think
about the position too?
What can we say? Like, what do you think? Because we do have, I mean, there's tons of people, astronomers and amateur astronomers who look up at these things. How can we see whatever is there, period?
Yeah, well,
like they've got to be kind of far. Like they're not very close.
So here's the thing. Because we can see them must mean that when light goes through a space vacuum, it doesn't spread out. It focuses its energy. It's somehow able to send its energy infinitely in all directions at the same luminosity. It doesn't spread out. Like when you're blowing up a balloon, that balloon skin is getting thinner and thinner and thinner. That's what light does as it spreads. But for some reason, it doesn't, because, as some people say, 'tis globe. Because 'tis globe. If it's globe, that's why. The world is a globe. Therefore, you know, because we can see it, therefore it works. Or maybe those lights are just a few miles above us.
I
think we're closer to the stars on the ground than when we are in a plane.
Interesting. I haven't heard that one before, but that's interesting. take. So I think maybe
I think you can't see them from the plane and from higher up because there's less of a medium for the light to travel, and light is magnified by medium.
There you go.
If it's in like water, and then you add on the oxygen and other gas elements in the atmosphere.
That's a great observation, because if you look at the Go Fast rocket when it sees the moon is so tiny. It's so tiny compared to the sun. Right? But the moon and the sun are supposed to be the same size because of their distances. But when you go up 120,000 feet, or how was it 120,000 feet or 72 miles, whatever it is, when you go up that tiny little fraction of a percentage of a distance, the moon is a speck next to the sun.
Also, the reverse, when they rise and set, they're bigger because there's more of a medium, there's more of a lensing effect. They become bigger.
That is partially true, but there's also a way our brain tricks us. Next time you see a giant moon on the horizon, hold your finger out and say, "Okay, my pointer finger at arm's length will cover that moon." Then wait a few hours until it's over your head and go, "Wow, the moon's much smaller," and hold that same finger up at arm's length and it'll cover the same amount of the moon. It's an optical effect.
I used photos. I used photos in Photoshop and measured the millimeters. It's actually a little bigger because it's a lensing effect.
There is a little bit of a lensing effect, but it's tiny. It's literally tiny.
Yeah, it is. It's tiny. It's like 3 to 4 millimeters.
Have you ever seen that video of the girl driving in the car? And they say, "Look at this building, this giant building," and as she gets closer to it, it gets smaller.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens. We use this in architecture too, to put in a heads of perspective, like when you are on a boulevard or something in a big city, we create large buildings that look even larger from afar on purpose to capture your gaze. So it's actually a technique that we use so we know it's happening.
So I have I filmed it. I actually use it in some of my presentations. At my park, we have a beach park, and there's a long straight line a road that cuts through from one end of the park to the other. And when you're at one end of it, in the city of Stanford, there's a gigantic hospital building, and you can see it at the end, and it is huge. But as you go down this straight road closer to the hospital, when you get to the end of the road, the hospital is so small, it's almost hard to see.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's not getting smaller. In reality, it's getting bigger, but our mind is seeing it smaller. It's all how we see when things are close to the horizon. But that's not the only answer. You're right. As you're looking through more and more atmosphere, when you're looking up, you're looking through a small section of atmosphere. When you look forward, you're looking through an infinite amount of atmosphere. And yes, the atmospheric lensing, magnification is another cause why it appears to be bigger.
And also, we as architects, we study the placement, right, of stuff. And for instance, if you have like a shop, like a mall, we need to place the totem pole, one with the merchandise on it, with the labels and stuff. We need to place it in a place that's visible. So we study like how the atmosphere moves so that you can see it further away than you should be able to see it. So we are using this constantly. So people know it's true. They just don't connect the dots. I mean, I see invisible mountains every day, and people aren't noticing it because they don't know the radius. That's the point. They all believe it's bigger than it actually is claimed to be.
So what do you guys think about this theory, right? So I'm starting to think we don't have a really good understanding of how our eyes process light. I think we know a good amount, but we don't have the whole picture. What if there's something else going on, like things that are at a great distance, it's somehow connected with our eyes, like as soon as it's there.
I can tell you this. I can see some magnetic stuff, like auras and stuff. And when I was in an MRI, I could see like flashing lights all around with my eyes open. So eyes are what you train them to see. You can train them to see anything you ever wish to see. Just need to focus, and you need to open your mind.
Right.
Expand your thinking.
Smoke some DMT.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that.
So like we don't see light, right? We see the point source of light, and then we see things illuminated by its bouncing off of it, right? Its reflections. That's all we see. We don't see the light transmitting from one area to another. We only see the illumination. So what if, like, so this light is everywhere, right? It's not like it's not there. What if there, yes, as soon as it's in like range of our vision, it's an instantaneous thing that happens, like super fast or instantaneous, and it's not an actual, for our eyes, it's not an actual reflection, but it's like a switch is turned on or something like that. Like they think something is coming in and being and hitting a sensor, you know, hitting something in our eye. What if it's already connected and it just like starts at that point? That's the only way I could think maybe we could see something at such a distance.
I'm going with Occam's razor. Like the easiest explanation is more likely. More likely, they're closer than they say they are, and most likely, since the Atmos works like a lens, like a literal eyeglass, like glasses, like your grandma's eyeglasses. So those are more.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I'm just trying to think of other ways. Like,
yeah, there may be other ways because we're electric beings and we're magnetic beings and we're supposed to see in every spectrum. And since we do see, and they are people who saw, and I saw miracles in this life, so everything is possible once your mind is open. And also, I think important is what's in your heart too at the time, because it's like Jesus said, you need, by your faith, you are healed. So he couldn't heal people who didn't believe. You know, it's also this, the heart. So the heart and mind must work together with the soul for you to see more or understand more or feel more. That's what I think.
So true. Absolutely agree with that. Can I just add to that I can tell from listening that everybody's at just different levels of awareness on different issues and topics. And, you know, I think we're all in agreement that the earth is flat. That's great. But then we sort of see things differently in other areas. And that can sometimes be because somebody hasn't gone as deeply into it as another person. Sometimes it can be just a difference in perception that they're deceived, whatever it be. But what I would say is
did
this.
she cut out for everybody else or just
Oh,
me?
sorry.
No, I hear her.
No, I hear.
Yeah,
I
I
hear.
wanted
Okay,
to
I'll
say
drop
that
down.
in these times of extensive deception and confusion, while we peel away what is lies and falsehoods, but we don't yet have a complete definitive answer on what is true, we need to move more into our feelings. Because when we trust our feelings and we trust our intuition on situations like Dave was exploring earlier, that he feels what is beyond the ice wall. There's no way that he can really know, no way any of us can, but he has a feeling for what is, and that's a mixture of what he's researched and testimonies he's probably heard, but also it's a feeling. And I would just say that everybody should really be working on their intuition. Develop your intuition, trust your feelings, because you know, logic will only take you so far. If you don't listen to intuition, you will just see danger at every turn. I spent 20 years in the entertainment industry. Okay, I was on TV as well as behind the scenes. I was in it since I was 16 years old. Okay, so I experienced that industry from the inside out, and many of the people that you know as household names, I knew them. Okay, the idea that every single person who is involved in entertainment or puts their hand over their eye for a photo shoot is Illuminati and sacrificing babies is immature. We need to realize that there are people, there is a system of compartmentalization that goes on. And if you get tested and you're found to have integrity, they won't involve you in it, and your career will not ascend to the same heights that other people's does. So, and there's also an aspect of when I was in that entertainment industry for the last almost decade of it, I was awake, right? So I was awakening and I was living a double life because on TV, I couldn't say certain things. I was told point blank in the green room, no, I don't think you should say that. They would run through your questions beforehand, and they would say, oh, no, steer away from that. No, we don't want to, say that. And I think, well, hang on a minute, why am I here to give an opinion if I can't say certain things? But I was awakening at home, but I wasn't hurting anybody, sacrificing children, engaged in anything. What I'm trying to say is that not everybody on the world stage is just evil because they might seem like they're going along with the deception. You cannot, you have to wait for human beings to be ready. You have to wait for the masses to be ready to receive certain truths, because otherwise it goes right over their heads and that person gets taken out. So
Also,
I
there's
just,
worse. It's worse than
yeah,
that. There's some of them that are like in the early stages of, masonry, because I know a lot.
mm,
They don't know shit. They think they're reading the Bible. They're that brainwashed in that they don't even realize they're in a fucking cult. And they're like
exactly.
from an Orthodox church where we know it's not all right. It's forbidden.
Yeah,
Our preachers tell us it's forbidden, that you'll never be able to return to God and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's like well known, and they still are doing it. Why? Because they get help in their career, and they see it as a brotherhood. Oh, they're just helping me on, and that's how they get you.
yeah.
A little
It's a
by little,
grooming.
yeah,
It's grooming.
exactly. Yeah,
It's
it's
grooming.
grooming.
We've all been lied
Adults.
to from birth, and like Dave was saying just shortly ago, when you've been told this globe thing from birth, it's just crazy to unlearn that. Well, the people in the satanic families, they have been lied to from birth as well. They have been lied to, but just in a different way. So they might have certain awareness that we don't have, but they're also lied to about spiritual matters. So yeah, I just would say my points would just to agree with Chrissy there and say we really need to move into feeling, because intuition will take you further than logic, because the more that you research and the more that you look into things, the less sense any of it makes. And I think Dave, you probably can agree with that. You seem to have gone really like crazy deep into this topic, which is incredible, and thank you so much, because you've woken up so many of us. But logic can only take you so far. Feeling will take you the rest of the way. That's my point.
I think our feeling, just like light, our feelings are connected worldwide, not around the globe, worldwide, I said. Like when a mother can sense something happening, and think about the remember in Star Wars, Obi-Wan Kenobi, he felt, when stuff was happening to other people. That's how we all are. We all are, but that's been taken away from us. That's been fluoridated out of us. That's been programmed, so we don't use those senses.
Want me to tell you something funny? So I have this. I've always had this sixth sense, but after I've awakened and after I know exactly what God wants, I can literally see whomever I want. Like literally. Literally. I was just thinking about my ex-boyfriend, and I dreamt about what he was doing. Because in the US it was daytime, and I saw what he was doing during the day, and I told him point blank, you were this, this, and that, and you did this. And he was like, damn, I did.
Hey, to add to Sophia's point about not everybody being on board, especially with this whole picture thing that people like to harp on. I think Sophia hit it on the nose there. Like a lot of people, it's over their head. They don't know what's going on. And if you're from the outside in looking at people taking photos, what you probably don't know is that a lot of photographers in the industry, so to speak, there are poses like that they have people in all the time. They put them in these
Yeah,
poses,
yeah.
and they're
And
they're supposedly cool and things like that. So
not
it's not
only
that
that,
everybody's making the same symbol on purpose. They're being told to do that. Hey, do this pose. They do it. They don't know what the hell's going on. Not to
Yes,
say
that
some of them don't, but like
thank
all of
you,
them.
thank you. I've direct experience of this, guys. When I would do photo shoots, the photographer would be saying, "Yeah, it's fabulous. Yeah, yeah, do this,
Yeah,
do
me
that.
too.
Oh, can you just hold your hand up to your face? Can you just do this? Can you just do that?" And
That's
then
it.
at the end, there would be 20,000 images, and my record label would choose the ones that were, satanic, the ones that were symbolic. And I didn't have a clue. I was 16 years old. I didn't understand it then. But when I woke up and I looked back at the things that I had made, the music, the all of the stuff, I realized that they, the ones behind the scenes, had been weaving this into what I was doing without me even realizing. So that's
Yeah.
not to say there aren't artists that are engaged in these practices and in the deception, but many of them are just clueless. They're clueless pawns,
Yep.
basically, and
Yep.
they also follow trends, like my friend D369 was just saying. They follow trends. They recognize that certain things get a reaction, so they play to it. So I think a little bit less black and white thinking, oh my gosh, someone covering their eye, they're Illuminati. We need to realize that the people that we are, that have done this to us, they are bloodliners. And you can't just get into those. It doesn't matter how far you work your way up the tracks, even if you engage in those demonic activities and you sell your soul, you still aren't going to be a bloodliner. There are families, and I think I'm preaching to the choir here, but there are families that have been going for thousands of years, and they don't let you in. They keep their bloodline pure. So yeah, it's I just wanted to say that I'm going to say something probably a bit controversial about Elon Musk. I really wonder whether he is at the beginning stages of revealing the nonsense of the
Yeah, I
space
think he's
deception.
trolling. I think
I
it's
think
trolling.
it's it
You
almost
can't
it
use
feels like
that
trolling.
fake. You can't use that fake spaceship. Tell people it looks fake. It must be real, and still be in on it. I'm sure it's either him or it's someone else posing as him, but he's definitely trolling big time. I
That
can't
is
see
a
it any other
possibility.
way.
I want to point out one thing though. Many of you are aware of the skit I did on Glowbusters with Paige, my wife, and where I was in a green screen suit and we're making things float by, and people took that clip, flat earthers, and said, "This is Karen Nyberg, the astronaut exposed," right? And it went super viral,
Oh
but it
my
was
god.
Paige, it was me. So the same thing with Elon is going on. There's a couple videos, but there's one video out there where Elon Musk is on Joe Rogan and he's saying that we can't get beyond the firmament. That's AI, and people are
Wow.
sharing it like it's real. So
Uh
really, if you find something like somebody big like Elon is saying something amazing, like wow, this is awesome, double check yourself. Stop. Look, find that episode of Joe Rogan. See if he's really on there doing it. Look at it. Look at it. You can see that it's AI. So just be careful when you're out there, saying, no, Elon is spilling the beans. He said firmament. No, he didn't. He never said it.
What I meant was that you
good
can't
point.
use that level of CGI
Yeah.
and make fun of it too, and
But
not trying to wake someone
right.
up.
With that said, I think they are laying out clues. I think that that people like him, even like Trump, might be trying to, like, hey, I'm controlled, but I want something. I don't know, but I think that
They don't know that they're being controlled.
Yeah,
maybe.
but
Yeah, I'll go
I
with
gotta
that.
believe
The
that
whole situation.
everyone
Yeah.
has like
They're
a
really just
conscience, and at one point or another, that conscience would be activated in one way or another.
Hey guys, my battery is about to die because I've been listening all night and now with headphones on and I can't charge my phone. Any final questions before I duck out for a while?
Hey,
They popped up.
for the Pulse Chain wallet, I gotta start up a new wallet for that, huh?
No. You have a MetaMask wallet or a Internet Money wallet?
I think I do have MetaMask. I hated
Yeah.
MetaMask, but I think I have one.
Well, if you have, you can just use that wallet, or I recommend the Internet Money wallet. InternetMoney.io, I think, is the channel. It's you can literally take your MetaMask seeds, seeds, and just install that wallet in there. It's a great wallet, but just any wallet like that, you just take that code, or what am I saying, address, and post it into the app,
It's
in
called
the
your
referral
key,
area.
Dave. It's called your
Not
key.
No, not your key. It's your address. It's your wallet address. Not your private key, everybody. Your public wallet address.
Yeah, it's a public key and a private key. You only
Yeah,
use the
yeah.
public one.
Right. Put that in the app, and you're good to go. And you know, and
Gotcha.
so
I'm gonna
all the
try it out.
referrals that people have from the beginning of time to December 21st to 25th, you get 1.5 million dome, which is worth almost $9 today for every
Hey,
referral.
so one more question with the Pulse chain. Does the Pulse chain do DAOs?
Does it do what?
Decentralized autonomous organizations. It's a smart contract.
Yeah, I believe it does. It's the same as the Ethereum chain, but the
Okay.
gas prices, like when we did almost 1,500 airdrops on 9/11 on Ethereum, it would have cost us like $2 to $5 per just to do those drops. And on the Pulse chain, we did all 1,500 for less than $2 total.
All
So
right.
when people discover what the Pulse chain is doing, it's amazing. Here's another thing: anybody that has any ERC20 tokens, which are a majority of what the tokens that people hold, anyone that's had them before Richard Hart split the chain, before he started Pulse Chain, you have the same number of those same tokens on the on the Pulse Chain side. They're yours. They're free. And when he did it, they had no value, but lots of them, like the top 500, have value now. So you're sitting on coins that you don't even know that you have. You can go over there, you can install the Pulse chain on your MetaMask or whatever wallet you're using, and then you could add those coins that you own, and they'll show up. They're in your wallet. You own them. They're yours. You can sell them. You can keep them. But you watch in the next year, what's going to happen on Pulse chain is going to be more insane than what happened to Bitcoin when it was a penny.
Well, hey, I talked to people about doing a DAO before, but it just hasn't come to fruition. If you did a DAO because of your status, I think people would actually use it. So what I was thinking of is a DAO to fund, like a crowdsourcing fund for experiments. So if you just tossing that idea out there, you can mull it
Interesting.
over.
Interesting. Please join our Telegram group and throw these suggestions in there, because there's some great discussions happening over there. For those of you that are slightly understanding what I'm saying or completely confused on what I'm saying, if you go to my website, our website, domeshot.io, and then go to the very bottom, there's a button that says, how do I see my coins, my airdrop coins? That teaches you how to add Pulse Chain to your wallet and how to add coins to your wallet. So follow those instructions and then go, hey, you know what? I owned a bunch of Ethereum for since 2020 or whatever. And so go over there, add Ethereum to your Pulse Chain wallet, and there it is. You own it. It's over there. It has value, and you don't even know it. So there, I would say 99% of the people that have coins on Pulse Chain don't even know that they have them. So just learn. Here's the thing: whether you're not into crypto, whether you think crypto is bad, you're misinformed if you do. But whatever it is, with the upcoming financial crap that's going to happen, it would be a useful tool to know how to open a wallet and know how to transfer stuff. Like, let's say the banking system goes down, whatever, that likely, probably, and people are like, hey, can you send me some Monero? Can you send me this? Can you send me that? You're going to have a skill that's going to be useful. And you can do it all for free because we're giving you free Dome tokens to use. So there you go. Domeshot.io. Go down and learn how to add that to your wallet and see what you have sitting there if you have been sitting on any ERC20 tokens for the last few years. And if you're
that dome,
if you're yeah, free dome, baby, free dome for everybody. If you're like, okay, I have no idea what Dave's talking about. This crypto thing is so confusing. I said the same thing. I was like, I'll never learn this. And now look at me, right? I recommend getting a lesson, Jaronism.com. Go there, sign up for an hour lesson. It'll be the best investment you've ever made in your life, right? He'll teach you how to set up your wallet. He'll teach you how to see your dome coins. He'll teach you a whole bunch of stuff, and then you'll have a new skill and a new usefulness, a way to navigate in this crazy financial world we're in.
I have a couple questions about Dome.
Shoot.
Do you have a minute? Okay.
Yeah.
What is the current circulating supply of Dome?
There's 1 trillion, but half of them, I'm not sure exactly how many. You have to, if you go look on the website, there's a breakdown of where they're going, and the way they're mined.
I'm talking about how much is in circulation right now, not how much will be in the future.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. You ask in the Telegram chat. They probably know there. But the way it's mined is by opening up mines. So when you wake up someone to Flat Earth, you mine 1.5 million Dome.
So if you were to take a guess, how much of it's circulating versus non-circulating? Just a wild guess.
Half.
So half is circulating.
Yeah.
So the amount that's traded is like 0.000001 of the circulating supply. So
it's slim. Yeah. And the liquidity is going up. We're opening up farms and everything. So
but liquidity can go up even if you put a super low buy order in.
Yeah.
That's a limit buy order. It still adds to the liquidity, even though that's nowhere near close to the market price.
I hear you. I think market cap is a bunch of bullshit, and we're almost at 6 million. So again, you can take your 33 million Dome that we gave you, and you can sell it and get $180 today. So there's some liquidity there.
But the first couple of people that take a couple $180, and the price is going to go down a whole lot. So
go look at the number of people that have sold.
There's
a lot of people that have sold, and a lot of people that are staying on. Again, it's the same as any other crypto. Here's the thing: if you think it's a sketchy investment, do not invest in it. Do not put your wallet address in there. Do not accept any free coins, and then you have nothing to worry about.
That's understood. I'm actually an avid crypto investor, so like I would be interested in it if it had more circulating supply. But
well, it's going out there, and after Christmas, there's going to be a lot more circulating, and we figure that all of the supply will be circulating in the next 3 years.
How do you have any plans to comply with Fit 21?
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
That's super important. It's already passed by the Senate. Now it's in the House of Representatives, and there's a lot of communications that are going back and forth. If I were you, being a token holder issuer, I would spend the whole weekend reading Fit 21.
Well, that's not. I'm not the one. I'm not the one handling that. That would be my partner Matt. He's on top of all of that. I'm the least knowledgeable about it. And when people say, should I buy Dome? My answer is no. Don't buy any Dome.
Could you give me a breakdown of Bit 21, like in a one sentence?
Fit 21 is basically, there's a lot of rules that are going to soon hit the entire space. And most people, 99.99% of people I speak to, haven't even heard of it. So don't feel bad if you haven't heard of it, but it's really, really important. It's going to clearly classify a crypto security from a crypto commodity. So if any one of your wallets have more than 20% of the supply, then you're automatically going to be deemed into a crypto security. And then you're going to have to answer to the SEC, not just the CFTC, for a crypto commodity. So you might want to rethink your distribution plan, because even though that Fit 21 hasn't yet passed yet, it's going to be, there's a lot of wild language in that thing, like a lot of wild language. And I'm just trying to as a flat earth advocate, I may be asking you some tough questions, but it's only because I'm an interested investor and I've been in crypto for a long time. So Fit 21 is something that you've got to put at the top of your priority list if you want to.
Let me ask you a question.
Commodity. Yeah.
So how would they even detect you if you haven't done KYC? Like if you put a coin out and you've got it just on your wallet, how can they even detect that?
Soon it will be a requirement that everyone will have to have a KYC DeFi. Like on the XRPL, for example, they have something called a DID, which is a decentralized identity. So they're going to soon require anyone that's on the like Dexes to
On
identify
that chain,
themselves
yeah.
with KYC in order to comply, because a lot of people are like running for taxes and stuff, or
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
not properly filing their taxes. So this is how they're going to lock people in. But it's called the Fit 21 bill, and I kid you not, it's already passed the House of Representatives. It's now at the Senate. I may have had it reversed when I first said it, but yeah, it's and the president said that if it hit his desk before the end of the term, then he's going to sign it. He's not going to veto it. So they've already told each other they're going to like do this. They're just now ironing out the final language. So it has a lot of language in there. You might want to check out.
I appreciate that.
It's better to get ahead of it than like be behind it. You know what I mean?
So
Because
did you say any wallet that has over 20% of the circulating supply or the total supply?
Total supply. That's what I'm saying. You're saying
oh.
3 years out, bro. Like you're gonna get caught in the snare of like a crypto security.
Okay. That it's
You might
considered
need to accelerate everything.
Yeah.
Like really fast. Like I mean, they may pass it next week or like a few weeks from now. It's like
they
hot.
they gonna go there. What he's saying is 100% true. Carmela, she already that little. She's gonna put more regulations on crypto for black men. Yeah, that was that way of telling you like, yeah, we're about to do this, and we need a reason to regulate it. So she just try to put it off on black men, and that little 5-point plan is stuff like that people got to pay attention to, and everybody should look up Fed now.
Yeah, I don't want to make this space about crypto though. This is a flat Earth space, but this is it's a great topic. I'd love to build on it in another space though.
Awesome. Thanks for the info. I'll pass it along.
Yeah, no problem. I just hope it helps.
Doubt.
I mean, I'm trying to help the flat Earth community because it's a multi-chain initiative where like there are a bunch of good flat Earth coins on multiple different chains, but I care about the initiative, so I figured I'd go ahead and like let you know about it because most people don't know about it. So hopefully,
yeah, much appreciated.
All right. Anyone else? I'm gonna jump.
Gravity's not real. Doesn't matter.
What about electrostatics, though?
Anything else for Dave?
Hey, good hearing from you, man, and appreciate all you're doing for us, bro.
Look, Boston. He never leaves. He's always here.
Yo, Shane, my bad. I tried to pull you up, and it actually booted you.
Was that Run Boston Bear I just heard?
Yeah, that was Run Boston.
Good morning.
I'm just talking to Shane.
It says he's a listener.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to Shane. Shane came in, and I went to approve him for a mic, and it just I hit the wrong button. It booted him out.
I don't know if D3 can hear me.
Dog.
I can hear Run Boston Bear, but it doesn't show. It shows him as a listener, which is weird.
I see him as a speaker.
All right, thanks, Elon. Nice job, buddy. Get your shit together. Now I don't hear anybody. All right, I'm gonna jump, guys. I'm gonna let now I hear somebody. All right.
Coming through, guys.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. He'll be back, y'all. He act like he be leaving. He gonna be right back.
Hey, Sacred. So if I accidentally booted Shane, he's gonna be able to come back in, right?
No, I'd have fixed your. No, I'd have fixed your issue.
My bad.
So I did allow him to join again. So, there he is.
Shane, my bad, homie. I hit the check mark this time.
Banned me. Was it D3? I knew it was.
That was me, bro.
God damn it, dude. Like, did I just kill the space? No. Did I just kill the whole space just for me? Oh, I got banned. Somebody just banned me.
Echo chamber. Taylor been waiting patiently. We got Justin Roberts up here. We got Sign up here. We got Eric up here, and I probably got some more requests that I can't see. Let's start with Taylor, and then we move through the room. Space. Oh my God, Clubhouse. That was Clubhouse stuff. Taylor, you caught in the ether now?
No, no. I was gonna ask Flat Earth Dave a question, but he left. It's okay.
We called our
I was gonna
last
ask him if he
questions.
knows a sniper. I was trying to get in touch with a sniper earlier to see if they actually do account for Coriolis. But I
Tell him
don't think.
everybody. What in the world? We said
So,
last
yo,
questions for Dave.
Huh? I'm sorry. I'm also like falling asleep. So go ahead.
Dave left.
Somebody get her a charger. I said we was calling for last calls, last questions for Dave.
Sorry.
And dozing. Funny that in the current framework, the Coriolis is just an optical effect, even though they call it a force. So it'd be interesting if there was a sniper that accounted for it. The longest rifle shot, 4.4 miles, they didn't account for it. I'm saying that it's not a real thing or
You know,
anything
it'd
like
be
that.
interesting if the shorter shots accounted for it, but the longer one didn't. Right? They claim that they do, but the one who makes the record doesn't. That would be interesting.
Crazy.
And I thought it was funny because I thought the atmosphere moved with the Earth. So I don't know how that plays in.
Depending on distance, apparently, right? Because it's a super long shot. When it rotates more, apparently it's fine. Sorry. I gotta put my Glober glasses on like with it and stop laughing through it.
Yeah, that's a serious response, Shane. It's literally how serious it is.
You can only steel man the globe so hard before you start burst out laughing. That's kind of how we developed our new set of humor, right? Where we all just sit around and steel man the globe super hard and get a chuckle.
Doing it with a straight face is difficult.
It's fun.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Shane, it's fine.
I was gonna say it gets tougher the harder it goes, right? The longer it goes.
Sin, sign.
Hey.
Yo. Good to see you, man. Long time.
Yeah, man. How's the flat Earth going?
Still no curve, bro, or motion.
Do you think it's possibly like egg shaped? It's like flat, but like egg shaped. You know, like it's sliced down the middle, but maybe more in a toroidal shape. I really feel like there might be something to that. You know,
Maybe
like
the
whole
energy,
Black Rock thing. You know,
maybe the energy around it, us potentially, but the actual physicality of the surface, I don't really see how that could be.
Isn't there like in the old maps? There's the black stone, right? The Black Rock. I mean, the biggest company in the world is named after it. And it's like the thing that's supposedly like, I think it's the magnetic stone, right? That's pulling everybody's compass or whatever. And this is at the center of the cross. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like it looks like it's into 4 sections.
But yeah, everything
It's
is
one of the old renderings or whatever.
Yeah, the 4 rivers and magnetic.
One of the older renderings of a River Earth. Yeah, I don't know.
I used to think that those 4 rivers were the actual 4 rivers mentioned in Genesis. But after like a half of year, like super dedicated research, I've come to the conclusion that it's 100% not those 4 rivers that are the 4 rivers in Genesis. So like it doesn't fit at all with like the Bible and all the descriptions and routes and everything. But that's a whole nother really interesting topic. But I used to, for like over like a year, 2 years, like I think I just wanted to believe that those were the 4 rivers. But then they don't match scripture, so I had to retract that thought. But
What
I have a lot
scripture?
of proof on it. Go ahead.
What scripture?
The whole Bible. I'm talking about like, well, that one specifically is in Genesis, like the Euphrates, the Pishon, the Gihon, and the Tigris. Like I wanted to believe that those 4 rivers were those 4 rivers, but they're not.
I see.
Hey, is the person talking right now the same person that was telling us about the crypto a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Yo, I cannot see your name. You're not shown as a speaker. Like, who are you? I just want to give you a follow.
Yeah, it's Benaiah. It's Benaiah 144. It's
Okay.
BNAIAH 144.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I studied and mapped out the whole Bible. I mapped out about like half of it. I still have half to go. So I mapped out like 60-70% of the Old Testament or so, and I mapped out like 20 or 30% of the New Testament. Still got a little ways to go, but it's the most fascinating research I've ever done because I took the United States map, and then I took the Middle East Israel map, and I literally went as not I haven't gone as far as I can go with the Middle East Israel one because I got super frustrated because I came across, it felt like over 100 different places, mountains, bodies of water that should be there, but they're not. And then I went like deep, and I'm like, well, even if it changed its name, it should still be there, right? No, no, it's not. So like, I'm like, what in the world is going on here? How can we have the official narrative have so many holes? And I mean, it's not just one hole, it's not 10, it's well over 100. Like, it's so messed up. So like, I could tell you about it if you want to hear about it, but it's a flat Earth space. It kind of
You
goes
know,
with
they
flat Earth.
found one of those rivers for Genesis, and
What's that?
it's actually much larger. Like they found like this huge riverbed, and it's way larger than you could have imagined. So they were looking for like a tiny little dried up stream thing almost, but it was actually huge. They had to zoom out way far to find it, and they found Genesis. Now it's like this kind of like marsh area, the Garden of Eden in Genesis, in this marsh area. They found the last river.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. So like the bitter waters of Mara, it was a 3 days walk once they crossed the Red Sea. Like I haven't found the waters of Mara, and everyone that I've asked basically says that the water just evaporated. But
Are
then
you
in
talking
the
about the 12 springs? This one dude went and mapped out that whole route and found all these landmarks, like the 12
who?
springs with the palms, and then
The
obviously,
12 springs with the palms is not the bitter waters of Mara. That's
but
after.
you
That's
gotta admit
the
some of them are
camp of
found,
Elim. That's after the waters of Mara. I'm talking about the waters of Mara.
but you gotta admit some. You can't act like none of them are found though.
I have a super long list of mountains, bodies of water, places that are not accounted for, and I spent a wild amount of time looking for it. So, like, maybe you can help me tell me where it's at. Like
Okay,
the
I
Egyptian
think I have
Sea.
a video on my profile actually
If
of
this
them
map
crossing
doesn't,
the Red Sea, showing where they crossed the Red Sea, showing like these footprints in the ocean where the pillar of fire came down. It was like melted, and then the Egyptian chariots, and then the 12 springs, and
The,
just the palms. They
the
backed
thing
the
is,
whole thing
though,
up.
is that that's only 0.01% of the places in the Bible. I mean, there's
Yeah,
places
for
in the
that one
Bible.
story, they
You can
found
go
like
ahead. You can go ahead. I don't want to be interrupted. Go.
it's not point. I'm talking about for this one. First of all, I'm talking about the one story after the Red Sea crossing. But yeah, it probably
So,
would be 0.01 of the entire Bible because there's so many places. But I'm talking about like a particular instance that you brought up.
so for example, in the Red Sea, did all the Egyptians die?
All of the Egyptians, but the army.
So was there still an Egypt back at Egypt in the camp
Yeah,
when the
there's
Red
still
Sea crossed?
Egyptians. Yeah.
Okay, so Egypt never died. It's just the the army that went after the Israelites that died. So like Solomon married, Pharaoh's daughter, and they bought chariots and horses from Egypt, like Solomon did. So like there was a commerce, not necessarily with all of Israel, but Solomon purchased, horses from them. So it was like really, really interesting how, some people think that Egypt like was done for then, but no, they were still alive
No,
and
they
really
weren't
pissed
done
off.
for. Because
have
later
you
on,
read the
God
other
pronounced
books?
the sentence against Egypt and Jeremiah. So no, they weren't done.
Right. So in essence, like I went through like all of Numbers and all of Exodus and all of Deuteronomy and all of Joshua, and I mapped out every single camp that they stayed at, and I didn't leave any one camp like not identified. So what's wild here is I literally found every single camp, or the majority of places match like almost perfectly. Some of them are, a couple letters off or off, but like overall, like I mapped out every single place on route in the US, but I was not able to do it for Israel because there's not enough land to map everything out. And then there's not enough names to account for all the different places that they went to. So
Well,
it became something that was
modern day
really, really
Israel's
frustrating.
different. Modern day Israel's different. Ancient Israel used to be much larger. For example, there's two Jerusalems. There's an old Jerusalem and a new one. Old
That's
Jerusalem's technically in Bible, but I don't think anybody actually brought up this conversation. I don't know how much Sacred wants to talk about the Bible. Um, just saying. And I'm about to go to sleep.
Yeah, I went through the entire Bible and went through all the different places, and I found like more than I ever thought I would. And
So
then and then
what shape do you think the Earth is, though?
oh yeah, it's flat. I mean, I've been past that. So like after I heard all the flat news and all the flat topics, then I was like, I was looking for something new. I was looking for
I
something.
came in backwards. I did Bible first. That's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
cool.
that's that's cool. I mean, if you've never fact checked all the locations in the Bible, I think you're gonna be like super like blown away. Like, what do you mean? Like, why can't I find these mountains and seas? Like, for example, like where's the Egyptian Sea? You can't say it's the Mediterranean Sea because that already has a name. So then there's not enough seas to account for like all the seas mentioned in the Bible. Like, there's nowhere you can put an Egyptian Sea and make it make sense. But in the United
Is your
States,
point to
Israel,
say that the Bible is not accurate? Is that just get to the point?
It sounds like you're being very thorough. Are you doing all the books for the Bible?
Yeah, I did all the books from beginning to end, and I went through all the routes. So I mean, it's one of those things where like I'm
Like
coming
all the
with like
books,
hundreds of receipts.
like all the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, I didn't take into account the Dead Sea Scrolls. I just took into account the Bible and only the Bible, with no one else's like like what they thought about it type of deal. So like
Do you
I
have your
have a top 10
documents
list
still?
too as well.
Do you still have your work? Like you could share it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've shared some of it in the Purple Pill, and it's one of those things where it's always an ongoing research. I posted the one of Israel of all the proofs that like it can't be the right one. Like there's no Philistine garrison, there's no Mediba Plateau east of Israel. Where's Herod's temple? Where are the henna blossoms by the temple? Where's the tamarisk tree mentioned in Genesis and Beersheba? Where are the seven nations in the land of Canaan, which is really the islands of Hawaii? That's Acts 13:19. Where's Q from 1 Kings
So
10:28? I couldn't find it.
what do you? I think I've heard of some of those being found. Like I think I heard of Herod's temple. But anyway, what do you think's going on then?
Well, my conclusion has led to only one answer, and that is the United States is the real Israel mentioned in the Bible. It's impossible to
I've heard
put
that.
like you've never seen a map of the 33 kings that Israel smote in the Old Testament, and you have to ask yourself like, why have I never seen that map? It's one of the most important geographical things that ever happened in the Bible. And now I went to like Books a Million and I went to Barnes and Noble and I purchased like the thickest atlas Bible books you can get just to like learn the official narrative. Even the most expensive books you can buy, even the really, really old ones, all the digital research you can do, any Google research, it's like you'll never find it. If you find it, please let me know. But I've been able to uncover every single exact location of all the 33 kings that Israel smote in the US because you need that much land in order to have 33 kings. So, like, I mean, I went through every single camp, and when you go through it, it's wild.
33 kings.
Yeah, it's 33 kings. It'll say in Joshua 31 kings, but it doesn't account for the other two kings that Moses led Israel through, OG, king of Bashan, and then King Sion.
Oh no, that sounds about right, actually.
Yeah, so it's 33 kings in total that created the foundation of Israel to then build the first temple. So how can something be so important in history and not have a map for it? It just seems like, what are they hiding? And then when you find out what they're hiding, it's like, oh my God, like So how I
Hiding a
even
lot.
found out, this is how it relates to flat Earth, okay? Because I was researching a lot of old maps for like a decade. Like every old map you could ever get your hands on, I've deciphered it, I've translated it, and I've stored it. I have hundreds of them, like all the like really, really, really old ones. And what's wild is that there are lands that are on all these old maps, like a bunch of them, not just one, that aren't on modern maps. And I went and dove deep. I'm like, what is this huge piece of land that's
Like the
west
Perry
of
Reese.
California?
You're familiar with the Perry Reese map?
What's that?
The Perry Reese map.
Perry Reese. You
One
can
that
send it
should.
to me. I may have it.
It's the one they found it hung up in a frame in a lobby of like an old inn or something, but it was from like the 1500s or something like that, and it shows all the land under the ice, basically. Shows the whole continent, Antarctica.
Hey, but that's not joking either. He used to come in our comment section and spam like a crazy amount of maps.
So there's this huge piece of land that's due west about 150 miles of California. That's about twice the size of California. And that's the real Egypt, according to the Bible. They passed the Pacific Ocean, which is the Red Sea. And I think it's called the Pacific Ocean because it's where the Israelites pass into the Promised Land. Now, what's wild here is that when you go to the point tip of where they landed in California, there's this place called Point Conception. And I posted it in the Purple Pill. Now, it's an exact 3 days walk from Point Conception to Soda Lake, California, where there's really, really sweet alkaline waters because they traveled for 3 days and then they were like super thirsty and there was no water to drink. They finally found water to drink, but it was acidic and they called it bitter waters of Mara. And then Moses cried out unto the Lord, and they threw in God told Moses to throw in a log into the water, and the waters were made sweet. So then that's how I got the name Bitter Waters of Mara. But today it's still sweet and alkaline. And it's an exact 3 day walk from Point Conception. Now, from there, they went on all these other journeys, like, throughout the whole country, and I've mapped them all out. I posted in the Purple Pill. You're more than welcome to check it out and fact check me. But when you start trying to fact check it, it starts to get kind of wild because I have an extremely long list of mountains, bodies of water, cities, places, towns that are completely unaccounted for in the official narrative that you've been taught about Israel. So my theory is there shouldn't even be one hole in the official narrative. Not even one. It should be buttoned up perfectly. There should be a map of everything. But the most advanced maps that you can buy don't even have 5% max of all the places that are listed in the Bible. Like, why? How come no one has ever put together an entire map of every camp to camp? I'll tell you why.
Think of how many islands are out there that belong to the Rothschilds that are never on any public map. Just think about that, how big these islands could be, how many there could be.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Especially if they're keeping us in like this little gated, this little like aquarium type shit. There's got to be shit outside of this area for sure.
So the Urbano Monte map only goes to a 43 south latitude. And if we're to believe it goes to a 90 degrees south latitude, then it's missing 47 degrees of southern latitude on the actual Monte Urbano map or Urbano Monte. Which means they have Antarctica, 7 different continents on their Urbano Monte, and still only that goes to 43 south. So there's a whole lot more lands even beyond those lands that we're apparently not supposed to go to. But what's wild is that there are a lot of lands inside of the equator, from the equator to the North Pole or from the equator to Black Rock or, like the middle type of deal. There are a lot of lands like in the ocean that are being hidden from people. One of them is Egypt. One of them is the real Egypt. And that's just, dude, I have like hundreds of proof. I don't have 1, 10, I have hundreds.
Hey,
so
Ben.
like at some point, like I'd like to
Ben,
have an intellectual conversation.
Are you familiar with the wood that Noah built his boat out of?
Yes.
Do you know where that's found? on the planet.
Are you talking about Florida?
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't scripturally match up at all because the four rivers mentioned in Genesis are the Great Lakes. It's the Lake Superior, Lake Ontario, Lake Ohio, and I forget the name of the other one, but it's on my map, and you can go and check it. And I've lined it up with scripture line and verse, like the Gihon surrounds the whole area of Ethiopia, and that was the old Ethiopia. And then like you can do like all the different routes, like everything has to match, not just one book, like it has to match up with the whole Bible. So literally nothing happened south of in the Old Testament. It only shows routes that are above North Carolina and west of Louisiana, and I like notated it on my map. So there's literally no places mentioned in the Old Testament below that line, and below that line, the red line I posted, it's only the New Testament. So it's literally impossible for that to scripturally line up, like in a lot of ways, because then you'd have to match up all the other times it mentions like those bodies of water, and then those locations it's supposed to match up with don't match up. So it's impossible for that to be true. I mean, I studied this for 6 months straight, like 8-10 hours a day, like a hermit crab, because I was super passionate about trying to figure out the truth and what they were hiding. Once I figured it out, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is one of the wildest things I've ever found out. And what's wild here is like, I'm a firm believer that the reason why they hid flat earth from people is to hide God, is to like make people feel not as important as what they are. Well, what's an even more evil way for elites to hide God? Well, hide all of the holy lands and tell everyone that the real holy lands are over in the Middle East. So like the real holy land is Israel inside of the United States. I have endless proof, man. It's nuts. Like you can go through all the different routes. I mean, I did each route scripture line verse.
What does
And I
the
can
Bible
even walk
say?
you through the whole thing.
What does the Bible say the chosen who the chosen people are?
Hold on, real quick,
Israelites.
before we get too much into that, I do want to make sure that other people get to chime in. I see you, Brian, but let's jump to Lynn first. Then we'll go to Brian, and then we'll jump back into this convo in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Morning, Lynn. Oh no, we lost Lynn.
I'm here.
What's up?
This is really off topic, and normally I wouldn't join in, but I feel I need to say a couple things. I don't want to get in a back and forth on this. I'm just gonna tell the things I know about this subject. Not necessarily just about this subject, but about the claims that are being made this morning. If you will go to the Benaiah's account, you will see that I have addressed almost everything he has said this morning. I approached him from the perspective that I'm on his side generally, because I do believe we've been lied to about so many things, number one. And number two, because I felt that, okay, there was a good chance that maybe the Garden of Eden was at the North Pole from the maps I've seen. And I'm very, very interested in maps. Some of y'all know that that's my thing. So, but as I went over all of Benaiah's maps, and I did this under my Tammy Lou account, okay, not under Lynn. So as I looked at all of his maps and went over with everything I could read, some of the print is just too small, but everything I could read, there were all these claims, and saying this city equals this city, and this city in Israel equals this city in the United States, and all that kind of thing. I told him, I said, okay, I'm open to believing this, but I'm not open to believing it without some kind of either hard proof or at least something that sounds real logical, something to make me say, okay, this deserves more study. And he kept saying, oh, I've got hundreds, if not thousands of proofs. I said, okay, then share them with me.
I did share them with you, and
please do not interrupt. You can
but you
talk
ignored
when I am
7 of my
done,
tweets.
please.
Lynn asked to not be interrupted. If you can't adhere to her requests, your mic will unfortunately be given up by your own actions. So please show some respect. Proceed, Lynn. Gotta unmute, Lynn.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I approached it from that. I didn't approach him antagonistically. And I kept saying, okay. And I would just point out things that, okay, but where's the proof? Okay, I'm willing to believe this if I see some proof. And then several things, like he mentioned this morning, he claims that the 31 kings or however many that the children of Israel defeated, that could not have been in the land of Israel because there's not enough room. I pointed out that in Bible days, a king didn't have a kingdom the size of, say, the United Kingdom or the United States or Germany or whatever. A kingdom in those days consisted mostly of a city and maybe the lands around the city. As in the book of Jericho, there is a chapter, I think it's Joshua 12, starting in verse 1, where he summarizes the writer summarizes the kings and kingdoms that were defeated, and one of those kingdoms was the city of Jericho. So we don't need a kingdom. We don't need a country the size of the United States. Now, I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that he's not right. I'm not saying that the United States is not the true Israel. I'm saying he has not given proof of that. He's making claims for which I see no proof. And after several back and forths with him, when he would post something and say, well, here's I don't know, 9, 10, 20 reasons why this is true, when I would push him, when I would keep saying, well, I need to see proof, he would just list things that he believed, not the proof of those. So if you look through, you have to look through all the threads. There's like 60 or 70 different posts at least when I quit corresponding with him. And I would address each one and give him a reason why, well, that didn't have to be true because, and then he didn't tell me why it was true. He didn't offer any proof. And I've learned, being a flat earther, you need to give some kind of evidence. Maybe you don't have hard proof, but you need to do something to convince me that you might be on the right track, at least at a minimum, that much. And I don't remember getting any of that. And finally, I think I'm not sure. I'm not going to put words in his mouth. But he started turning it on me, wanted me to give proof of this. Well, have you seen this, or have you seen that, or have you seen that? I explained to him about the places that he says are not in the Middle East that should have been in the Middle East because they're mentioned in the Bible. I said, over 2,000 to 3,000 years, I said, landmarks change. I live in the Dust Bowl area. I've seen pictures of that happened when my grandparents lived here. Whole houses were covered in a few days from the sand. And if this were not true, we would not have archaeology. We would have no need for archaeologists if nothing ever changed, if nothing ever got hidden. Also, I gave him the example of, okay, he says, well, these waters are not there that are mentioned in the Bible. And I said, on my own family farm, when it was purchased in 1950, there was a natural spring there and there was a creek running through the pasture. Those two no longer exist. So I said, this happens. You know, the Red River, which is a natural boundary between Texas and Oklahoma. I said, that boundary changes every once in a while. Rivers change course. So natural bodies of water do not remain forever and ever. They change, they come, they go. And so I tried to address things like that and give him reasons. And then a lot of the towns that cities that he said, okay, this city from the Bible is actually the city, say in Minnesota or whatever, and the spelling was nothing like it, and he didn't give a reason why anybody should believe it was the same city. I put a whole list of those cities' names, I think, in his pin post. So anyway, he turned it on me, and I felt like he was attacking me. And I said, listen, I'm trying to help you here. I did spend over 24 hours reading. I read every post because he kept telling, when I first asked him, please, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? And he said, well, it's in the post. So I looked at every map in detail. There wasn't a lot of text in his post. It was nearly all maps. With my bad eyes, I took a magnifying glass to my laptop to be able to read what he had put on those maps so that I could respond to him. And I said, I still don't see any, I don't see the proof. So when I felt like he was attacking me, I said, well, I'm sorry. I spent 24 hours trying to help you improve this because that was my goal. Because I thought, okay, if he's on the right trail, I want to help him. But I don't expect a Glober to believe it as it is right now because I, as a flat earther, don't believe it. And I want to believe it. So I finally said, I'm leaving the conversation. I haven't gone back. I have not looked at what he's posted since then. And that was at the beginning of this week. I think it was, if I haven't lost track of days, it was about Monday or Tuesday, I think, if it wasn't the week before. But anyway, I just wanted to say all that so that y'all know to go at least look at my comments and then make a decision. I'm not telling you not to believe him. I'm just saying, don't believe anything without some kind of evidence, whatever the subject is. And I want to thank Taylor. I know she's tired and ready to go sleep, or maybe she just woke up. She said she's tired, but what she said was right when she responded to him. Yeah, when he asked for maps. One of his claims is that, well, Jordan, it couldn't have been in Israel because the children of Israel came into Jordan. They crossed the river going from this way to that way. Well, I went and read the Bible in several different versions to see if, okay, and I looked at old Bible maps. I even looked at the maps created. There's a website by an archaeologist that he spends his time over there, and he's a Bible believer. And I looked at his maps, and just did a Google search and I'm talking about the route of the Israelites as they left Egypt and went up and crossed the Jordan. And I said, all these maps show that they crossed the way the Bible said. So anyway, but I'm sorry, I don't want to get an argument with you about this. I've said all I have to say on it. I'm going to leave it to everybody else. I'm going to relinquish my mic, so don't even address me, please.
I should be able to reply to all the things.
Hold
I
on.
took a lot of notes.
Hold on. I have a question.
I don't care if you reply. I'm just not going to respond to it. Somebody else can respond.
I like her. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Lynn's a goat, man. She really be doing her research. She be on it. If she don't see something that she don't like, she She gonna say
You know,
something.
she ignored like 7 of my tweets.
Hold on, bro.
that-
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I didn't get to you yet. And there's some hands. I think I may go to the hands first. I'm not really sure yet. But let me just ask Lynn a question. Lynn, give me an example of what would qualify as evidence that you would accept for some of the things that you've seen in that thread.
I
Doesn't have
think
to be directly.
I think Sacred. I think the problem was that he was not offering anything for us evidence. Really, and most of the time he would not. I don't know how you can read. You can read my comments like, okay, but where's the evidence? Okay, but where's the evidence? And he just kept saying, well, I've got all this proof. I've got all the receipts, but I think that's it. If he had offered me anything, then I could have gone and checked it and said, like if he had some kind of, I said, I need a link, I need some kind of source I can go see why you believe this. Not that I'm qualified to know whether it's great evidence, that I say, okay, yeah, but at least something, because I was looking at other people who probably wouldn't be as willing to accept it as me, and I'm thinking of the Globers. I didn't want him to get chewed up because he was not offering any evidence, and that's the thing, Sacred. I'm not that kind. I haven't done that research, and so I was trying to find out where he found that information, so I could go read it and see, and then make a determination for myself: is that a reliable source? And I don't recall getting it. At least now, he may have. He did make the comment that I didn't reply to 7 of his posts. Those might have been. They were either after I left the conversation, told him I was leaving the conversation, and I didn't ever respond after that. More than likely, or it was a repeat post, because some of those topics he addressed more than once, and I didn't want to beat him over the head with it, so I didn't necessarily respond to it every time that it was posted. But if he posted something new, something different he hadn't posted in another one, that I either just wanted, okay, either I would say, okay, can you show me why you believe this, or why this is not just your opinion, or I would say, well, this is what the Bible says about it. I would go one way or the other. That's how I addressed his statements. And then I did notice, because even though I had muted him and the conversation both, I was still getting notifications I was still getting his comments for the first day or so. So I noticed immediately when I said I'd leave the conversation, his tone changed and he started talking really nice to me. And I thought, I don't like this. I don't like this feeling that I was being attacked I felt like he was just wanting the engagement. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know.
Can I reply without being muted?
I didn't.
Because you said a lot.
You can reply to the room if it's okay with Sacred. I would rather leave this conversation right now. If anybody has questions, they can DM me.
Sacred, can I get like 2 minutes to reply?
Yes, bro. Relax. What you think that you're not gonna get a chance to speak? I can't do
I
my.
always get muted and like shut up or like
Bro, stop it! Don't do that. You don't get muted. Y'all was just
last week I got shut up. Like I wasn't able to talk. So
It seems like you came up here for this conversation, though. Like it seems like you came up here to start strife with this convo.
Okay, look, this is what we're gonna do. I just got a question for. Well, first of all, thank you, Lynn.
We don't take kindly around here.
I appreciate you being honest in your approach, and I agree with that approach. Right, do your own research. Ask for some substantiation, and then come to your own conclusions. Everyone's level of evidence or accepting evidence is going to be different and subjective. If you felt like he didn't provide any, and you wanted to raise that elevation of information, I could respect that. So, with that being said, let's slide over to Benaya. And let me just ask Benaya real quick before you go into whatever you want to say. One, can you articulate Lynn's frustrations? And then two, let us know if you feel like you can elevate some of the content where it's more easily searchable for some of the claims that I guess you might be making in some of these threads. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I have an answer for all the things that were mentioned.
Well, before you go, I'm about to leave. I was just gonna say I have the Bitter Waters at Miriam, a video of them posted at top. I knew they found them, but I just double checked. And I have it posted.
That's awesome. I can't wait to see it. I'll look at it later today.
Okay, Benai, so go ahead, articulate Lynn, like Steelman, her position, right? Articulate some of the things that she was frustrated with, and then let us know whatever else you want to add to it.
Yeah, I believe that if someone was reading the Bible their whole life, and they were taught from endless number of pastors and friends and so forth that the geographical places were in one place, then it gets ingrained in someone's mind their whole life that that's it and it can't be anywhere else. So if someone is used to a particular area or a matching of geographical places, then it's hard. It's like I believe that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance there. But someone that's newer to the Bible and is like open, like looking for answers, then it's easier for those type of people to, in my experience, to see like what I am trying to share because there's not that layer of cognitive dissonance there. So one of the things was, you were talking about bodies of water and springs in the farm, Lynn, on a farm where you're at, that do mountains evaporate? Like, I don't think mountains evaporate. So I'm not just talking about bodies of water. I'm talking about mountains, bodies of water, and a lot of places. And they just don't match the geographical layout of the Middle East. Now, there are some places in my map where you're going to read where the place doesn't necessarily match with like letter for letter of what's there. That's only because I found a place that did match almost letter for letter or all letters matched exactly. And I had two different camps, but I couldn't find a place in the middle between those two camps that matched any letters or words. So I went ahead and put it in there just to account for like this camp is in the middle between these other two camps that match perfectly. I can give you countless examples of where that is true. So, like one of the things is there are a bunch of places in the Middle East that are different names, or there may be like one letter, two letters off, or like spelled differently than it's spelled in the Bible, but those are like the right places. They're just spelled a little differently. So we can't take the argument that they're spelled a little differently in the official narrative, but maybe some of the places over here are spelled a little differently in the map that I presented. So you can't use one argument, it's okay to do it over there, but not do it over here. So then, like, you go through the entire route of Numbers, like all the way to like Numbers 33. It shows all of these camps that they went through in order. Now, when I try to do that over in the Middle East, like you'll get to a point to where there's just nowhere to go because you've already mapped out the whole Israel within like a few chapters, and like there's no more to map out because there's not enough land for them to go to new camps. So like when you dive under the hood and you peel back all the layers of the onion, you will quickly find out that it doesn't match. Like I'll give you one of the lowest hanging fruits. Where's the Egyptian Sea? You can't say it's the Mediterranean Sea because that already has a name. And if you want to say that the Mediterranean Sea is the Egyptian Sea, no, okay, no, where's the Mediterranean Sea? What happened here is in the official narrative, they blended a bunch of seas, a bunch of rivers, a bunch of locations into one location. And then everyone's supposed to believe that, there's no biblical proof that these names had dual names. So, like, I mean, that's just one example. I mean, I have so many of these. and I posted them all. I got like really, really granular research. I've located, I mean, put it to you this way: if you search like the maps of the Bible in the Middle East, and then you see all the different pinpoints on the map, and then you look at the map that I did of the U.S. Now, keep in mind, the map I did of the U.S. is only half complete. I'm halfway through. It's probably gonna take me a few more months to finish it. But you'll see a tremendous amount more like dots on my map in the U.S. than you will in the Middle East, and that's only half complete. So like something's really, really off here. Like, how come you don't have a map, Lynn, of the 33 kings Israel smote in the Old Testament? That should be like in every preschool, Sunday school. Everyone should know about that from birth. But everyone I've ever spoken to in the past couple months, no one has this map of the map of the 33 kings Israel smote. Like, why? Like, where is this map? How come I'm able to do it in the U.S. but I can't figure it out in the U.S. in the Israel Middle East? So like another one, like where's Schaefer's Peak? There's like Mount Schaefer. You know, there's a bunch of mountains. That's one of many mountains that I haven't been able to find in the Middle East. And maybe through this discussion, maybe you all can help me find this massively long list of places that I haven't been able to find. And Lynn, like all the ones that you ignored of all my tweets are all of the proofs that I had of like, well, where is this? And I think that you just chose not to answer it because there is no answer. You don't have an answer. That's not there. You can't find. I haven't been able to find it. So unless someone tells me where it is, like I'm only going to be able to pick the best answer. If you have two places that are named the exact same thing, and then you have the Bible that then tells additional like supporting text for what you're looking at, then you have to then choose the best answer. So I mean, like,
Hold on 1 second, Chris. I don't know. Was you done?
Yeah, I mean, I can get into like each granular detail, but then that's just going to take hours to go through each place. So like, I don't want to take over the space with like every little granular detail, but you're more than welcome to go through each spot and check it out.
So
and a lot of the names match up perfectly.
Hold on, Chrissy. So here's my thing. So I do agree with the fact that we may have specific images in our mind, which won't translate to what we may be looking at. You know, I had that same type of conflict when I was first coming across the moon map. Right? I couldn't visualize it because I had like these ideas of what I should be seeing, and it was hard for me to imagine what was being illustrated on the moon as a moon map of the land. So I understand that point, but I kind of want to progress. I don't want to go like get into a back and forth. I was hoping that we could like elevate the conversation. That's why I started by saying, hey, can you articulate what her frustration is? So I was waiting for you to do that, but I think all I heard was cog dis. And I don't think she was articulating cognitive dissonance. So by acknowledging some of her frustrations, that will probably help you elevate some of your content. So that way people that are interested, that are engaging, can get the value that you're trying to offer. Now, there was a couple of different things that was being said, but if she's saying like, hey, there was some images that didn't have no text, or you know, things like that, maybe to add more context in a post, then maybe you would be able to extract more value. But you won't be able to do that if you don't acknowledge the criticism. Now, I'm not saying Lynn is right because I didn't see the thread. I'm not saying you're wrong because I didn't see the thread. So you could post a thread if you want to, and if you know those that are interested want to engage in that thread, they can go ahead and look. But you got to acknowledge the criticism first, so that way you could take away all excuses. So you can't just say, "Oh, you just ignored everything." It's like, okay, I hear what you said. Let me go ahead and add the context. Let me add more information. Now you got to see. You gotta acknowledge what I'm actually posting now. You can't ignore it because I adhere to all of your criticism of my last post and the other information I was giving out. Like I said, I'm not saying that she was right. I'm not saying that she was wrong. But you got to be able to acknowledge that criticism first in order to elevate that content. So that way the people that, like I said, are interested will continue to engage. You don't want people to leave the threads if you're putting in so much work. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate the feedback. I think she was looking for a link of like, where did you find this? And I only found it from the Bible with no other source. So like this isn't something that you're going to be able to Google and be like, is the U.S. the real promised land of Israel? Is Israel the real promised land, being the United States? And you can rephrase it a bunch of different ways in Google search results. It's not like you're going to ever find the research that I was able to put together. It took a long time to put this together. It didn't happen overnight. It took me 6 months. You know, I'm gonna keep going until I finish it. But I was able to, like, when you put together a puzzle, you usually work with the corner pieces first, and then you work with the flat edges with like 3 curvy edges, and then you do all the curvy edges last. So where I'm at in my research is I've been able to identify all the 4 corners of all the biblical lands that I mentioned in the Bible and where they went, and I did all the edges, and I've done a huge chunk of the center. So like, you know, I'm gonna keep working on the center part, but like, there's not going to be a link where it's like, where did you get this? I'm like, no, I just like literally figured it out by reading the Bible and like went from camp to camp to camp. So I mean, there's not going to be like a link resource because there's no other person that I'm aware of and ever that has ever done this research, and I think it's fascinating. I can't believe no one's ever done it.
Speaking of
May I?
Hold on 1 second. I do want to get to the hands. I see that y'all are like super like ready to jump in here, but I want to be able to respect everybody that's been in order. So that way, just people don't fall out of the space. And I forgot what I was about to say. Okay, let's do this. Let's go to Brian, Lady, then Chrissy, then Son. Let's do that because I think everyone else got the chance to speak already, but we haven't heard from Brian. We haven't heard from Lady. There was something I was about to say that something relevant to what you. Oh, yeah. So that's what it was. So basically, you're doing your own independent research, and you're developing your own interpretation based off of that independent research. Therefore, you're saying there's not going to be a link to any of the things that you're interpreting. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, that's correct. So, like one example I can give you is like in the Bible where it says the wilderness of Zen, Zin. Well, there's a Zinfandel or California where we get Zinfandel wine from that came. It's in the exact location of the wilderness of Zen is like where Zinfandel's at. You know, they make Zinfandel wine. It's like so it has the root word Zen in Zinfandel. So sometimes it may not be like the full word letter for letter, but it has the same root word. So another one is like Mosroth is another place in the Bible. Well, that's Moses Rock, Utah. You get Roth from rock. Mosroth, Utah, Moses Rock. So sometimes it's like the root word is the location name. You know, you got Tahabath. There's a Tahabath well. You know, so that's like that's basically letter for letter, and there's locations. A lot of locations you've never heard of, or maybe not remember in the Bible, but they're there, but they have to be accounted for. So when you go through the map, they have to have a place.
All right, that's interesting. Let's leave it there. If you want to link the thread, because now I'm kind of committed now. I want to kind of see how that conversation turned out.
It's in the purple pill. Can you post it in the? I don't know how to post it in Jumbotron.
Yeah, I got you. Be open to criticism, and everyone else keep an open mind to some of the information that's being shared because that's a valid point that he's saying. Like it was just not going to be a reference to the truth, right? It's hard to find the truth on the internet to reference that. So a lot of these things are going to be up to interpretation, and things get translated differently throughout all the different languages. Y'all know how that go. So I feel like we could find some common ground there. We just got to build a little bit better communication. All right, so let's go to Sweet. Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Sweet. Let's go to Lady. Then I said Chrissy Sign, and then I see Wolf. And we got also Agile Remital. I don't know if he said anything yet, but let's go in that order real quick, and then we'll see how the conversation develops. Sweet, what up?
Good morning, everybody, man. Interesting conversation.
And
Yeah,
and
pretty
I
bad
have
argument.
and I've already pointed out that a lot of times a king was just over one city. It's the Bible says that Jericho, the king of Jericho, it doesn't say the kingdom of Jericho and surrounding lands, but Jericho was in that part of the world. And a lot of times when those kings are mentioned in the Old Testament, they are specifically named as a king of a city. And so, but he was saying because I couldn't produce, because I personally couldn't produce a map showing where those kingdoms were in that part of the world, then that proved he was right. And I was just trying to show that's not really proof. Just because I haven't looked at every map that's ever been created and I don't have it in my back pocket, that doesn't mean, that I'm wrong on this. But it doesn't mean that you're right either.
Right.
So
So sorry.
go ahead, I'm done.
So what I would say, like, the compelling parts to me are how it describes four rivers coming from a singular mouth, and that doesn't exist in the Middle East. They basically claim that some of them dried up, right? And then there's really nowhere else in the world that exists except for in Florida. In Florida, there is four rivers flowing from a singular mouth, and so they basically some people claim that somewhere in Florida was the original Garden of Eden. Who knows? And there's all kinds of theories about that. That the boat basically the ark was originally there and it got moved over, and maybe the remains over in the Middle Eastern area it is the real ark. Maybe it's not. I don't know. So anyway, that's that idea. The idea is that Florida is the garden, and another reason is because it has gopher wood, one of the only places in the world that has it, Florida, and then it has like all the trees that are named in Genesis in Florida specifically are native to Florida. But then there's obviously the other idea. Well, yeah, the place that has the four rivers would be like you said in the middle. So that part I find very compelling, right? Like the North Pole or whatever, because it's like we just have to kind of believe this claim that the Middle East is exactly as they've laid it out, and it makes like just baseless claims like that. Like that's just one of many, right? Which is that the river dried up. Now there's tons of artifacts found over there, etc. So I definitely think there was an ancient Hebrew presence there. There was also an ancient Hebrew presence in America, but I think as far back as we can really verify is 2700 BC, which doesn't necessarily mean that this was like the promised land or what people call Israel or anything. It just means that Hebrew people came over here, crossed over into here, which actually does make sense with biblical descriptions of their movements. And they basically came over here way earlier than we've been told, kind of in like mainstream, archaeology and history. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that's really like all I have on it.
Well, and like I said, I'm open. I'm open to learning more about this. I don't automatically reject it. I'm open to any idea that somebody can show me a reason to believe it. But I wasn't getting that. And like
You can see the truth might be in the middle. That's what what do you think about that? Like this, because people always talk about either it's in the Middle East or is it in America. Well, what if just it is over towards the Middle East, and a lot of Hebrew people came over to America way earlier than we were told, right? Because that would explain a lot of the supposed evidence that this is Israel. You see
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yes. Uh, my issue was with like his claim that the Mississippi River is the Jordan River, and but I in none of his posts did I see any reason why. I don't expect automatically him to show me proof of everything I asked, but okay, why do you believe that? Where did you get that idea that it was the Mississippi? Why couldn't it have been the Rio Grande? I mean, because there are
Or the Nile. Why can't the Mississippi be the Nile?
yeah,
I've heard that.
yeah. So I want to see a reason why. And he says all his proof is in the Bible, but he doesn't provide scriptures unless on the rare occasion when I would just keep asking, keep asking, keep asking, you know. And like this morning, let's see, what was that
Well,
he said?
yeah, I think he said, "Trust me, bro," but he said it with force and said it a lot.
That was it. That was it. And like I said, I was trying to help him because I felt like he had a very weak case, and had been interested in this subject for quite some time because I know Brown Sweet is interested in it. And it's like, well, I want to learn more, but I want to know why people believe that. I think I understand what you said about like the Egyptian artifacts that are in the Grand Canyon or wherever. To me,
Yeah, well, no, not that's that. I'm saying
Well, I was going to say things like that are coincidence until proven otherwise. Things that, like, yes, there's a Cairo in the United States. Yes, there's these Memphis, all these. Just in Texas, there's like a dozen names that are in the Middle East. But that doesn't mean that those were the original places. Those cities also, the names of those cities exist around the world, and that's in one of my replies to him. That okay, there's like 14 Palestines around the world. There's, I don't know how many Egypts. I looked that up. I think I did more research than he did, just trying to show him. Okay, this isn't proof. This is number one, either your opinion and or it's coincidence. Please let's work up some evidence or logical reason why I would believe it. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, check this.
That's what I'm asking.
No, and I think you're on point. Every example you've given makes sense. Like, I'm the same way. My wife was really kind of like infatuated for this. I found it interesting for a bit. I found the All World Florida channel pretty interesting, and he breaks down a lot of stuff that, I mean, frankly, we weren't told, and is very interesting. And then my wife was like, really, like, I think it might be the U.S. Let's figure it out and stuff. And so we watched a decent amount of stuff together. And there are people who have put in tons of work to show like all descriptions of the plant life and the animal life and stuff like that. There is a strong overlap with the Americas, where there's like plant and animal life that's seemingly only native here or indigenous here that are described. Like all the amount of, say, fruits and vegetables that they claim that they were growing really doesn't make sense. It's not considered indigenous plants or animals and stuff like that. And there are all kinds of arguments. Then you have the salt water, the body of salt water that's right next to fresh water, and that's only in two places in the world. One's in the Middle East and one's over by in Utah. And so they're saying, well, okay, that fills this very rare description. Then you have the four rivers to the mouth, and I find that interesting too. But I'm like kind of on the fence, and specifically with the Egyptian thing and the artifacts. I mean, yeah, they did find what people call Egyptian, which I think what that would mean is we're kind of not really told the truth about any of that. We were lied about Egypt. Egyptology is a complete scam, and blah blah blah. Like King Tut was DNA tested and like 98% West European and doesn't link to the modern Egyptians at all. And it says so. I will say, in my opinion, there does seem to be a massive deception with history and geographical claims and the people of those regions, but I don't go as far as to know what it is. And the last thing I'll say, just to clarify, there's something additional to the fact that in the Grand Canyon they found what are referred to as Egyptian artifacts, and the government came in and shut it down and let no one go there. But there are actually ancient, like Paleo-Hebrew artifacts that have been discovered spread out throughout. In fact, there have been more Hebrew artifacts found in the Americas than almost anywhere in the world. And they go back as far as 2700 BC, and no one's ever heard of it. Similar to how no one's ever heard that there are more pyramids in the Americas than anywhere else in the world, and that the biggest pyramid in the world is actually in the Americas, in Mexico specifically, right? Like clearly they have taken this region and its true history, and they've pulled it out of the consciousness of us by feeding us a story about Christopher Columbus and savage Native Americans that were here. So there is something going on. I just wouldn't go as far as to say
Can I
I know that
contribute
this is
to
like the
that
biblical land.
with a story? It's not in the Bible, it's not in the Talmud, it's also not in the Quran written, and also not in the Google. It's when the cultivation process. We were those in that times, people were um, hunters, and the opposite was cultivators. So the cultivators, they learned how to survive hard times, difficult times, winters, fire, wind, water, what can hurt them, no? So they were cultivating, but the hunters were just hunting, no, terrorizing the next village, exploiting others, that kind of things. Actually, the same what happening today. So when those clans one survived, the cultivated people, they had professions. The one was baker, the other was good with animals, the other was technician, blah blah. So what did they? They didn't migrate to another continent or to another place with their own people. So they mixed their people. So when you was baker, you married your children with somebody who was butcher and the other was technician. You know, and when you didn't, you exchanged people who are experts and profession to survive next generation. So when you arrive somewhere else, if you're forced or weather or humans or animals or enemies, so you look, we are pioneers, no, we people. So they came there. There are roots on the earth. You cannot believe you can walk to the States or the Americas. And indeed, you see the pyramids, you see the references of those people. So when they arrive there, they have also two choice, no, to participate in that what's around them or to reference to their own background. So when you put up their business to sell gold, you can do that. But you can put your church or your school or yeah, that's different on every geological place. That the weather also influences. Do, do you understand what I want to say? Uh, Otherwise, the how do you call in English in water when you are lost? Yeah, and that's when how I refer to myself today. I am from the mountains, those famous rivers. I am literally almost born in the water, actually under a tree, on August hot summer day, and one side it is the spring of the Euphrates, the other side of the mountain is the spring of the Tigris. So all the world is talking about, they claim this and that, but my people don't talk. My people are just listening. We also have don't uh, uh, manipulation from outside. Okay, today's big companies, they want our mountains, they want this, they want that, but I am settled in another country. So when I am different countries, I lived, I love, but when I go to a river, another country, just as tourist or when I love it, whatever, or do business, then I look up to a river. My reference points are, my memory is those rivers. And in my opinion, there is no difference. I can feel at home at that river. If it now it's Euphrates or Tigris or Mississippi, it's you will be happy, and at that time you will own nothing. That's only at that time frame, no, there that place. So share that. It's. I think that's it. It's not so people can claim something. No, that's what also happened. If you different, and then you can go look in DNA and kind. But those tribes and also in religions, people, please. I am not the owner of truth or so, but that's the ratio I have found, and that's my discovery. That's my profession. Uh, it's all built on some kings, and the followers think they are following the king. It's not. We are killing our kings with the kings. You know, we killing the science with the science, and we make different. We famous. I don't want to pronounce them. Divide people, and so that's exactly what's happening. We are. You look at yourself when you go somewhere. You hate it. You refer to your background because you are almost, I assume, you are America, most people here in the room, or you are all migrants, no? We are all migrants. We are all little mixed. Little, some people are, there are no, yeah, lad. Okay, that's it.
Appreciate that insight, Nine-Bot. Before we get to the hands, because I know Sign and Flat Earth been waiting patiently. Bitcoin, did you want to chime in at any point? You've been kind of quiet up here.
Oh, absolutely. Can you hear me all
Yeah,
right?
we can hear you.
Good morning, world. My name is Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. I am a God. I am a child of God. I'm a Christian. If you're a real Christian, you read the Bible. It's right there in the first book, Genesis. God created the firmament. I'm not going to sit here and preach to the choir today. What I will point out is a little tidbit of information that we lose. Adam and Eve, they were not the smartest people in the world. They just had what was put in front of them. That was it. And God told Eve, do not eat from this tree of knowledge. It will poison you. She consumed knowledge. She consumed so much knowledge that it poisoned her. So much. It made her so depressed and anxious that she had to poison other people. She needed Adam to see what she saw. We lose ourselves and we become radical in certain topics because we drown ourselves in knowledge. If you look, the happiest people in the world right now are just dumb. There's a saying that ignorance is bliss, and I believe that is so true. Uh, I believe in the flat Earth. I have read all of the verses that pertain to this on a space. So it's recorded. If there are people that are looking for those Bible verses, you just go through my profile. I do plan on doing that again sometime. I found it very exhilarating. It gave me a lot of energy, positive energy. You see, I'm married, and my wife hates this topic, so I find it hard to talk. It's hard to find people that want to hear it. But I don't like to try to press it down people's throats, because what's the point? I mean, we're here for something we don't even really understand. I won't lose people in that. We don't really know why we're put here by God. Is this just some ant farm for him or what? I don't know. I don't know. So why is the government fucking doing this to us? Yeah, I'm Christian, but I'm a big sinner. Forgive me, Lord. I may from time to time slip in a bad word. Government wants to control us, our souls. You ever heard that saying that we're signing over our souls to the devil? Devil wants our soul right when we're born. In the United States, you'll see that in fruition. The reality is that we sign a birth certificate. We have a social security number. We are a debt to the prince of this world, which is Satan. Jesus Christ admits that this world is not his kingdom. It is Satan's kingdom. I'll leave it at that. Hey, I appreciate a chance to talk about it. Again, my name is Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. If anybody's looking for, just stuff that makes sense and wants to DM me about it, I'm here. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate that deep analysis. Thank you. Welcome, to Fire Friday, Stationary Saturdays. We are gonna rotate some mics, guys. So if you're in request or if you're trying to get up here, thank you for your patience. A little
May
bit
I
of
ask a
before.
question to Bitcoin Kyle? One question, very short.
Yeah. Go ahead, and then we'll get to
What
flat
is your
Earth.
question,
Yes,
sir?
sir. My wish, maybe wishful thinking or prayer, is that possible? What is your opinion? The truth is one day asset to
One day, what?
one day the truth will be asset to it will be worth something.
Well, will it be worth something to us here, or is it
Yes,
just,
in the metaphysical world, like money, where you can invest in like we had the flat Earth coin here, and my reference point was Flaka, very weird, but in my opinion, that's a success story. and
Yeah,
the
but the
truth.
irony
What
of it
about the
is
truth? Sorry, excuse me.
the irony of, people try to create truth points, right? They've been doing it. The reality is that you know this is still just a game for sinners. Uh, we maybe we're just supposed to wake up and try to find the light and stay in it.
Ether is light. Flat Earth, you want to chime in, and then we'll get to time.
Hello. You may have heard my voice before. That's my twin brother was on the other account, my identical twin brother. But just very quickly, if I could just drop in, legends like Bitcoin Kyle are crypto's full of legends like him, Christian family men. And I'm also a family man, and persuading your family that the earth is flat, that's actually a real challenge. So like my mother buys my 5-year-old daughter a globe earth, a literal globe for her birthday 2 months ago. I'm like, Mum, what are you doing? Your son is literally a flat earther. And she's like, oh yes, sorry, I forgot. and my daughter's 5, right? And we homeschool and everything, but she watches cartoons, and it's Peppa Pig in a rocket going to the moon. And she's like, Daddy, Peppa went to the moon. And so keeping the family psyop free is a real challenge. And that's like literally it's in my house, right? These are my kids in my house, and I still have to work hard to keep them in the truth. But it's fun, and but my wife is good because she's on board. I know Bitcoin Carl mentioned it's hard to speak to his wife about it. My wife came on board, which is fantastic. Yes, but I just wanted to drop that take. And the final thing, I would love to open up a very, very quick discussion about the intersection of crypto and flat Earth, crypto and conspiracies. I'm really bullish on this, but I know we are all skeptics, so maybe there's some skepticism in the house. Witsit gets it, you're a legend. Our hosts, you're legends. You're all very proactive in the space. Like Flat Earth Dave, he's got his Dome coin on Pulse Chain. Do we think there is a massive opportunity with a marriage of crypto and flat Earth, or do we think it's a big scam? I just want to open up for thoughts on that topic.
Personally, I don't want to make this space about crypto, but personally, I am pro crypto, and I think there is positive outlook if people in the community buy into it. If not, totally no positive outlook.
Nice, I agree. I don't know if Witsit has a take, if how skeptical or positive Witsit is.
Maybe I could say just this one little bit, and then I'll go down back to listener. You guys can rotate me. So like I said, it is hard for me to talk about this whole flat Earth thing with, or just even being around my wife, right? So instead, I just play videos like on Reels and Facebook. And I just play them out loud. And if she's going to sit next to me, she's forced to hear it. It is passive aggressive. Yeah, but it works, right? Because she doesn't say anything about those. And I can only assume she's listening.
Have you
So
tried playing
that's
Witsit's videos?
No.
Yeah,
But
probably a good place to go. Probably
That'd
something
be
to
even
play.
braver if you played with Sits instead of.
I mean, I've got a lot of content on flat Earth.
Yeah, but you should
already.
probably play Witsits though.
Definitely.
You guys.
Yeah, man. I like getting new stuff to look
You're not
at.
gonna try to sell me a flat Earth timeshare, are you guys? Like both together or whatever? No. All right. Well, I'm just saying.
Hey.
They got the flat Earth life insurance pitch.
Dude, it's like, let me talk to this guy in the audience who's totally unrelated, who also believes in all the same things I do and also bought some coins. Can he also tell you how awesome it was or whatever?
It is funny when that happens. Who is next? We got
Bye guys, thank you.
Anybody? Proudy, back up.
Sign was next.
Sign. What's a Guan star?
Sorry. All this time, I take a sip of my milkshake. Anyway, I drink your milkshake. I would like to talk about milkshakes for a second.
In an earthly way?
And this has in an earthly way. In an earthly way. Now, I realize this is a pressing issue. And I'll be honest, I'm torn myself. I almost forgot what I was going to say. In fact, I think I'm making it up as I go right now. Pretty sure that's what's happening. But it's nevertheless, this is actually because I'm starting to get a little concerned. And, I'm like the gloom and doom. I don't know if anybody, it's like I'm the gloom doom guy. Okay, so I'm sorry that I'm gloomy and doomy. I'm just depressing. I just do that. There's a rain cloud that follows me around. So I don't mean to rain on the Flat Earth Day. And I do want to talk about the Earth and its shape and why the hell it doesn't have a curve like it should, which bothers me a lot right now. But there's a problem. And that's that, and I really, how do I do this? Okay, so this Earth, we like it, whether it's flat or round, right? It's a really nice Earth. It's really cool. I don't think, though, that we'd want to lose the Earth, right? And I'm worried because nobody's really talking about some crazy shit. And it's not politics. I swear to God, it's not a political thing. It's like whether you're, Democratic or Republican, it kind of has to do with like crazy shit, like a mass casualty event. And nobody's talking about this, right? Like why there was a treaty, why there was an amendment made, right? Like just like days before an election about a mass casualty event. I just don't know. I know I'm gloomy and doomy, and I won't be dooming too long here. Just hear me out for just like another minute or less. Really, though, the UN went to New York. There was a plane that flew over there from Russia, a delegates plane, because Rick caught it on his little like plane watch app that he uses. And we're watching all these. Like, Joe Biden was there, and that was the 23rd of September. Now I'm a conspiracy guy, right? So the end of the world is the 23rd of September, right? We've been predictively programmed like that for years now. And what I figured is like, well, it's probably the end. It's probably when the New World Order is going to come in. And guess what happened that day, or within that 2 days period? This thing about a mass casualty event was signed. It's like it's not a treaty, but it's something that will be because in its amendment. I guess it's going to be something that's going to be reinforced, right? Which is terrifying because it's like they basically are going to put a sleeper government in place if there is a mass casualty event. This means like 100 or more like people in important positions that would die, basically. And it's like this, it's like, oh, this freakish, like once in a lifetime, probably never will happen scenario. But why? Why are they doing it right now? Why they have this meeting to put that all together? You know what I mean? And so, I don't know. I know this is important shit. It's just, can we incorporate some of this into us also discussing how we should all come together and not divide and not let, the New World Order like take over the planet? Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
You mean, should I vote to sacrifice my children to Moloch, or should I vote to sacrifice them to Baal? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, I appreciate when people bring this up. Somebody brought up something similar earlier. It's just my thing is, do you see anybody motivating, and are you going to be able to motivate them in a mass scale? And do you have a plan for that? And if not, then what the hell are we talking about? You dig?
I'm
a type of person, like I'm about that action. So if there's no action plan, then what is the plan? There ain't no action plan, bro. And there ain't nobody buying into no action plans. There's people out there who mentioned things like somebody brought up that the black researcher, what's the guy's name again, guys? He's an alien guy. He believes in all the aliens.
Oh, that
anyway,
his plan? Yeah, his little idea.
Yeah, his thing where we shut down, we just say, no, he's right. He's absolutely right. Is anybody going to do it? Is anybody organizing it? I ain't see nothing. So what are we talking about at the end of the day? Are we going to do something? We're not going to do something. Is there a plan? Is anybody buying into the plan? If not, then what are we doing? So
I think
I
we just need like
appreciate
a
I
George
appreciate when people
Floyd.
bring it up, but it's like y'all got to come with more if anything's gonna happen.
I just think we just need like a George Floyd kind of moment, like you know how like when that happened, like that broke loose a whole like.
Hey, you wanna socially engineer a manufactured change point via colored revolution style George Soros funded antics? Is that what you want?
Well, fight fire with fire.
Hey, you're gonna need a lot of connections and money for that.
Yeah, this type of question goes back to like, you know, organizing a massive protest. And, you know, I've organized plenty of protests, and it's just the reality. D3 is right. Like the people aren't going to show if there's not a massive movement behind it, and you can't really create a movement without the propaganda machine. Unfortunately, you got to have something really organic. And by God, if we got a real MLK or somebody to like really stand up and take over, like I just don't want to be pessimistic, but they're taking that person out before they get to that point. So I don't know how we get there either.
So we need a sacrificial lamb. No biggie.
Well, why don't we all just decide to follow Justin? What do you think? I think we can make it that simple.
I'm down. How about November 5th?
Nice.
Hey, we could vote that day.
Remember.
Shout out to when that Glober told us to just go to the ice wall, and if we get shot, at least it proves our cause.
Dude, I love how you asked like what your profession was before you asked that, and if someone actually said I was an ice wall surfer as my profession before, I wouldn't even have slowed him down because he didn't even bat an eye or whatever.
It is a matter of just getting everybody on board, right? Like no matter what it is, if it was on a mass scale, it would work. Like practically anything. Like, oh, we're not going to buy pencils for like, you know, if it was a whole goddamn country, us not buying pencils for like a week would fucking make the world collapse. Be like, oh no, pencils, oh. Empires would fall, you know. But isn't this kind of that time in history? I just kind of feel like this like thing like in history where like it's really super important. Like we need to like do something. Like we the people. Like we can't rely on any of these. They're all clowns. They're all actors. They're all liars. It's all corruption, right?
Well,
it's corruption.
Action is sort of getting together and communicating and making people aware of the things that we figure out alone or in our dark collectively and come together, right? When we all like, oh, you found out that conspiracy alone in the dark, and now you have the same corroborative findings that we all have independently. And then once we take that knowledge by disseminating it to the public, right, which is what we're doing here and now, I think, getting together, collectively going through, inviting scrutiny, inviting debates, inviting credentialed PhD, proponents of the opposing side to come voice their opinion. Now you'll notice there's none of those, or there's none of anyone on the other side voicing their opinion. I mean, I think that the point is to gather and continue to speak about it, so that ultimately, collectively, the message, spreads through osmosis through everyone doing what we're doing now. I think so. I think that's one avenue, and that's I kind of think what we're doing.
I think it's a scientific explanation for it, and this one, it's neurologic, biologic. It's not a conspiracy, because when we are in historical context, on a error path with these, antithese, and synthese, then we are distracted, no? And what is the rehabilitation process? In other words, no, that's your question, actually your goal. And in my opinion, and that's also very basic, is to understand. To understand, to understand with big letters, no, with meaning, with gravity in it, with it's loaded, no, it's not only, do you understand? Yes, I understand. Oh, I don't understand. Oh, yo, think twice. No, you that, yeah, laat maar. Doei.
I totally forgot the situation. Were we gonna follow Justin? Is that what we're gonna do? And then we're gonna start a revolution? I thought.
The boycott is a way it could work. It is a way. It's just a matter of people. All it takes to change this whole vibe, is for it to be a must, right? If you just flip that switch and be like, this has to happen. Like we can't settle between a turd sandwich or giant douche, right? We can't just take this like, oh, everything's so shitty anyway. I guess we'll take this one that looks less shitty, and then we go that way, and it's always
You
terrible.
want to vote yourself out of tyranny? Yeah, that's a brilliant plan. We
No,
should try
that's
that again.
exactly what
Lesser
they teach us, how to protest, how to. That's the thesis. They create problems, and then you have solution, and then other alternative. Also, the alternative they have thought about. No, so you have to be original, authentic, and unique. Something like a
So
crazy.
we're back to an organically funded George Soros color funded revolution that we actually use for good. Does everyone agree on that? As the that is justifying those means? Look, if we start a propaganda campaign that we effectively market, but we propagandize the truth, is that morally reprehensible or not?
So, and then they provide us an option. No, listen to me. That's the trick. For us, better future is not an option. That's not what they not provide. It's a perspective, no? And we forget that hero. We're
Are you
looking
guys,
hero
What are
synthetical
you
and
saying,
are you guys getting the
theoretical.
see how like it's like it's only us Americans that are just sitting here quietly being like, well, I guess it wouldn't really work. Okay. And then it's everyone from other countries. It's like, yeah, we could do it, you guys. And it's like they're all like, we have revolutions, and the other countries have balls. They have their testicles still, right? God damn it, people. Like, when is like you gotta have your like something on fire at your toes for you to jump up and say,
Well,
I guess we got to do something about this thing.
I think a lot of other countries spend time complaining about Americans when they
well,
could be
dude,
boots on the ground doing shit.
Dude, if you guys watch what happened with COVID, they controlled all the information. If you watched your news, you would have said nobody was doing nothing. If you watched the world news, every other country was protesting, getting together, saying no, stepping up, doing all sorts of shit, collectively getting together to the tune of like 800,000 per thing. So like the collective disinformation on the news to paint the reality that they want you to perceive is how they get you to not act, I think. But yeah.
I get it, but that was then, and this is now.
Oh,
And I understand that history
Right.
does repeat itself, but at the same time, you can't dictate what the future is going to be based on the past. There is always a possibility for change, right? All it takes is just a small amount of people that actually like are gung ho about this, and for the right reasons, it spreads like wildfire. People know that this needs to happen. Whether you're like a very conservative person, whether you'd even care about politics at all, people can tell that the world is so fucked right now.
Guys, one moment. Is it
D3, are
only
you
me that
glitching?
is hearing everybody going to each other, or is it the app glitching?
I'm confused.
I was just
Say
asking
what?
D3 if he was glitching.
Everybody's talking through each other.
Nope. I think you might be
Who is
glitching.
talking now?
My apologies.
It was all good on my end.
I've got everybody talking to each other. They can't comprehend anything anymore.
You
It
might
was
be on a
something like
delay.
a. It
Chris,
was
I
something
don't
like
even
a
see you on
quantum leap.
stage right now.
It was a quantum leap, and why
I'm
make a
gonna
joke of
jump
it?
down again because I can't understand anything because everybody's talking to each other.
Yeah, hey, Ninebot, if you want to hop down too, maybe we'll bring you back up sometime.
Okay, we might have to reset a little bit, because I see a couple people glitching, but Truth Path was next. He does have his hand up.
Yeah, I have a couple. I wanted to get back to something you said before, but in terms of what science said, did you see the other directive or rule they just said that if you have three or more people get together and speak about this stuff, that you're breaking the law now, and like you're basically forming a militia, and militias are now outlawed? Did you? I also read about the thing that you spoke of as well.
That's another one of these things that's happening that we should be taking as a red flag, you know?
That's
Like,
hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. 3 or more
Yeah. So,
people.
yeah, that's what it is. Three or more people get together and speak of this. They're now going to be defined as a militia, and those are now outlawed according to these new rules that, uh, whatever they are. I know the other one was the DoD, so it may very well be them.
It's like an insurgent. What is that?
I think this is a big honeypot to get everybody to come back to this app, be socially, scored, put on lists. Who could be a potential threat? Who wouldn't be? I know it sounds paranoid, but
No more Black Mirror, son.
You guys aren't on a list yet? All my friends are on lists.
By
this
the
is
way,
something that
Exactly.
credit card companies have already
You better be
announced
on
that
the
they're
list.
doing this. So they are having a carbon and a social credit score.
sidebar, Vegeta, if you want to come up here, you should.
Hey, yeah, proud I was glitching. To respond to sign, I'm with you, brother. The only thing is, like, are people gonna do anything? You know, that's the question. Like you said, other people from other countries say things, and being that I lived outside of the country, I can kind of give you a perspective on like that. Um, a lot of a lot of other people who don't have guns, they see us as one of the few places on Earth who actually have a chance at, you know, determining how we do things. Because they don't have that chance, or that's how they see it. They see that they don't have that chance because they don't have weapons, they don't have guns. Even though that's not technically true, right? Power is always in numbers, regardless. And we really don't need to use guns aside from backing down the police as we go in and remove people from offices and replace them. It's that simple. We don't need to kill nobody. We don't need to hurt nobody unless the police shoot. Then we have to back down the police. And if people ain't ready to do all of that, ain't nothing happening, bro. We can't vote our way out.
Things have to be bad enough for it to be necessary. Like people have to have something interfere with their life.
That's it. That's it. And it's got to be bad enough on like such a in your face level everywhere. And that's the problem. Like people keep going along with things because it ain't affecting them directly. It's affecting them indirectly.
So
they
you're
don't
saying
get it.
You're saying we're screwed. They have to make people uncomfortable enough to act, but they perfected the boiling the frog method until it's gonna be too late for everyone.
Yes.
I know.
They're not jumping out,
Exactly.
bro. They're not. We're looking. We're like climbing on the sides and shit. And we already hopped out, and we trying to look back, like, yo.
Yeah, we're like, guys, get out of the water. They're like, nah, man, it's fine. No one's ever got
Yeah, it's
burned
kinda
in the
nice
water
here, actually.
before.
It's
We've never
warm.
seen anyone die. You guys are crazy. And we're like, nah, it's hotter. It's getting hotter.
That's
I
just a
swear, it's hotter now than
conspiracy
it's ever
theory, man.
been. They're like, nah, man, you know, it's crazy. And like, honestly, you have no evidence for us to go tell you that frogs are gonna die. No frog has ever died in the water. But we're like, nah, man, it's definitely getting hotter. The logical conclusion of that is you guys are gonna boil. And they're like, nah, it's never boiled, right? That's kind of where we're at.
Dude, you've been spending too much time on frog Twitter. Good, you with conspiracy theorists.
Frog.
Water's fine. It's not gonna get too hot. Shit.
That's so funny. All right, we got a bunch of heads though. Truth was speaking. What's up, Truth?
Yeah, just to add a little bit more to that is, Europe has a long, long history of revolutions where, the United States has one, but I don't know how the younger generations have been taught that, and it seems like the older generations have been pacified to some extent. But I wanted to go back to what was being said before about, where Jerusalem and Israel and all these things were, and the Garden of Eden. And, if you believe in the flood, which, 270 odd civilizations all speak of the flood, is that, the Garden of Eden could be under 1,000 or 2,000 feet of earth, or whatever was buried, could be under the water. And then the other thing is according to modern science, there was Pangea, the supercontinent, and the Bible kind of speaks of the land as well as one giant continent. And it's a matter of time. Modern science says it took billions of years for the continents to drift apart, and it's very possible that the flood was, could have taken a year for the continents to be moved, and Florida may have very well been over there, closer to the Middle East. And the United States was probably connected over there as well. And if you want to do a little research, there's some good documentaries on. Sorry, one second. There's good documentaries. One's on Tubi. It's called The Ark in the Darkness, and it takes a scientific look at the world today, geography, and proof of the flood, and also on Prime, the days of Noah kind of speaks to that, and it speaks of, it actually kind of goes into the Catholic Church being the whore of Babylon, and the part of the beast system, as they're dressed in purple and gold and all that kind of stuff. But anyways, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have something to comment to that, and like 5 other people that spoke on the subject. May I reply?
God.
Yeah, just don't drag it out too long.
Yeah, I
we'd say
won't.
one to
I'll
address
be
them,
extremely direct.
but then it would sit left, and I don't think anybody else cares. But okay.
No, you can continually fading it and shading it, but at the end of the day, once everyone figures this out, I think that you're going to have a much different opinion when you actually look at it. So I'm going to go ahead and address each person. First is Lynn. Lynn tried to claim that I didn't put scripture and verse. I put scripture and verse between each camp on my photos and screenshots. So those are 100% accounted for. Taylor did not post the actual waters of Marah. She posted the palm trees and wells at Elim, which is the camp after the waters of Marah. So those are not the waters of Marah. That's Elim. There were multiple different thoughts behind Florida being the real Garden of Eden. But if you're going to say that, then the Gihon should encompass the entire land of Ethiopia. So that would have to be fact checked. That's Genesis 2:13. Also, you'd have to have Assyria being east of the Hiddekel, which is Genesis 2:14. And then you'd have to have the Pison, which encompasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, bdellium, and onyx stone. So that would have to be fact checked. That's Genesis 2:11 through 12. And then there are multiple different things that I posted in the map. I posted it in the Jumbotron at the top. It is Numbers. What do I have it? It's the start of Numbers.
Okay, come on now. Land it up.
Okay,
Land
I
it
got
up.
it right here. Don't shut me up. I got Numbers 33:17 through 36, and I have every single route and camp accounted for. And I'd like everyone that has interest in this subject to tell me where each one of those places are at in Israel and the Middle East, because I don't think you can do it. Here's a challenge. So go for it. If you're so enlightened and you think that you're so smart, D369, then you tell me where they're at.
Dude, I honestly don't care about what you're talking about. So if you want to go open a space with that, be my guest, brother.
Yeah.
This is a flat Earth.
Yeah,
This is a
Everybody
flat
talks
we're
about
Earth
the
not trying to
space.
shape of the
silence
Earth,
you.
or the
We're not
motion of
trying to
Earth, or
silence
anything like
you.
that.
You want to
Like,
talk
This is
damn.
just not
physics?
direct
If not,
flat Earth related.
peace.
But it was
No, a
brought
lot
up.
of other
So
people
we
talk
just
about
wanted
the
to get
Bible in
it
this
off.
space,
Yeah,
This
I
and
is
know. That's
true.
why
This
we're
is
letting you
true. And
get
we
your
let
shit
you
off.
rock. We let you rock, right? But we let you rock. You guys were talking about the Bible for a good 2 hours.
But yeah, if anybody else wants to challenge that in a minute, we might let them. But
Yeah. You got your piece off, brother. That's cool.
he said Taylor.
But we want to talk about the Bible some more.
No, it's not even that. It's I want to preach the specific thing that I speak about all the time in the exact order. Don't interrupt me while I do it, and don't question anything, even though I have nothing more than trust me, bro. That's my contention with it. Speak for
no,
yourself.
actually, there's no trust me, bro. I have scripture line and verse between each camp, so you need to check yourself.
Before you wreck yourself.
Dude, I'm not playing with you, man. I know what I'm
soundboard at?
talking about. I've been researching this a long time. Like, don't
Please
act like
don't
I
We're
wake
don't know what
not
I'm
Taylor
talking
up.
saying
about.
Please
that, bro.
don't
We're
wake
not
Taylor
saying
up.
that. We the people up here are not even contending with you. That's other people contending with you.
You got
We
it,
just
dog.
saying
You
we
got it.
heard your piece and it's good and you got your last points off. All right, now wrap it up. That's it. We got other hands up.
This subject isn't going anywhere. I've only started. I've only shared with you all 1% of what I know. It's so much more. So, this is just scratching the surface to get the party started.
Great. So open your own space and we'll hop over there when you got it going.
I got my hands up and the DJ is playing my song. If you know, you know.
I'll get you next time, Inspector Gadget.
Well, I'm gonna go get my list of totally proven scientific experiments that disprove what you're saying that definitely exist. I'll be back. Hold on, I'll send you an email.
I don't know if Lord
Flat or Justin or the Lord.
Justin, yeah. I was just gonna say let Justin get in here.
Justin, what's up?
For the people.
I'm just cracking up because I couldn't even hear the person. They were invisible to me. I must have them blocked. But once I heard Shane sigh and I saw that they were invisible, I'm like, man, I always block the right people. I never miss one.
Yeah, you do, bro.
Anyways, I was just going to add a little 2 cents to the whole, I know we all have that sentiment of wanting to change things and we need to do something now. But as someone who's protested a lot, I just really feel at the end of the day, it's what they want us to do. Protesting has its place. It's just a tiny little piece of the puzzle. But they want us to revolt. They want us to get crazy so they can, order out of chaos. So I think at the end of the day, just opting out is a much better option in any way you can. And I'm not just talking about opting out of voting or watching CNN. I mean completely opting out of all of the fear, all of the propaganda, anything mainstream related, unless you can just observe it go by you with no emotional attachment. If you can't do that, then just completely tune out, because the off-grid family is not the Amish. They're not too worried about the next thing that Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is going to do. Does COVID and
Actually,
worldwide psyops sort of step in and start to affect everyone? Yes, I do see that. But that's where I think we really just truly have to wake up people faster, because I've seen way more change from waking someone up to their poisoned food or the flat earth or whatever, completely changing their life, educating their kids about these things, and now they're not slaves anymore to the system, and they're completely opting out. Because if no one's buying Burger King closes, right? People are still watching CNN. People are still it's almost dead, but we've got to, once we get to the point where no one's going to see Neil deGrasse Tyson, we got to get over on that side of the fence more. So I encourage people, as bad as you want to like organize everybody to show up at the same place at the same day and say we've had enough, the quickest way to say we've had enough is to get everyone to collectively keep opting out, financially, mentally, in every way possible. So
Well
that's
said.
all.
Well said. Well
Mattress
said.
Yeah,
Firm
that
and
was
Arby's are still in production. I don't really know how those companies are still thriving when nobody employs them. So interesting, Justin.
dude. You're a good orator. That had the tune of a really good speech. I'm like filled with enthusiasm to follow you now. Isn't that weird?
I appreciate that. I was getting a little fired up. I had to get it out.
Hey,
Well done.
speaking about bowing out of things, this is something that the conspiracy theorists is always harping on. It's about the financial system and money and just using gold and silver. That is one way. I know it's not accepted in stores, but new stores can open and we can choose to accept gold and silver. We don't have to accept, we don't have to use currency, right? It's another way. Anyway, next, who was it? The Lord or Flats? Flat
That's
Lads?
legal, D3.
Flat lad.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
That's legal to accept gold or silver as currency.
Actually, gold and silver is the only legal tender according constitutionally.
except you
How does
can't.
one tax write that off? You feel me?
So
Like,
the problem is what they did was all companies, right? To register a company and to do business, you have to register, you have to become a corporation or some other entity in order to do so. However, we're considered a company. You can go read this on the IRS website. We're considered a sole proprietorship regardless whether we register or not.
Stop scratching.
But yeah, we don't have to do all of that. They can't stop us from using gold and silver. So it's within our constitutional rights. So go ahead. Who was it? Flats? Flat lad?
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So I'm a frog over here sitting on my bucket of boiling water. Like, am I supposed to be concerned with my reference frame or the boiling water?
Nice. Well
Profound
played.
questions. Profound. Let's swing on over to the Lord, MC.
Yo, what's going on?
goody?
Hey, Sacred, I actually came over here to holla at you, man. I'm from the Flat Earth Gang over on Clubhouse,
Okay.
and yeah, man. I'm trying to get you to come over, man. We're gonna roll out the carpet. You're a proud flirt. Shane was already over there. We had Shane. Shane comes drop by a couple times. And we had space audits in there. Too came drop by. We interviewed Dave Weiss, a couple other guys came through. So yeah, I admire what you do from the background, man. You're to me, you're one of the better hosts of spaces, of these flutter spaces. And I seen you cook guys in very short order, man. So yeah, man, we would love to have you over at Flutter Earth Gang one day. And yeah, and YouTube proud flirt,
were you
come stop. Yeah, I need to
Yeah.
come stop
All
by
you
one
gotta
there
do
day.
the
is
other day when Witsit was there? I don't know. Who was
Yep.
Yeah. What was? Yeah. It was there when
Well,
Whistle was
all you
there
gotta
for
do is
sure.
get Proud Flurf there, and then she'll create Sacred there, and then Sacred will have to go there. That's how the order of events will work.
All right, that's how I'm. All right, that's
You
how I'm gonna have to do that.
adjust your
All right, for
strategy, man. I'm
sure.
gonna help you out, and then we're gonna drag her there, and then it'll all fall into place.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out how Clubhouse works.
Yeah. Just, we host rooms like every other day, well, pretty much every day. So yeah, just drop. It's more like conversational. I consider you guys, a lot of you guys in here. I consider you guys like a real flat earthers. We're more, we love the conversation. And we have some really bright dudes, over there as well. But like, man, you guys be cooking over here, man. And I was so mad that I missed John. He's like our resident PhD. He's like our Dr. Robotnik.
Oh,
And
you missed his
I'm
dissection?
I'm
That's
not,
crazy.
yeah, I
It's okay.
missed it. I
Recorded the
missed it.
whole thing. Don't
Oh
worry
man, I
about it. It's
missed.
fine.
Oh,
But I'm
all
sure.
right, cool. Yeah, I need to check that out. I need to hear that because God damn, he's like, you know you can have a good conversation with him, but once you say something that he thinks shouldn't be possible, I remember talking to him about the false sunset phenomenon. Basically, you see this is like I randomly came across. I didn't even know it was a thing. I randomly looked in the sky. While the sun is on one side, the moon is on the other. It was during the full moon. It almost looked like day and night was divided in half. The craziest shit I ever seen. And you can almost see where the sun's light ended and darkness began with the sun above the horizon. And he was just like, "Yo, that's not possible," you know. And this is a known phenomenon called the false sunset. But he was just like, "Yeah, that's not possible. If you anytime you cook them, you know, he'll just say, oh no, he'll just ignore you." Like one time I told him, hey, you don't need a downward vector of any sort to create air pressure. You just need varying temperatures and just something to whoosh it around, and and a big enough container, you can create you can create air pressure without a downward vector. And I don't know, man. He's like the dumbest guy with a PhD that I fucking know. I can get you. I can. I can get. I can give you a bunch of stories. But anyway, man. I'm always happy to be here, man. I love what y'all doing with the space. And again, yeah, Sacred and Proud Flirt. I would definitely love to roll out the red carpet for y'all.
I do remember a pretty fluffy red carpet when I went over there, to be honest, Sacred. So if you're looking forward to it, it wasn't bad. Like I went over there like, oh, I'm gonna have to help people, and I was like, oh wait, but I'm surrounded by a bunch of competent, proficient people who are articulate in the arguments that I put forth just last week. Damn, like that's pretty legit. That's definitely not what I expected, but that's why when I came back, I was like, y'all gotta check this out. These people are pretty cool.
Fire.
Yeah, it's on the list. It's on the list. We were supposed to spin the block on TikTok because we got some light zero, Coke Zero smoke over there. But no, it's on the list for sure, for sure.
Yo, Robot Polisher and I got deleted on TikTok on the same day. It was the same Z's thing, but now I'm just very reluctant to go back and build another 1,000 or whatever. I was like, ooh, Clubhouse. That looks more fun or whatever.
Yeah, I'm completely done with TikTok at this point. I'll try Clubhouse though.
But I do have I guess a general question to the room. I kind of got, I don't know, I gotta kind of explain it as I exit. Um, but I've noticed that on you guys' Discord, there was a guy who had a PhD, who was a flat earther. Now I don't know this. I guess I'm gonna ask you like, hey, like, is his arguments competent? Because I've noticed that we have a guy with a master's degree. He's really good, but he also makes like very kind of off arguments that makes me go like, like, he's good at numbers, but some things he misses as well. And there's another guy that we have that has a master's. He's a flat earther. He doesn't engage in any debates. So I was wondering, like, what's you guys like experience with, more so, I don't know what's the word, college educated flat
Do you
earthers.
mean Robert Bennett as the PhD flat
Yeah, I
earther?
was gonna ask. You mean
Yeah.
geocentrist or
Yeah,
or
because
flat earther? He's not a flat earther.
he's definitely not a flat earther.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, you know, it's
Excuse
cool.
me.
We don't ever argue with him about it. But yeah,
Geocentric.
he's a
Yeah.
geostatist, right? Meaning not necessarily from the
Okay.
center, but lack of Earth motion. And it's like the most insurmountably solid position you could possibly hold and still be a glober, which is why we don't mess with him about anything.
Yeah, dude, he brought us the bucket.
Yeah, we love Robert Bennett.
He's fire, bro.
I can see
his
how you might
arguments
think.
are on point.
Yep, like his motion, the argument of motion defeats the whole heliocentric model. That's why we're so eager to take the motion battle about anything. And they're like, it's a globe then, and we're like, listen, I'm content to let you have a motionless globe in the middle of nowhere that can't go anywhere and see how long the rest of the model stays up around you or whatever. They don't understand that, so I'll let them think about it for a little while, or just not argue it. Right? Motion is everything.
Has he been the only one?
Yeah, that's funny.
Shane, has he been the only and Sacred and Proud? Has he been the only one like PhD that has been like really cool like that? Or has there been any others?
Well, the retired thing helps a lot, right? I don't know.
I think we've met a couple quote unquote cool PhDs over there on TikTok. When we say cool, we just mean like, science intellectuals who are not trying to hide behind a gotcha, thinking that they can't admit the discrepancies within science. Like we've met some PhDs that are willing to admit, like, hey, yeah, we don't have that shit figured out. It's not all seamless. It's not all settled.
Right.
But I don't think we have any other Robert Bennett. So he'll write a paper that will specifically use and then use things from that paper with a mathematical. We'll be like, oh, we'll apply it here and then we'll wield it as a weapon. He'll give us like literally he wrote a thing that produced my tides presentation. His whole geostatus of tides paper that he produced, like give me a 2.5 hour banger on tides just from that paper. And I was trying to understand what he did there. So I don't think that we don't have anyone else that contributes as well as he does to our side of the arguments.
I did
So he's like
Universer, but I feel like he was leaning towards geocentrist. I'm trying to find him. I think he's like a particle physicist. And then the guy on here is Stu something guy. Believes in the ether, but I think he's a globe earther too. They're in the mix. They're in the mix. Go ahead, Lord.
No, I was gonna say, so I guess these guys would be like in a category of like hostile witnesses. Like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You make good kind of promote our points. You just, yeah, and that's kind of what I was kind of getting at. 'Cause like even we have a guy who has a master's over on Clubhouse. He argues like he is a flat earther, but he'll make some arguments where I'm like,
it's cool to let people have different beliefs, and you don't have to believe every single one of somebody else's beliefs in order to have a good conversation. Like, honestly, when we do streams with them, people in the comments are like, convince them that it's flat. And we're like, shut up. Nobody cares. He's talking about the most like profound point right now in the most elegant way in a custom thing that you're like trying to yell at him. Like, no, stop it. That's not what it's about.
But I thought homogeneity and groupthink was the best way to assimilate people into the group.
You are right, Johnny Glover, actually. That's a very good point. What's up, man?
Good morning.
I like how you just adopted a persona of globularity now. I like how you like to go with it, and whenever you want to repeat the most common questions that they get to interrupt us with. But on a side note, I stole that picture you made, and now it's my background forever, so thank you.
I didn't make it, Val made it. But earlier someone said that he knew the dumbest PhD he ever met. And I was thinking, like, man, I want to do it. I want to compete.
I was truly inspired to become the dumbest PhD.
Yeah, I mean, a mission is a mission, right? Like, it's something to strive towards.
Dude, I like when they take general stabs at, like, collectively, you guys don't know science because you didn't go to college. And it's like, oh, well, how many degrees do you have? Is it more than 2? No? Well, then what the hell are you talking about? Only having been through it would I know how useless something like that would be, and especially in this circumstance, especially when you're just going to lean loosely on the accreditation of others without knowing yourself. You're just loosely like, look, other people have degrees, thus you're stupid. It's a really, really weak position. Anyway,
If you're gonna say, you can't talk about this, you don't have the level, you don't have the credential. That's fine. When we get the person who has the credential up here, you should have the same energy for that person. You should be able to engage in the conversation because there's no problem now. And as we've seen with Bennett, people don't want to do that. People run from the conversation with Bennett, who has the credential, who has the tenure, the PhD, and it's ridiculous at this point.
Yep. That's why he agrees with all of our points.
Yeah, I ask him weird questions when discussing heliocentrism versus geocentrism about dating meteorites and how old he believes the Earth is. Totally weird questions.
Dude, that was my funniest part. You tried to get out of a gotcha, and he was like, "Oh, the basis for all the dating. What's the radio half-life of the radiocarbon dating method that you guys rely on?" He was like, "What?" Wasn't prepared for a follow-up, and then let me pretend to misunderstand this for the next 3 minutes, which was crazy because he came up with that on the fly. When in the after show, he was like, "I didn't know he was going to ask me that," and we were like, "Well, you handled it exceptionally well, then."
Let's let Chris jump in, and then I want to hear from Axel. Hey, Chris.
Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Before you guys move on, Sigel, where can I find that? Where can I find what's it getting cooked? I mean, what's it cooking? John, where I got that
I got
saved
you.
at?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Before
you
y'all
ain't
move
never
on.
gonna see
All right,
you ain't
thank you.
never gonna see Wizard getting cooked. But
Nah,
you may
listen.
catch that on Earth Awakenings. And shout out to you, gang, for supporting, man, and taking the trip over to spaces. So y'all gotta find a portal and pop over on Clubhouse and show y'all some love. We gotta get right.
Facts.
For sure.
Alrighty, back to Chris. How's it going?
Uh-oh.
Think
Yeah,
she
can you guys
dropped.
hear her?
I think she
Yeah,
dropped.
she dropped. I don't think she could hear us.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up.
Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays, Axeleron. How you say your name? Pronounce your name?
Acceleron.
You gotta press the mic button in the
I'm just gonna
corner.
call him Axelrod. What do you guys think?
Yeah, why not? Like Zeus pick. Who is that?
The little mic button in the corner unlocks your mic.
Well, he's got a blue check mark, so we know that means he makes money on Twitter, right, guys? Because that's how blue
No,
check
that
marks
does
go.
not. Do not. You sound like a gosh. I just want to tweet more, guys. I don't want to be restricted by 40 characters. Like, let me just yap.
The most vicious rumor of retardation I've ever heard in my life.
I'm saying.
I was a little mad when they increased when they made the articles the premium plus tier. I was like, oh fuck you guys.
Right? But dude,
Because I was getting into
that.
the article thing,
Yeah, I wrote all the articles and I can't use it, but Space Audits can reference my own links and give them back to me because he paid for it or whatever. But you need to pay for it to stream is the only thing that got us at, right? So we're gonna stream on Twitter, so he got me.
Right.
Are you at work, Axe?
Well, Galatrax came up. I don't see a hand up, but I know you came up recently.
And
What's
so
up,
did
pal?
Lester X. I think that's a Glober too.
Lester?
So, yeah.
Galatrax can entertain us on cue. If not, we'll demote him from his janitorial tag or whatever.
Janitorial tag. Excuse me, sir. I am a current operating
Oh,
officer.
I'm sorry. He got 7 promotions. I forgot about. He's the current director of the custodial arts or something.
Yeah, director of custodial arts or something. As if my title means nothing to you. We worked really hard on that title together, Shane.
It's really impressive. Did I say it was snark? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you meant managing director of custodial services.
That's what it was. You're right. I'm very.
Yeah, I got my first hate post last night.
About you specifically? High five, bro.
Yeah,
we need a round of applause.
I posted something super wholesome. So I posted new drip regarding my Aether cosmology, the things that Val made me. What did that guy say? This guy engaged. It was the Domp guy or whatever his name is. I don't know what his name is. Womp.
Sounds like a terrible troll. Yeah.
Yeah, that Womp guy. He just like spiraled out of control. He's like, "How did you have a hobby, you stupid fucking retard," or something like that.
Dude, that was the guy who waited an hour and a half to tell what a wet drunk he was or whatever.
Yeah.
That was the guy that peed on Hot Mic when we were.
What?
Yeah, womp womp.
Is that what he's known for you? That's
Axel,
cool. I guess we all remember a different terrible incident for that guy.
you can jump in, Axel. We were calling on you, like we wanted you to speak. It was your turn. He said he could hear us.
Hey, this is Lester. I was gonna say, did you guys see that rocket ship? That I think that video is fake. That rocket thing that landed.
Oh,
What's the story?
self-correcting.
Chopsticks?
I
Yeah,
saw it. I don't think it's fake, but I'm sure some people do. Why do you think it's fake?
well, all those videos. I mean, I've seen multiple of these, but this latest one, it just doesn't look possible.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
to each
so
his
you
own.
think it's real? You think it's real?
Yeah,
Like a remote control
I think we shoot stuff
system
up, and I think the SpaceX rockets are capable of coming back.
Dude,
on command.
I got to comment on it, Lester. I saw it too, and my question marks are how heavy is the booster when it's coming back down empty of gas, like, of fuel? Because we're talking metric tons, and it comes in at funny little angles, it slides into position. And I had somebody, anti-flat earther, saying, no, this thing like grabbed it out of the sky, but that's not what happened. There was a thing to
No.
stabilize it a little bit, and then it just lands on those tabs and it just hangs there. And then my question is, what's going to get that down off of the tower? Like, what's going to lift that down? A crane? But anyway, it just seems foolish. It seems really like
okay, I'm gonna
foolish.
assume it's real, but if it's not real, why would they go through so many hoops to make it fake? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't understand what in the hell is going on here.
Hey, do you want me to explain it to you, Lester?
I think they're pulling the shade over my eyes.
You want to know why they go through so many hoops? Because
Yeah, go ahead.
they have to justify using your taxpayer money every year. And if you believe that they're using it for this, then they can keep it for themselves.
But the thing is, the other part of it is I for some reason trust this Elon guy, but I think he's even more of a scam than the art, and he's working with these guys.
Well, I mean, that was his video, right? So
But you see what I'm saying? I want to trust the motherfucker though, for some reason.
I don't want to trust
That's
anybody. I
crazy.
just see it as like
Conspiratorial.
we have technology. Stuff goes up, stuff comes down, stuff is floating in the air, stuff is out in low Earth orbit and stuff like that. But videos and things like that, there's a lot of questions about this stuff. Um, you can say everything's a conspiracy if you really want to.
Excuse me. Yeah. No, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I'm not going to use that word right now.
No, a lot of people do. Not you
Yeah.
particularly.
But it just looks fucking fake. I'm gonna stand on that hill right now until I go down to Florida or wherever they're fucking doing it, and I see it with my own goddamn eyes. I ain't gonna believe it.
That's a good stance to take, honestly.
I mean, I can't. This shit's starting to make my head fucking spin. It's starting to turn my head into mashed potatoes. I mean, I'm starting to
So
get really
fun
stupid.
fact.
What's that?
I was gonna say fun fact. I actually seen one of those rockets launch, but it was way before I was questioning that.
The money they print from nothing.
Well, no, wow. Oh, jeez. Right, that's a whole different discussion. But somebody mentioned that. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
here's my question, right? With all of these crazy cool launches, like what Elon did when he landed that thing on the platform, you mean to tell me that there's no like bystander video that like verifies this?
but that's how I saw it. Well, I've seen multiple versions, but the first version I saw was some bystanders, but it had to be fake. It just had it almost like everybody's at a bar or something and at a baseball game. Oh yeah, that's awesome. You know,
I've never seen an iPhone video of this thing landing. I've only seen like production value videos.
Oh no,
I did
I've seen a couple. I've seen a couple independent, like just like iPhone guys do it.
that. I did see an iPhone one too. Yeah. But I don't know. I wouldn't try to fake that. I don't know what's going on with this. It seems fishy to me.
I will
You
say
know, I
this:
agree.
Elon did admit that he was putting helium in his rockets to help with the weight.
Yeah, I agree. They're
And not to burst your
wasting a lot of money. I feel
not
like all that money. I'm sorry, Justin. I feel like all that money should be directed towards point source energy and what we can do with manipulating that, and mastering levitation and anti-gravity and things like that. Those types of things that can get us into a better type of system for travel. If we can go out there, then yeah, we should have better systems for travel, because the rocket propulsion system is kind of stupid for that.
My feedback on the whole thing, if I'm not talking over somebody, my audio is always
Nope, you're
jacked.
fine. You go,
Okay,
JT.
so here's the thing. What woke me up to flat Earth was finding the fakery in NASA and then the other space agencies, like the Chinese water that's not coming out of the glass and just all sorts of weird stuff. Well, with SpaceX, I really wanted to like Elon and think he was up and up, but you got things like the car in space that he quotes a silly little quote that we all know. It's real because it looks so fake. But then why was the rear view mirror removed off the car when he said it was a completely intact car that wasn't touched or wasn't prepped for space, and the tires are fine in the negative torr vacuum, which of course doesn't suck, the anti-flat earthers say. And then his baby mama saying, like, somebody was saying space is fake, and Elon's baby's mama is like so fake. You got these like things going on, and honestly, when the ships were coming back down, when the boosters were coming back down and landing themselves on these tiny little floating platforms in the ocean, I was scratching my head like, this is just whack. This is so weird. Like, why would they do that? How are they going to get it and transport it to stable ground? And now they got the chopstick thing. I swear, you guys nailed it when you said, they're trying to make people believe they're spending all this money, but it's also a ritualistic, like humiliation ritual for people that believe it's absolutely true. They're just laughing if anybody buys it, because I definitely don't.
I think Justin
That
was
is
about to
good.
say
That's a good
something
point.
about bursting bubbles.
oh, was that me? I'll hear you say that word.
No, I was just gonna say that whoever said that was a good point. They're just doing it to laugh to see who believes the shit.
I haven't talked to you, Lester. I like your style, man. I like your voice and what you're bringing. I'm Run Boston Bear. My real name's JT, but yeah, man, good talking to you.
Cool.
Hey, you guys see Alan
Yeah,
with the
man.
request?
Not there
Alan,
anymore.
what?
I was just seeing if Sacred or Proud saw Alan with the request, or if they could get him up.
He's not there anymore. You gotta come back, Alan. Are we gonna rotate some mics, guys? Hope y'all having a good day.
Yeah, I can drop down if Alan wants to come up. And I think Justin Roberts was trying to speak, but it was like roboting. So, Justin, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna add real quick. I don't know what was going on, but yeah, they just keep you back so far. control environment, and I just wonder if they could still be tricking us once you.
Yeah, I mean,
Man,
how
I don't
much
know
do
what
these
they're
things
just.
actually weigh? What if they're just balloons? What if they're just like mostly made of balloons?
I heard they're holographic.
Not like literally balloons, by the way. I just mean like, what if they're like filled with like nothingness, like helium, that not real stuff, not heavy stuff. What if they just look heavy?
That's a good point. Or holographic.
Yo, is it
Yeah,
Like
physics
you're
fight
talking
you
morning?
about the
guys have
blow
seen
up
that
Snoopy
field goal,
balloons.
right? Where it's like you're driving on the highway and this thing kicks a field goal like into the building all the way across. Have you guys seen that? It's like a VR thing, but it looks completely real. I could probably pull that video up if you guys haven't seen it.
No,
Yeah, and I think
I'm
it's
landing on
entirely.
that one. You're right.
Yeah, and
You're
I think
right.
it's
It's
entirely possible.
holographic or VR. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
It's all good. Not only it's just cutting me off on itself. My mic is just has a mind of its own right now. And yeah, I lost my train of thought on that. So y'all just go ahead.
Well, I'll say you sound super clear
Damn,
right
you're loud and
now.
clear right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So go again. We're gonna pause for 5 seconds. Try to go again.
Everybody else, shut up. Put a lot of pressure on Justin. This will help him, I think, or whatever.
He was talking.
Yeah. So
You were talking. Go ahead, Justin.
I was just saying about how they could it's entirely possible that they're fooling us from that distance. And I also I'm not convinced if it's real or fake. I'm open to both. I don't know enough about it, but could they be testing, like you all said, holographic technology and seeing? So maybe those bystanders that are a couple miles back on the beach are watching something that they believe is real. I don't know. We don't know what they did on 9/11. We've seen the videos of the whale splashing into the gymnasium and like the fake water splashing all the kids in the stands. Like, was it Blue Beam? All these things, they could be so far ahead that that's possible. But I don't know, man. I think the jury's out, in my opinion, on what the rockets are doing and how fake they are. And shoot, maybe they're testing a multitude of methods, and we're seeing different things at different times.
Bro, I want to respond to Justin immediately because you might think I'm crazy, you might think I'm off my rocker, but I've been noticing an effort with augmented or 3D rendered worlds, like AI generated crowds. I mean, I swear with the trunk attempt, it was like those that wasn't some of those people weren't real, like the way they move their hands, you couldn't see anything on the screens on the phone. Just the other day, SpaceX had their whatever their heavy launch, and then almost immediately there was a clone channel, and I was fooled. I thought that it was actually something that SpaceX was doing because it showed like uh, thousands of people watching, and the live stream, like the comments and what weren't going, and it was actually a cloned account using some, fakery. And it's just, here's the thing. You don't know if you're looking on a screen, a black screen on your phone, on TikTok, anywhere media or on TV, they're getting much, much closer to them not even being real people. They're fabricated, and that's what's scary is that blurred line between reality, which the boomer generation and the most people think, hey, I saw it on TV, that's real. Soon real events are going to be happening in the real world and almost instantly are going to be rendered near copies, but with a little like it's like it's truth, this is really happening, right? Yes, but this is fake, and there's a little bit of a lie mixed in, and that's what's really scary about all this tech.
Yeah, I think you're gonna, not you, but like I think the next generation is gonna learn to have to be daywalkers. Like if you guys ever seen Blade or Owen Benjamin's stream, he says that he's a daywalker, and what he means by that is like he knows a certain tribe, so he can intertwine with them. But daywalkers in the sense that they have to pretend they're going with a certain narrative, but they're not actually. So I think, like, for example, COVID, I'm sure a lot of us were like, yeah, COVID, sure, scary, and like even though everyone knew it was bullshit, right? So like that's part of like the becoming a daywalker identity. Because, like, I don't know, for example, my mom loves Trump, and she thinks Trump is going to save the world. So what do I tell her? I'm like, yeah, Mom, Show off is great.
Nah, see, I completely disagree with that approach, but I get it. Some people, that's the way. I think everybody should stand firm and be like, absolutely not.
I think if for like specific conspiracy theorists, so I'm like a classical conspiracy theorist. I entertain the possibility that none of it is real.
Classical, modern Bible conspiracy or whatever.
Like, imagine someone's like, yeah, so I drove trucks to the 9/11 wreckage, and I pulled away some of the wreckage, and you're like, yeah, well, I entertain the possibility that no planes hit the towers, which is what I did at one point, and it just never goes well. They end up closing it up. Severe cog disc kicks in, where they're like, you don't literally go like, yeah, planes hit the towers and like that tire man at the base. It makes complete sense. More like you're like, oh, that's crazy, man. The wreckage. What was it like there? You just sort of don't, because the older the person, especially the boomers, they're not ready to be ripped out of it. You should just be kind to
Man,
them.
I was just thinking, like, who's that guy who like warned everyone the British, Paul Revere or something? I was gonna commend you on your strategy for taking so much time to explain that for someone, but then I was gonna compare and contrast it with mine. Who was like, well, I use 9/11 as a barometer. I'm like, hey, did 3 planes hit 2 towers? And if anything other than like a laugh or a no, I'm like moving on, right? I'm just not even gonna engage. And you're the one who's taking those people, and you're like, now listen, like logically, right? If a building falls down past free fall, I think maybe both are commendable or something.
Yeah, I think both are fine. I think you can still love the person. It's just like, how are you gonna convince someone if what was it, 3,000 truthers for 9/11? They were all engineers. They were all like people who were experienced in demolition. They know that demolition doesn't happen like that. They're like, that was the most immaculate demolition I've ever seen. Wait, it wasn't a demolition?
But dude, you're not going to get someone who doesn't believe that 9/11 was at least an inside job perpetuated by the Bush administration to their friends through legal summits so that they could at least get oil and start war. Like, if you don't at least believe that, you're not going to go jump up 7 steps on that staircase of incongruity, the staircase of disbelief of ever incongruous events between, JFK and COVID that gets you to the actual hump you need to believe to discredit the entire lump of statism that government puts in front of you to be like, oh, maybe it's not round or whatever. I think, anyway. Although
the base level is oil, right? The base level is we did it so we could go get the oil. But so at where I worked, I used to work with a lot of veterans, and a lot of them talked about how so-called active duty was them guarding poppy fields. So that would be the next level, right? Where they were.
Yep. That's a pretty good stepping stone.
Yeah, so like that's already past the oil. And then I talked to Andrew about that, and he's like, yeah. That's basically, a lot of guys are doing that.
And then you could even go to like corporate controlled media, which was there in the early 2000s, present when they were doing independent journalism and stuff. You could sway that in and bring it to the Rockefellers even at that point, who had started to reach and started to buy, right? So.
And then you get to like ancient tombs of Nephilim hybrids that were there. They're trying to extract DNA so they can CRISPR into, new.
Oh, he took a turn with me. I thought we were gonna go together.
Well, to me, it seems like the tides have shifted, especially in the last year and a half, because I've only been a flat earther for 2.5 years. And in the very beginning, it was like the last of sort of the tactics. I mean, we're in a whole new level of a game with this deal, with us being attacked in different ways. Because ultimately the globe, I mean, you can't, like, no one can go up against Witsit and a lot of people in this room with logic and the game. Everyone's up there understanding of the heliocentric model and the theory. And it's just, here's the thing. Everybody is saying, quote, it seems like everything's inverted. Like even the mainstream and some big people are like, everything seems to be upside down. We live in an upside down world. And now you don't have to hit them with, Gulf of Tonkin and 9/11 anymore. You don't even have to talk about governmental conspiracies because this is at the point that it's such a spiritual war and it's palpable, the word palpable. Um, you could just say, man, it seems like everything's jacked up and twisted. And then you stop there and see this is the crazy part. Like my aunt, when I became a flat earther, I just told her, I was like, hey, I believe in biblical cosmology. I don't know if you've ever heard about it. I think that the earth is the basement of all of creation and it's extended and it's a topographical plane. I think there's a firmament or a dome of some sort over us, and the luminaries revolve over top of us as they've done for thousands of years, and everything's much closer. And there's a lot of stuff that's weird with optics and like how we see the world, and that's how they invented the globe. And I just hit her with it just like that. And she was like, whoa, I've never heard anything like that. I was like, yep, I'm not sure if I'm right, but that's what I think is going on. And now it's been a whole year and a half, and I haven't changed my position. I've only gotten stronger with ether cosmology and everything I'm learning hearing you guys. And she's like, wow, so the moon puts off its own light and everything's closer and the world's flat. She's just cool with it. She doesn't know any of the other conspiracies. So I'm gonna land the plane with this. A lot of it has to do with your energy and your vibe when you're talking about this stuff. If you're happy to be awake and happy to be unshackled from so many multiple deceptions, and you're like, you know what? I'm going a new direction. I'm connecting with people. I'm eating better. I'm taking care of my body. I'm laughing. I'm playing. I'm grounding. And I don't care about any of this drama. Yeah, there's drama there and it's intensifying. But for me and my house, I'm going to find joy and peace and love and like truth, like truly connecting with others. That's half of why we show up to Flat Earth Fridays and rock it for 20 hours, 30 hours. So anyway, there's my little sermon. Be happy as you share what you found. Don't worry if they think you're crazy. Don't worry if, just kind of like you got to be guided by the spirit or discernment, however you want to play that out. But yeah, it's an amazing time to be alive.
Uh, if nobody's talking, is anybody talking? I'm talking over
No, it's
anybody.
clear.
I just didn't want to overlook the fact that Shane earlier said that Lynn is our honorary priest.
Who did I name?
What's up with that,
I don't
Shane?
remember naming a priest.
What'd you say?
I mean, I could have. Don't
You
get me
said
wrong.
Lynn Fox. You said whatever Lynn Fox says is truth, and you're going to believe it. She's our priest.
Live Fox. No, I said about the specific. Yeah, about the specific Israel and is America from that dude's perspective on the evidence that he spoke about 9 times. I was prepared to accept Lynn's verdict on it with unequivocally. Yeah, 100%. And I was like, you know what? She's like, I posted the proof, and I'm like, nah, I believe you. I believe you 100% immediately.
Um, Chris was definitely next, but after I want to make sure we hear from Mark and Kingsley, and then I want to make sure Lester didn't want to throw anything else in there before we rotate some mics. Welcome back, Chris.
Good evening. I just want to say hi, and I want to say I had lots of fun with the fluoride thing with my guy. Made even a joke about it, so I jumped in the shower, and he said "kook kook." So I'm having a good time. So good to hear you guys.
Thank you for blessing us with your presence. You as well, JT. Always a pleasure, guys. Hey, Mark, have you been here before? I feel like I've seen you before. Maybe not. You have to like press the mic button in the corner to unmute. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Nice to be here. Nice to be with all of y'all. I did want to point out a couple of things about the recent, rocket that came back into the clamps. And the one thing I noticed about that clip is there were no people there. And then they were interchanging that silly landing with this group of cheering people that looked completely like they were in a studio. So whether it was holographic or not, I looked at that and I said, that's fake. I mean, the physics of that aeronautically are preposterous.
Yeah.
Then I did also want to add something about Witsit. If y'all, I respect him a
I
lot.
don't think he's here.
Yeah, I respect him a lot. I think he's a very, very bright guy, but I'm just a little bit suspicious because he almost seems too perfect.
Well,
and he's talking about going down to Antarctica. Are y'all aware of that?
Never heard of it, but he's not here. He was here a little while ago.
Okay, well, he's talking about going down to Antarctica, and he expects to see the ice wall. And from what I
Is that what it's
understand,
about?
I don't know about that.
Crazy.
he said that. I heard him say that on one of the Flat Earth podcasts, and
Nice.
I do not believe the ice. Okay, I think it's a good idea, but I do not believe the ice wall goes around the entire coast of Antarctica. I think the typical place they enter Antarctica is off the tip of South America. And I don't think the ice wall is even there. So I got really a little bit concerned and suspicious if he goes down there and he says, "Oh, I didn't see an ice wall." Well, I don't think the ice wall goes around the entire circumference.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch that guy. We're gonna have to watch him.
Keep an eye out on him.
But he's a brilliant guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm just I think sometimes he's a little.
It's cool.
It's the hair.
Shane,
it's with its hair.
We're putting you on that. Stay on top of that, please.
Honestly, I'm prepared to go with all the people that are there. Who was our golden ticket winner? She seemed really trustworthy. I just met her like 2 days ago, but honestly, she's already part of the community. Yeah, I already like her a lot. I can tell she's really genuine. If she tells me whatever's going on, I think I'm going to believe it.
Bro, the first time I went into Clubhouse, that was the day that she got picked, and it was so awesome to be part of all that energy.
That's pretty
Everybody
funny.
was so excited.
Because I didn't care at all about the final experiment, and I still don't. But when she retold the thing, I was energized by it, and I got excited, and then I was baffled. I was like, "Whoa, you made me care! Oh, you're cool. You're really genuine, or whatever." It was something, right? She had something.
Yeah, I wanted to ask her what got her into Flat Earth.
Dude, she was supposed to come through last
she
night
explains
and tell her
it
story.
in the video when they did the golden ticket. Like, she gives her little spiel.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
if anybody's ever curious, but yeah, she can explain it too.
But my whole thing
So if you're curious, it's on the what's his name, the guy that's hosting the final experiment.
Yeah, I'll find it or not. Whatever.
As cool as it is, though, I think talking about it before they come back with all the results is negative to us, and like takes all the energy and swings the momentum around, because there's really no point in discussing the results of a said to be experiment should it take place and transpire exactly bring me some results with the videos, and then I'm cool talking about it. Until then, it's kind of like wasted energy.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, my hand's up. I still have a question, but Mark, what do you think is around Antarctica if it's not an ice wall? Just
wait, is this another twofer? Are you guys going to show me a timeshare or a condo?
No, you're getting me wrong. I believe the ice wall is absolutely there, 100%. I just do not think it. The typical place where they enter Antarctica off the tip of South America, there's a promontory.
No, that's a tourist. That's a tourist spot. That's not like that's where they take like the cruise ships to tell them they went to Antarctica, right?
Right. Okay. I'm fine with that. What I'm saying though is I do not think the ice wall might go around 95%, but that doesn't mean it goes around 100%. So I was definitely alerted, because the scenario is this: Witsit goes down there and he says, "I didn't see an ice wall." And then, he throws all the flat earth community into a loop, because he's now, and again, don't get me wrong, I think he's brilliant and I really like him. But a couple of...
Mark, do you know what the purpose of the final experiment is?
I'm not even sure which final experiment you're referring to.
So the final experiment is the group of globe earthers decided that they're going to go to Antarctica. There was talk about Witsit going to Antarctica with the group, fully funded, I guess, is what they were talking about. They just want like flat earthers and globe earthers to go. It's not fully funded, I know, Shane. There's like some things that are involved, but supposedly the ticket is paid for.
People are not thumbs downing hard enough. I'm sorry. Maybe I should mod harder for you, Sheepdog. Hold on, give me a sec.
But it had nothing to do with the Antarctic ice wall. The idea was to see a 24-hour sun.
No, I heard him mention it. And then I sent him an instant message on Twitter, just expressing that point that the ice wall would not necessarily cover the entire circumference, and he didn't respond. Now I know there's a very good chance he's a very busy guy, but like I said, and the sudden rise to prominence, that's always a red flag. So I'm just trying to warn people that this guy he's excellent, but there's a red flag there. And someone else in this chat mentioned not really trusting anybody 100%, and I agree with that.
That's the whole point, Mark.
Yeah.
I think. Mark? What are you? How new are you to this? Just curious, like, because I think that going to the North Pole would be much more interesting than going to the South Pole. I know they're trying to prove that they're trying to say there's a tilt and there's going to be a 24-hour sun and all this garbage, which probably is not going to happen. But I think going to the North Pole would be humanity's mission.
Well, that doesn't address the. All right, did you ask how new I am to all this? How long I've been a flat? I'd say over the last 4 years. I'd say I did listen to Eric Dubay a lot. I had a colleague at work, and I was already. And here's an interesting thing: I already knew the moon landings were obviously fake. Okay, and I'd already looked into geocentrism with a Catholic guy named Robert Sungenis. So before I even really started taking flat Earth seriously, you might say I was already halfway or 3/4 of the way there. So at that point, a colleague of mine at work, I just said, well, look, show me the model, explain how it works, and I'll make up my own mind. And when I just saw that simple conversion of Antarctica from a continent at the bottom of the globe to a ring around the flat stationary plane or disk, I said, this makes 100% sense to me. And then I was pretty much on board. And then here's a humorous thing that you all might appreciate. There's this Preet, this British Indian woman who supposedly visited the South Pole. They call her nickname is Polar Preet. Have you all heard of her? Well, I'm not getting an answer, but right at the time, I'm very seriously believing in flat Earth and saying this makes complete sense. This is about 4 years ago. There's this propaganda person named Polar Preet who supposedly visited the South Pole by herself, going something like 700 miles in 40 days without one dog, completely by herself on skis, towing a 200-pound sled. And I said to myself, there is no South Pole. This is total garbage.
Perfect. Okay. I just wanted. It sounds great. I don't think that Witsit is anything different than anybody else. Comeuppance. We shouldn't put our faith in any one person. Like that's a universal rule. But allow the enthusiastic voices to have their moments, and I think it's a positive thing.
Are we still talking about the
no,
isn't here?
I'm telling you, I admire him, but I'm just saying that's a red flag for me. And what about? I'd like to hear what people say about someone who suddenly rises to prominence like that.
Here's the thing, Mark. Some of us have been around Witsit for a long time, and we know how hard he's been working to put the word out.
Well,
I don't deny that.
I want to make a comment whenever I don't want to run over you. I'll wait, but let me know when I can.
You're running over me.
How about you both comment together, but make it a duet? How's that?
Sing it. No.
Okay, but I'm not calling him dad, even if there's a fight.
Mister, you're hilarious. Yeah, I'll go first, not in a rude way, but I know Witsit personally as a friend, and I don't think he would even claim that the ice wall goes all the way around the known world. How would he know that if he couldn't traverse the whole 75 or 77,000 mile journey around. What he has said is that Antarctica is known to have the highest average altitude or land, elevation. So
Elevation, yeah.
basically, the ice is there just because of the proximity the sun takes on its course around, the plane. If there's a huge chunk where there's not an ice wall, there's plenty of land to hold the waters back because we're ultimately call disconnected me.
You back?
So
I think
ultimately,
so. I got a phone call. It's probably going to come back again. I mean, I wasn't trying to be argumentative or anything, but um, ice wall or a portion of it not having an ice wall is no big deal. It doesn't debunk the true nature of our realm, and I wouldn't think that Witsit would claim a perfect, crisp 200-foot ice wall all the way around. You know what I'm saying?
I think it.
Right. This is what I heard him say a week or two ago, that he was going to be on this expedition, that he was looking forward to it, and that he expected to see the ice wall. So, yeah. And again, I don't want to besmirch him. I'm just saying use a little bit of caution. But one of the things for me was just there is no South Pole. And I encourage everybody to look up this polar preet person because it was so fraudulent. I was laughing at it.
Cool.
Of
Hey,
course there
where
isn't. They would send commercial air traffic over it if it existed, right? Like that was my first black pill, like eight years ago when there was no commercial air traffic that goes over the South Pole. So, it doesn't exist.
Do you have a copy of this video or this audio where Witsit claimed all these things just by chance?
No, I don't have a copy, but I know that he said it, but it was still tentative. It wasn't a guaranteed thing, but someone made reference to
Are
it.
you
The
sure somebody
final
else didn't say that
experiment.
Witsit said it, and then you said that Witsit said it?
Yo, trust him, bro.
I'm just.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm sorry.
Well, that was going to be
How
my
did we
comment
get
because
here
I've
again?
watched everything what's it said about this event, and I would like to see the video where he said that specifically that he was going to see the ice wall. I haven't heard him say that
Dude, I
once, and
think McToon
No,
might have said it
no.
in a
I've
Witsit
never heard of
voice,
it.
and that people might have mistook that for Witsit saying it. Maybe, like, I don't know. And then you heard a rumor that somebody said that Witsit said it, and now you're here telling us what Witsit said. It's weird.
No. I'm just saying he said that. I'm an
I'm just kidding. I didn't want to
eyewitness,
respond to that. I
and
don't really care. I'm sorry. I gave the wrong impression. That's just my mistake.
Okay.
right. And he did not say the purpose was to see the ice wall. He did not say that. He just said he expected to see the ice wall. And my understanding.
well, that's completely different.
Okay.
oh,
Yeah,
that
who
makes
gives a
sense.
fuck?
Yeah.
Jesus, dude. You should
So
send him
maybe he
another
was going to
DM.
see the 24-hour sun?
Dude, how are we going to guess it to what some dude might have said at some other time where nobody heard it? This is the weirdest, gayest conversation ever.
We're about to
Anyway,
move on. We're about to move
okay.
on. But yeah, it would
Let's
make more sense.
Well,
He said he was
get back to the final. Get back to the final experiment then,
No,
and I'll
that's
just
the
leave it at
super
that.
gay
it's not really
experiment. That's like
final
the
and it's
gayest
not
thing we
really an
could talk about.
experiment.
Thanks for your input, Mark.
All right. I came up before I forget. Is Lester still on the stage, or is he just a ghost?
He was here. I don't know if he's down there.
We call that Twitter artifacting. He may or may not exist.
Yeah, I know. I
I see
can't.
him down there.
there's
Okay,
a
I
Lester
just wanted to say
aberration.
that was one of the original ways Weiss got me was explaining, like this was like years and years and years ago about the weightlessness of the space shuttle, and I think the same thing's going on with the SpaceX thing. I think they're pure helium; they weigh nothing. I think that's the only explanation for how they do the crazy maneuvers and the way that it just hooked onto the arms. I think it's very clear that it's just a what is it, Kevlar balloon or something like that, filled with helium. So I don't know why we would do anything. I wanted to mention that they do things in patterns, right? So after they did the Mechzilla arm thing, the next day NASA launched this Europa Clipper rocket, right? So they do weird things in weird patterns. But again, it's all just helium-filled Kevlar. So that's all I have for you, Lester.
And those are solid points. I love all the feedback and everything you've been saying. Now, Mister, I ran over you. Your turn, buddy. What were you going to say, or do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say those videos. Every time you watch those like shuttle launches or the land, like even SpaceX has started doing it. You'll always see birds flying in the background. It's like That's how you know this shit is fake. So when Austin goes down and sees the ice wall that he's looking for, and you see birds in the sky, that's how you're going to know that he's full of shit, because there's going to be birds in the sky. But sorry, cat. Did you guys just hear my cat get stepped on? She
Yeah,
just
did you
got
step on her
totally
lard? Dude, I
stepped
feel
on.
bad for all your animals, man.
Well, dude, you know, that's what she gets for being quick under my feet. It was all fake anyways. I'm recording a video and I'm adding the birds in right now. But that is a real thing. Like, if you go and watch those videos, even with the what did you call it? The trumpet assassination, whatever it was, however you worded it. So I found out recently that was a Jewish ritual of initiation where they pour ram's blood on your right thumb, right ear, and right foot. That's why he lost his shoe. And there was birds flying in the background. Another point of those too is, like, you got to watch the sky, because it'll be like totally clear blue sky, and then the next scene it's all cloudy, and then it's clear blue, and then for the main shot where it lands, you know, it's just all of it's so inconsistent. And so that's the stuff that I'm going to be looking for when Austin goes to go see the ice wall around the entire perimeter of Antarctica, is those kinds of things. So Mark, just watch out for that, and we can catch this guy in his tracks. I know it. Landing it there.
I want to.
By the way,
Oh, go ahead.
I did not mean to bash Witsit. I did not mean to do that. I think he's great.
No, but
Yeah,
like
honestly,
nobody
Mark, you're
cares.
just way misunderstood. Like, you're misunderstanding the whole point of the whole thing, and that's okay. I was
Well,
gonna
no.
come in and try and save you. I was gonna come in and try and save you and be the nice guy, but then you just kept going with it, and I was like,
No,
oh,
man,
he
you're
really
free.
Dude,
thinks.
his second point was we should talk about the final experiment as hard as we can.
You're free to have your own opinion. I'd rather them not call us a cult. You're good, bro.
Dude, that cult thing is crazy. Independently arrived at the same independent conclusions, right? Without a leader. That's against the cult. I don't know.
Hey, that might be a meme. Flat Earth, a cult where every person independently arrives at the same conclusion.
Because, like, when I met Wissit, I asked him a bunch of crazy questions in sequence. That because I was like, listen, I come to these conclusions, but nobody else has any answers. If I just rattle them off, every single one of them was the same, and I was like, whew, either we're both nuts or we're right. You know, cool. But I think everyone had the same experience, and I think Wissit said he had that experience with like all of us, and then probably 700 times by now. So.
Let's let. Oh, I don't know if you guys are done going back and forth, but I was gonna say let's let Kingsley jump in, and then let's get to simulation and sharing. And we gotta rotate some mics.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop y'all. I hope Alan comes up. Maybe see you later.
Can you hear me?
Me
Yeah,
too. You
come on,
guys are
Jeff,
the
go ahead.
best. You guys are the best. Thank you for doing this again. Thank you for having me up.
No
Yes, sir.
problem.
Yes, sir.
Testing 1, 2. Can you
I don't
guys
know
hear
how
me?
much charge
Who'd you say was next, Proud?
Secret has left. Kingsley?
Kingsley!
Simulation?
Hey, sorry. Hey, there was a video by Karen B for the chopstick rocket launch, just breaking down the fakery and stuff. I think I posted it in
Mic check.
somewhere.
Can anyone hear me?
But yeah, for Lester, if you wanted to check it out or whatever, anybody else, Karen B did a good video.
Just taking dumps, dude. You can catch me on Instagram.
I digress, guys.
Yo, can you guys hear
We
me?
got a simulation on deck. That's a pretty cool picture, man.
How y'all doing? Yeah.
Yo, wait, real quick before you
If
begin, can you
y'all
guys hear
want to
me?
get, I need
Oh,
some
Big A
scientists.
on deck.
Oh, dude,
I
my
need
mic
some.
wasn't working this whole time.
Oh, I need some scientists. If anybody wants to do some research forget about the ice wall thing, because I discovered an ancient civilization of giants and technology and stuff that's at Mount Whitney. And I found, I've been doing a lot of field research. I actually saw a Stargate coming down on the beach of California through the fog. Like it opened a hole up in the fog and it came down, and then I seen portals in Sedona. But I'm trying to get a team. Ricky, I'm going to meet Ricky Sunday, and me and Eric is going to, talk about the skiff. We're doing a skiff to make a movie and a documentary and stuff.
That's what's
So,
up, yo. Tell Ricky and Eric I said peace.
yeah, and but it's real exciting, dude. If you never seen this wicked shit, man, it's fucking magical. It's bigger than Skinwalker Ranch.
Well, you sold
They got
me.
some highly evolved giants that were turning to stone. I could post a dinosaur dog that I took a photograph of. He was turned into stone. Even a giant human. And they got a bunch of dead giant humans in this mountain, but I'm calling it the mountain beyond the veil. And they got a bear too, scat there too. So we got to be careful. But we need walkie-talkies, boots on the ground. I mean, scientists or explorers that want to, do like Lewis and Clark thing. But it's going to be a low budget because it's real easy to get to. It's not like, if you're trying to go to Antarctica, that's the last damn thing I want to do, for real. Because I'm a good researcher too. But we need some drone people that have drones, walkie-talkies, and it's going to be a documentary too. So whoever comes and is part of the team, you're going to be probably in the documentary and talk about what you've seen there.
That's what's up. When you doing it?
Well, pretty soon, because it's getting cooler over there now. It's in the 70s
How
and
soon
40s.
is pretty soon?
This month or yeah.
Holy short notice, Batman.
That's incredible.
Maybe November too, the beginning of November. But we gotta get over there before it gets really cold. When the cold fronts come through, and it gets really cold.
Speaking of cold fronts, did a bear just pop out of hibernation and pop on stage or something? Or
He
did I miss?
did, bro.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Check.
Mic
Yes,
check.
sir.
Oh, finally.
Whoa, hey man.
You couldn't hear me earlier when Ice Wall was talking?
No.
Sir.
It's probably for the best.
My chat said something similar about what I said to my mute.
Oh, if we're discussing past discussions, I actually have a debate.
Oh God, your
analysis
mic.
on last night's thrilling discussion with Jesse that put everybody to sleep. Everyone fell asleep during that.
Hold on, no, but yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Well, no, I was let simulation finish up now that my mic's good to go.
Alrighty. Simulation. You wanted to finish up about the documentary you're shooting? You could definitely share a link to any websites or posts you got.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post some stuff. I took a photograph of the moon, and I got a photograph of the second moon behind the moon. This is awesome. I photographed the sun where it just disappeared, and it's like 1 minute and 44 seconds. But look, everything that we're seeing, it's a simulation. It's like a mirage. Like you see things, but it's not really that. It's not what you think it is, or whatever. But I just got a photograph, of this big giant thing. But why? If you look at the moon and it's glowing, okay, you're gonna see it in the photograph. But the other structure that's behind it, like a big moon, another moon, a smaller moon, but it's not glowing like that. This is it's that moon that we have up there that's shining. It's highly evolved technology stuff. Okay, it's aliens, all kind, But I'm gonna show y'all some of these dinosaur dog picture, the giant that was turned into stone. But if anybody wants to be involved, it's gonna be like a week thing, or usually when I go, it's all month. Because I don't have enough money for gas to get, leave or whatever. I got to wait till I get paid again. So, but we need money for funding, and we need boots on the ground, like people that like to hike and take photographs of all the things that's out there. Because no one knows what's out there but me, because I've been doing research for years out there now, and now it's time to do it. Like look at Carl Sagan. You remember that movie he did, Contact? They made the movie out of his story, but he died like 6 months before it came out. And I don't want to die before the movie comes out. That's why I'm trying to work on doing this thing. And the stuff that's out there, you will be amazed. Your eyes are going to be open when you go, because I could show people stuff and then they see it. And they got temples, structures. They have a dude. It looks like an Egyptian dude, big giant, holding up. It's a carving of a dude holding this dude upside down with one arm by his foot, and it's carving. And they got they got ancient hieroglyphs and shit out there, man. It's amazing. So the giant was pretty big. To hold a man upside down with one arm, with his left arm upside down, dangling like that, you got to be a big dude, a big, strong man. And there's some artifacts out there. But it's a free camping. Look, if you rent a camper or a van or whatever, and you come out there, we could have like over 100 people camping.
Yeah,
And
you're gonna show
there
me
still be
some
room.
giants. You're gonna show me some giant bones or one of them big swords that they all wielded. That's like the size of 3 people. Did you find any of those?
No, I didn't do no digging. No, I didn't do no digging.
You got to do digging, bro.
Well,
or go out there with
the
LiDAR.
thing
Go out there
is,
with LiDAR.
I've seen videos of the swords that they found. They've been digging up, and I bet you they got some kind of swords or bow and arrows, whatever. So, they got artifacts out there. The thing is, no one's really went out there and snooping around, checking it around. But it's
Okay,
gonna
so
be
if you find a bow, if you find a bow, I want you to put it on eBay, but only let me know.
Well, I'm about to post some stuff right now. And this recent picture I took of the moon, you could see the other moon behind the moon. You could see it. It's amazing. And the video of the sun, you got to freak out too. I freaked out when I was filming it. So I'm a show and tell now. But just get in touch with me if you want to be part of it. If you want to fly in to Los Angeles or whatever, and then we could go on from there, and you could meet us out there. Yeah.
Our host Sacred was really asking some interesting questions about the moon earlier, so he might be interested in your second moon.
Yeah, doctors, I actually looked into his Terminator moon thing that he was talking about. It turns out it's similar to the moon map, only it's a face. What they've done is they've mapped a perfect rendition of Arnold Schwarzenegger's face on the moon, and that's what the Terminator moon is, actually. I just wanted to throw that out to my colleagues and doctors, because it is
Thank
possible.
you, doctor. I appreciate your input.
I also need to let you guys know there's an uprising of doorbell ditching going on in the neighborhoods. So just watch out. There's some hooligans out there. So
I missed the whole thing? I'm sorry, but did Taylor smash Jesse? What his faces? Because he started talking and I instantly fell asleep. That's what happened last night. but I assume that Taylor went for the team and destroyed her. Is that what happened? Destroyed him or whatever. Sorry.
It went on and on and on, bro.
Oh, did he not admit anything or answer any questions? I would be shocked if that was the case without watching any of it.
It was like 4 hours.
7 hours with no resolution.
Yeah, there was a bunch. There was a whole list of
Taylor.
issues with his analysis.
Or with him
I
as a
don't think we want to
person.
go over them again. We spent hours on it and basically got nowhere. He didn't include. Let's see, what was it? There were some things he didn't include.
the p-value.
Fraction.
You
His
smoked him
p-value
with
was
the
out
p-value.
he didn't have any statistical significance. Like if you look at his numbers, we were just asking him to do the p-value. Just that's what I asked him to do, and then he came up with some like 10 to the negative 14th or something. It was just strange, the whole thing. And there was something else that Sheepdog really called him out for. I was kind of in the process of getting a star video, which I posted.
Ooh, is it up in the jumbo? I was
Did
waiting for that.
you
Yeah, it is.
multitask, debate him while talking to the astronomer and asking all the questions? Did you do
Dude,
that?
and while she was driving home, bro. It
What
was
a trooper.
crazy.
She has so much respect for me.
Yeah, dude. He's got and he's got to correct. Okay, he basically did not put the globe numbers in there. So he was saying, "Oh, well, it was this far off for it to actually be true on a flat Earth," but he didn't say it was this far off to be true on a round Earth.
Oh, he's very
And then
dishonest that way, yeah.
yeah, and then Sheepdog basically like did the calculations for the curve calculator, and his curve calculator was way off of Sheepdog's calculations.
Did
So
you
like I
guys
said, it was a whole host of issues, but I mean, I still was listening to him, and he's got to come back with those numbers for how off it was from
Oh, you
what it
invited
should have
him
been on the
back.
globe.
He's like a vampire. He'll never go away now. But
Oh man,
did you guys know that the theodolites that he likes to use, first of all, is super old, uncalibrated, not really of any professional quality, gets them at a junk shop for like $200 and then rebuilds them so that they don't actually have any sensitivity. But actually, they have built-in curvature functions, not even functions, but buttons. Like it comes with curvature predetermined and on, and you can turn it off. And when I brought this to his attention, he was like, yeah, but when I was proving the Earth curve with it, I had the option off. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's better, I guess. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, he mentioned that. We got a couple hands. We got
Did he?
Alan,
we got a
and
couple
then
hands, and
Cherry,
y'all brought back the troll. So
and
let's.
Jesus.
That seemed like a
I was
really
just
good
gonna
idea.
mention about Simulation here. That was just talking. Hey, Simulation, how are you doing? He's a character. He talks about these things he can see in the spiritual realm. He's always fighting off these demons and dragons, and man, it's just we love him. No, we
Yeah,
love we love him.
hold on, Taylor.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure
Let's
you
let
love him. I'm
Alan
sure you do.
go because he had his hand up.
Go ahead, Alan.
Yo, thank you. I wanted to give a special shout out to my boy Franco, who had a very lengthy conversation with me on relativity of simultaneity, which I greatly appreciate. I know sometimes in the spaces we get into heated discussions, and sometimes we take jabs at each other, and there's like lingering residual anger over comments left on other videos, et cetera, right? But I really respect that he comes through to defend his position, and while we don't agree on the outcome or the interpretation, it's nice that he actually tries, right?
Yes, sir.
Because I've been experiencing a ton of people strawmanning my position and not accurately addressing it so that they can bolster their own, which is pathetic and weak. So shout out to Franco for at least showing up and putting in the work to represent what he believes is the correct interpretation of reality. Now, it was titled Physics Fight Night. There was supposed to be a bunch of physics lads coming through to tell us all about time dilation and muons and all these different things. Sadly, none of them came through. Really unfortunate, man.
Yeah, real quick, Alan. So Taylor, there was somebody in Logan Space that said they was pulling up today.
Oh wow.
You don't remember?
Yeah, I told P-Dubs to pull up because he was there following me around, antagonizing me everywhere I went. And I was like, "Just come to Flat Earth Friday, bro.
It was
Let's talk about it."
another guy, not that troll. We know Pubes.
Oh, that other guy who talked about quantum physics. He was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
he's like, oh, go bring the stuff to him." And I was like, "Oh,
Yep.
you talking about the quantum experiment?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was
Like,
like, "Oh
oh,
man,
the
let me
old
tell you about that."
the old entangled photon, dude. He was supposed to come in
He
here
was
and tell us
so
all this
hyped
stuff.
too. He was so hyped about come and bring that up in here. Man, I still want him to. I mean, he can do whatever he wants.
I mean, send in the physics lads.
Oh, I forgot about the YouTube videos I took of the moon with stargates opening and closing on the moon.
That's terrific.
It's on YouTube. I got to go search for it in my stuff to find it, though. I really don't want to do that right now. But look,
You told
y'all,
us
a lot
about
of
it, but
things.
just share the links when you get it.
Yeah, well, it's on my stuff. You could find it on my. You got to go down through the thing. My profile to find stuff like that. But I've been on a lot of radio
I'm sure
shows.
it's groundbreaking.
Yeah, it is. The simulation we're living in is not what y'all think the reality of y'all brain that's thinking you see it, you know everything, but you believe everything, but you don't know nothing. That's the thing
You
about
can't
the
even put
simulation.
sentences together, dude. What?
Well,
You
I
think
tried to
the
say it the
stuff in
best I
your
could.
brain, the reality that you're seeing is
Hey,
real, and you know like what the fuck are you
Well,
talking about? I think you need to
watch
see
the
a
video.
psychiatrist, dude. Seriously,
hey,
Watch the
Jesus. Hey,
I'm
video
worried
Jesus.
for your
that I
safety.
did of the sun. Okay, don't criticize nobody, dude, because I am the messenger of life itself, and I'm the one
What
that
the
sees.
fuck?
That
Yo,
means all the
Jesus.
living beings. Look, they got thousands of beings around me. They're in everybody's cars. They're in the bushes. They're in the trees. They're everywhere. I'm the one that
You need a
sees, dude. You
psychiatrist. You need
don't
a
know who
psychiatrist.
I am yet.
You need to go
This
to
dude
a
don't know
hospital
who I
as
am.
soon as possible.
I would make.
That's fucking scary.
Look,
You
I
are.
can make.
Yeah, Jesus, chill out.
You guys should
Nah,
hopefully
I'm not calling him Jesus. I'm not calling him guys. I mean, we can call him trans. Hey, trans. Uh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
I know
yeah. That
you
shit doesn't
triggered,
bother me
bro.
at all. I don't, cause I'm not at all
Yeah,
religious. So I don't.
I know you triggered, trans. I get it. Hopefully you don't run out of here like you ran out of here last time with your stumbling, mumbling that head ass. And maybe you can actually provide some evidence for your spinning, wobbling, orbiting water ball in a vacuum of flat space after simulation is done speaking. I know you have no life. I know nobody loves you, but it'll be okay, bro. Just go see a therapist. Let them know where the flat earth touched you. But until then, just stay on mute. Let simulation finish doing its thing. We'll redirect over to you after we get to the hands, and we'll see if you can provide any exclusive evidence or if you will continuously make a fool out of yourself like you do every single week. For the audience, it's a little entertaining, not gonna lie. So just stay put. Don't worry, we're gonna get to your humiliation in a second. Just don't run, okay? Whatever you do, do not demonstrate cowardice. Just that's the only standard I'm holding you to. I know you don't have any cognitive function. I know you don't I know you don't have, any critical thoughts. Just whatever you do, do not demonstrate cowardice. That's it. All right, thumbs up. Cool. We on the same page. Simulation, finish your thought. Please don't come off mic or you'll forfeit your own.
Muting me is a lot more cowardly than.
Yeah, no, just not letting you dominate, cause you're trans. Oh, there you go, running. Wasn't that the only standard to not demonstrate cowardice? And we was gonna get to him in just a second so he could provide his evidence for his spinning, wobbling, orbiting water ball in a vacuum of flat space.
That was fast.
Well, y'all, I mean, it's not always good to go burn bridges when you meet people because you don't know who we are. I mean, some of us entertain angels and some of us entertain gods. Okay, so it's always good to be nice, and if you can't be nice, just stick a sock in it, So, or I can invite you to shovel party.
Hey, I wanted to
We
hear
could
about
have.
those beings on the moon.
Well, you gotta understand. Look at the moon. Okay, it's glowing like a freaking light bulb. Moons don't do that. If you see the second moon that's behind the other moon, that moon is not glowing like a light bulb. It's highly evolved technology that's on that moon. Okay, even our sun is not what you think it is. Because I just filmed it. If you watch the film, I was shocked. I started filming it, and then the sun disappeared. And then all at once, you could see a little dot like a star way the fuck out there, and I zoomed in on it. So I'm showing you the proof. I'm showing telling now, okay? Look, I'm a scientist. I'm not religious. You could prove religious people wrong all damn day, but not no scientist, dude, okay? I'm show and telling, okay? So be nice and be good.
Me and Simulation don't agree on everything, but man, I love him. He makes me laugh. I enjoy listening to him, man.
Hey, Cherry had her hand up before, but never chimed in. Never got a chance to speak. What's up, Cherry?
Hey, what's up, guys?
I've been listening and enjoying simulations ideas so much. I was trying to explain uh, the SpaceX rocket that just came in between the chopsticks, and at first I think we're in a huge shift between documenting and understanding historical record, architecture, written language, stories, and opening our eyes to what we've observed in the past. And now with this transformation of observing, documenting, watching, experimenting, concluding with the new digital age, I think there's a huge shift going on, and we're still very, very much needed, in terms of evidence, documenting, watching, observing, and that's why I get interested in these conversations on spaces. I did take some notes today, so I wanted to go reference back to the recent capture of that rocket. And as I was explaining, my father wrote a book about research and design methods. So, no matter what you're researching or investigating, it's how you come to your conclusions, right? And he called it Getting It Right, R&D methods for science and engineering. And he was always questioning, how do you know? So if you have 1,000 people watching this SpaceX, I can't remember what it's called, the reusable rocket come back, which is pretty amazing that Musk has, if it's not CGI or if it's not a Masonic ritual to make us laugh, if it's really technology that is touchable, graspable, then that's pretty cool that there's a reusable rocket, number one, money-wise. Number two, the idea of this reusable rocket coming down and being caught. I don't know if anyone here, I don't know it, but I do know, for lack of a better term, there's remote control. Okay. And they've harnessed that control so precisely that I don't doubt that they could pull something from or drive something or direct some 250-ton machine into a pair of tweezers. That doesn't shock me that could be real. Are there videos of how they built this? Are there videos of how they are going to release that reusable rocket into some sort of holding position and move it and work on it so it can be used again? I think that's what everybody really, I want to see how they do that. So could it be CGI? Could it be whatever? But I do think people are wanting to see the process. And I do think that they can't tell us because there's a huge deep state secretive money, calming the masses, whatever scientific hold on showing people what's going on. I don't know why space is called fake and gay. Maybe you guys can relate that to me, but I do have a lot of questions about what it is still, because I think the rockets that we reuse can actually go beyond the ice walls and go across this terraplane to the lands that we know are out there. And that's what the NWO is afraid of. NWO is really afraid, because we have all these historical records. They altered them. And now we're having all these people rise up and be like, what the fuck is going on? So 1,000 people watching it from home, 1,000 people actually watching it there. Who are you going to believe? That's the thing. And yeah.
Well, you could always just go down there and watch it yourself.
Exactly. You could. And that's what I was telling my people around here, is that we're not there. We are not there. And so get in your RVs, get your walkie-talkies, get your recording devices on, keep posting on X. And then the last point about the Nephilim. The Anunnaki and the Nephilim, yeah, and the moon, man. I don't know how that integrates with physics. That's a little beyond my realm, but I do know that the Clintons found big bones in Iraq and they called it Gilgamesh. So that is something that I've seen online. I do believe there are gigantic doors in my city. There is, Tartaria drilled off in my city. So why, but anyway, I'm digressing. Thank you, Proud
That
Flair.
was me who brought up going to
I think
Iraq
that's
to look
it,
at
yeah.
bones of Gilgamesh so they could bring back Gilgamesh.
And then the plug for the movie Contact. Yay! I'm done. Thank you so much. Anybody want to reply to me why they call space fake and gay in terms of astrobelts and stratospheres and what the
Yeah,
fuck is
I
actually
think
out there, and that guy standing out there, if he's moving 17,000 miles an hour, and he can stand out and put his head out the little window. Yeah, that to me, nah, I don't think so. Okay, I want to see the science textbooks on that shit.
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to produce you a science textbook that proves space is
I
fake and
think
gay,
it's all the
because I think
CGI.
the science itself is most of our education system is, first of all, like Rockefeller altered in the early 1900s. Specifically, he said, "I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers." So we have this Rockefeller education system. It's a joke, so I'm never going to appeal to a science textbook. Why people say space is fake? Well, I personally say that because you can't have absence of thing. Absence of thing is not a thing. So when they say that there's space between stuff, what is space? Space is not thing. It's not a thing. It's not a tangible physical thing. You have to abstract, you have to reify, you have to assume that something that doesn't exist is existing currently between stuff. And this also applies to what they call missing mass or dark matter. So I think that's why I refer to space as fake. Why I call it gay is because NASA is very, very big on pandering to the LGBTQ audience. They love it. They really, really love it. There's tons of videos of them constantly doing that. But to be fair, I've been calling it gay since before they started doing that. They just sort of, took my idea and rolled with it.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's really stupid that they combine an identity crisis with science. And I really, really am disappointed because we all wanted to be astronauts. Where were all these people coming to the schools and sharing us? Yeah, we've been to the moon. You want it? I'll tell you what it looked like. It's just ridiculous. And it, we haven't been able to get past, right? Elon Musk showed it. His rocket dissolved in the firmament.
Well,
It
let
did.
me tell you something. My lady, let me tell you something. I was at I seen the videos, the real videos of the moon where spaceships, they was filming spaceships and structures, built structures on the moon. I've seen the real videos, and that was over 2 years ago. I had to keep quiet about that, and I just let that out last month, I think it was. And I actually seen the real videos of Mars too. They went to Mars and they were filming spaceships flying around Mars and the structures on Mars and stuff too.
But I
So
can't believe that. I cannot believe there are planets outside the snow globe. I cannot.
I've seen it. I've
It's
seen it. Look,
across the
You
pale,
know,
lady.
NASA.
Across the.
There are a bunch of Freemasons, and they have a very fond use of CGI, right?
Yo, he
We
synced
can't
it.
believe everything they're telling you, simulation.
I saw it on video. It was old time films. I'm not joking. Look, the moon landing that they did was fake. It was fake. That was CGI. I saw the real videos. Okay, where you know. So, and I had to keep it quiet because the
I
dude
don't
didn't
know
want
about that
to.
answer.
Look, they say they lost the films of the moon. Okay, they lied. NASA's liars. They're they don't want us to. They think y'all gonna panic. Oh, y'all. If everybody, it's stupid. I mean, they make all kind of excuses that they don't want us to know that giants walked upon the earth. Look, we're gonna get some boots on the ground, y'all, and the group of people. You're gonna be famous because you're gonna say, "Oh shit, man, we saw this and we saw that," and I've done the research already. I know what's out there, and we're just gonna do a documentary. But we need boots on the ground, walkie-talkies. We could have a helium balloon with a four-way camera and film stuff and put it on Twitter live,
They did that
and
on
everybody's gonna be
what they
freaking out.
found. They were doing that to find some curvature, and they shot their own rockets up there, their own high altitude balloons, and they couldn't find no curvature. What should we do now?
No, I'm not gonna have a helium balloon that goes that far. I'm talking about like a helium balloon just to film around us. The spaceships that we're gonna film, it's gonna be live, and we're gonna take photographs. We need a lot of people with cameras. I mean, it's gonna be a big thing, and it's gonna be anybody that goes there, you would never see this stuff unless you go.
I think Peter should go with you guys.
EMBO, I see you
Well, he's got.
requesting. Give me a second. We're gonna try to bring you
I'm
up.
trying to get funding. I'm trying to get money and funding. I got a GoFundMe thing going on. I think it's. I put an app, a money cash app thing. You could help donate. Plus you could come, donate your time. Believe me, you're not going to be disappointed. This is the greatest find. Look, when I first saw it, I seen a carving of a Jedi, a European face person. He had a hood on his head. He was a Jedi. The alien behind him was a good alien. The alien that was carving on the right of him was the evil alien. His eyes were inverted. The human eyes and the alien's eyes are like 90-degree with the nose, like that. But the other one was like a 45-degree angle. And the good alien was looking at the evil alien like you're evil. I saw that. The first time I saw that, I was amazed and shocked. This is
You
the
know aliens are
greatest
demons,
fucking
right?
find. And then the pictures of the dinosaur dog and the human, the dead giant that was turning stone and stuff. They're more than that. There's more giants out there than that one picture. Okay?
Are there still giants out there?
Well, it's underground. There's underground stuff that giants could live in the earth, yes. And they could still be alive. So, but look, I need some boots on the ground, any scientific minds, cameras, walkie-talkies. It's going to be fun, y'all. This is going to be the best experience you're ever going to have.
Wait, how do I
As
know
far
that
as
these giants aren't gonna kill me?
No, we got to have bear spray though, because there's some bear scat out there. So, and cougars too. So, it's around Mount Whitney. If you fly to Los Angeles, I think, and you could drive all the way to Mount Whitney, and then the place, I found another place south of Mount Whitney. There's the House of Pyramids, where there's a bunch of like pyramids, mountains shaped like pyramids, individual pyramids, just like in Sedona. I found a place in Sedona too where there's 4 pyramids, and I seen a bird with 2 feet wingspan, big bird, and he was flying crazy. He was going back and forth. See, these spirits, they ride on the back of birds for fun. They jump on their back and hey, like, riding a horse or something. And he was flying crazy, so I'm like watching him, and all at once he disappeared in a portal 20 yards up in the air. I know the height of it. And we could do research in Sedona too, but I'd rather do Mount Whitney. Either one, it don't matter. We could do both. But it's going to be fun, y'all. And the thing is, you will be part of the documentary. And you could talk about what you saw, So it's going to be fun. I've been having
Dang,
fun.
dude. Let me just say, bro, like, do you think if I do one of them garlic baths that's gonna prevent them demons from latching onto me?
Well, I am the only person that did exorcism on himself. I've done garlic baths because they want to possess me, possess my body and stuff, and use my body as a vehicle or whatever. But I seen a psychopath spirit in my body one time, and I did garlic. No, not garlic. Cayenne pepper with oil. Cayenne pepper, if it gets in your eyes, it's gonna burn. So guess what? That spirit's out of my body. I know how to debug them. They're like bugs to me. You got to get rid of them. If everybody knew what I know, you would be doing garlic baths, and I wouldn't even be around. I couldn't even be around a woman unless you get that demon out you.
Well, I'm pretty sure anybody with garlic pepper and cayenne pepper in their eyes would be in pain. But I feel you.
Well, that's the spirit. That's the spirit, though.
Man, I can't imagine opening out your van. So you got them garlic baths going on, and then like, how effective are those fireworks?
Well, the fireworks help me sometimes. One time I took Roman camels. I'm out in the desert, and I knew they were above me. So I'm like shooting, boom, boom, and shooting them. See, some of these assholes are giants. They're following my car or something. So I'm like shooting that, and then I got flamethrowers. I use carburetor cleaner, and I use that as a flamethrower too to get them out of my van. You know, and sage. I use sage. One time I found 4 pounds of marijuana that some rangers threw in a garbage can, like a big old bag of homegrown weed. And I saged my van, and I said, yeah, I'm going to get these people fucked up, these spirits. Yeah, I'm going to get them high, you know, because I close all the windows and doors, and I put a burning, you know, sage, like I do sage, but it was with marijuana. I burnt 2 pounds one day and then the other 2 pounds the next day in my car. 4 pounds of dope, dude, I burnt in my car, man. You don't think these people were fucked up, man?
Was this
And that's
Cheech and
I
Chong in
bet those
space?
demons were too
What the?
high; they couldn't even do nothing.
yeah, well, they left because I found out they don't like it. They don't like marijuana. I was smoking a joint one time, and I could see the parallel universe, and the damn spirits were running. He's smoking marijuana,
You gotta bring D3
and
back
they're
up.
screaming and shit.
They were trying to call
You
the
gotta
You
cops
know?
on you.
You're
D3's listening,
hilarious.
yeah. You gotta
Let's move
bring
on.
D3 back up. Um, appreciate that though, simulation. Let's let Fat Lads jump in here because they got their hand up.
I just I'm blown away with this Cheech and Chong in space scenario. Um, I was just gonna chime in. I think it was Cherry and the Lex guy. Um, so I'm here. I'm 35 miles away from the Space Coast, and I don't know what kind of trickery SpaceX is pulling, but I've seen a trail of the launch. You can hear the launch. It rumbles my house, and I've seen something come back down. I can't substantiate it, but they're pulling some kind of trickery. Like it's full blown trickery if they're not doing what they say they're doing. I don't claim that they're doing what they say they're doing, but it's an elaborate hoax in my opinion. Like I've seen and heard the booms from these things coming back. Not this recent chopstick one, I wasn't around, but like the timeline matches up from what I see in the sky. But again, I don't believe any bit of it. Some kind of I don't know what kind of trickery they're using, but it's trickery.
Some sleight of hand trickery.
Something an elaborate hoax for sure.
I think a part had dropped. I want to get to EMBO because he had his hand up, or they had their hand up. But yeah, Sacred, if you could hear us, bring D3 back up because D3 is glitching. But go ahead, EMBO.
Jak się masz?
Ooh, I cannot hear him if he's talking. If anybody else can hear him, we cannot hear him.
I have some tech
EMBO.
problems. If you can hear me.
I can hear you. Proud. Can you hear EMBO?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes. Amazing. I didn't really have anything to say. I just wanted to have perms. So when there's some topic that that I would have interest in, I will be able to comment. It was very interesting and fascinating to listen to the previous guy's story about the demons. It really changed my life for better.
Well, I want to tell y'all something else I did. Okay, I found out they were underneath me and
Here we
above
go.
me. No, this is some really good shit, dude. You should have this recorded. What I did was I knew they were underneath me, okay? So I drove on an overpass where a bunch of Mack trucks and cars driving and they're just running into these assholes, right? I'm gonna fuck you up. That's what I was saying. And then when the Mack truck hits the spirit, it fucks them up, okay? It hits him. And they're all screaming, he's making the Mack trucks run over us, and they're whining and crying and running away from me, right? And then I did it above, I parked above the highway, and it went underneath, and then I went underneath the highway. I found a ramp that I could go underneath, and anybody that above me would break their legs and their body parts, all the shit. So look, there's a ways to fight these spirit beings. I probably need to be have the book called The Exorcism, the real exorcism, you know. So, but it's real. I mean, if you getting physically attacked, this is a rule book of how to fight back, you know. And I'm glad marijuana is legal now, because I might have to get donations like a pound of dope and says, hey, man, give me a pound of dope, man. Instead of sage, I'd rather use weed and just smoke, have a blower. You take a blower and you make a pipe thing and you blow inside the car, you know, your van, and just smoke them out with marijuana. And that's better than sage, really, because it gets them fucked up and they don't like it. So, yeah, there's ways to fight. And a lot of times people get in pain. When you get in pain, that means you're getting physically attacked. And a lot of people don't know that. Everybody gets this chronic pain, you know, when you move around, or you know, they're going for your hips, your ankles, your hamstrings and all that stuff. You're being physically attacked. And I don't think no one knows it but me. And it's real, y'all. I mean, have to fight a war, and we got to get your keys back too, and your body, because imagine they already stole your body and you don't know it. So whatever you do to your body, or if they're inside of you, because it's quantum entangled, if you get them out, they don't have no power no more. They don't have your power.
I think you're right. I read about weed collapsing demon superposition. I'm gonna go see if I can find some weed right now and do a little exorcism. BRB.
Yeah. But you could do a Faraday cage too. I did Faraday cage research. You could go in the water and stops the alien implants from working. And a lot of people don't even know remember that you've been abducted. And I got photographs and ultrasounds of the lady, you know, searching for the implants. And she said, "Oh, I could see it." Taking pictures of it, right? I got proof that it's a chip in my hand, chip in my legs, and shit like that. And it's like a Stargate thing where you could it's a certain frequency too. So I use frequencies too. Static on radio, like a radio. I would take static. Sometimes I got to go to bed at night so they won't mess with me. I turn static all the way high, and then I use a frequency like the frequency wave, like 5 something, 1,000, you know, where it's really loud, and it stops whatever they're doing to me. It stops it, you know. And
This is
you can bury
groundbreaking
yourself in
stuff.
sand or
Groundbreaking.
Faraday
This is why I
cage.
come to Flat Earth Fridays to learn.
A simulation. What is it you said you did with the Roman camels?
Well, I knew they were above me too. So I did the Roman candles before I did the highway thing. And I would take the Roman candles, and I knew they were right above me. They were quantum entangled with the van. See, my van is like they put a sled down on the van, and then it rides. It's like it rides the surface of the van while I'm moving.
Quantum sled.
I could see these beings moving with me. It's like a sled. I'm driving down the highway. I'm looking, you know, to my left or right, and I could see these beings moving. So I said, okay. And I knew they had some that might be above me. So I took the Roman candles and I aimed up right where they might be. And guess what? Right up their asshole, dude. No shit. If they're a giant and they're above me, guess what's going up your ass tonight, dude? So I fight, and you know, they're attacking me, so I
A
have
Roman
to fight.
candle, I guess.
Huh? Well, imagine if you had bottle rockets too that explode. Boom! You know?
A simulation. I think you need Peter as your galactic sidekick.
Oh yeah, I'm down for it.
What I'm wondering about is that all of these methods, right, these are very specific, like very refined methods, and most of the society doesn't even know about it. So maybe that has some correlation to why most of the people don't care about like these topics about flat Earth. Maybe like the globe can be just a deception because of these supernatural beings that kind of make your mind not even think about it.
I think we're onto something, Embo.
Yeah. average person doesn't
So-
even have the means to get these demons out of them. Like, I don't even know how many demons I have inside of me right now.
So
Well,
you
the
gotta
best
use
thing
a
to do.
Roman candle to find out.
Well, no, the best
So-
thing to do is do a salt bath. Do iodine salt and get you some iodine and put iodine in you because your glands need iodine. They're starving to death. And when I did the iodine, my glands came back to my body in the spirit world. Okay, whatever you don't have, if you give your heart away for donation, guess what, dude? You're walking around with no heart, or you might be laying dead without the heart. I don't recommend no one doing any kind of donor of any body parts because you need it. Okay, so
I don't do it for that very reason.
but you do garlic. 3 bottles of iodine salt, that cheap salt at Walmart, whatever, and then you get 3 bottles of the garlic powder too, and you do first do the salt, get out, and then hot water, and then you do the garlic thing. You get the water hot. You take all the salt out, draw more water, and then you put the garlic stuff in there, get it really hot so it could ferment the garlic, and
Yeah, it
don't
has
get
to
it
be
in your
very
eye.
hot. It has to be very
Yeah,
hot.
and then
I'm actually doing this
and
right
then
now. I know you
and
wouldn't
then
believe me.
and then
Hold on.
what happens is you're gonna have so much energy. You're gonna feel so good after that. It's gonna be amazing. I did it the first. It's kind of like a virgin time. When you do it the first time, you're never gonna feel that again. It's amazing, and you
Does the
get rid of
iodine
the.
take away from the garlic smell?
Well, it doesn't matter. It absorbs in you deeply too, and you could use oil too. You could do an oil bath. No, you get the garlic, and when I do my shower, I don't bathe no more. I just do oil and garlic mixture in the bottle, and I let it
I bet you
ferment a
smell
couple of
nice
days.
overnight.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, bro. The benefits of being not possessed. And the thing is, some of these women that were possessed, that were looking ugly with demons in them, they would become beautiful again. And everybody, all the spirit world people were freaking out, like, man, look what happened to her. She's beautiful again. Because the demon's been taken out of you, y'all. It's quantum
Okay,
entangled.
so simulation.
It's
Can I put
science.
this simulation? Can I put this salt and garlic on my temporal hot pocket?
Do you put the cayenne pepper in with the garlic?
No, you do it all separate. I did that because I saw a spirit. See, when you look in the mirror, you could see them. You remember that old saying? Oh, if you look in the mirror in someone's the vampire, you can't see the vampire. That's bullshit lie. It's actually the opposite. You could see them in mirrors. You could, like a reflection of a car. Like if you're in a parking lot, you could look at a reflection in the car and you see these spirit beings in the ground. You could see their heads. They're in the
Hey,
ground. They're
hey,
everywhere, y'all. I could see them.
hey,
And the
Alan,
thing
we're
is,
calling on you. We're calling on Alan for a regroup.
so, but I got to tell people that because one day I might just be gone and no one's going to know how to save yourselves. So I'm here as a messenger, but I'm here to save y'all. And I did it scientifically. I know. Look, if you ever do the garlic bath, you're going to feel, after you do salt, because it draws stuff out. And because when you put the garlic on you,
Oh my god! How
it's
much
going
time
to,
is this? Oh my god!
Yeah, Shane, I'm throwing up the flat signal. Help us.
Yeah, dude, like you guys gotta let Peter reflect this guy. We're gonna have devolved to horseshit in no time, and then it's gonna be pure horseshit.
I was gonna let him get his last thought out. I think a part dropped, but I'm not sure if he finished what he was saying. Peter, I don't know
Wait,
if you
those
came
were
back with
thoughts?
something relevant.
Oh,
Hey, man, you guys were engaging.
who's you? Oh yeah. That is a problem. We have to address that. T3.
Guilty. Yes.
Yeah. So if a part and EMBO didn't have anything else to add, I guess we could go see what Peter wanted to hopefully add.
I'm just here listening. I'm gonna comment soon.
A part of
Well,
what?
hey, look, I'm gonna go, y'all. Y'all take it easy.
Alrighty, Sim.
All right, bye, dude.
Look, yeah.
Peace
If y'all
out,
want to
brother.
get in touch with me and get some boots on the ground,
do some
bring
Yale in the
5
desert
people,
or
bring
whatever,
3
I'm down.
people,
Yeah,
whatever
it'll
you
be
want.
great.
Facts.
All right, later.
Brother.
Like Taylor, boots on the ground. We have a good one. All right.
Yeah, we're sending Taylor out there. He needs a drone.
He actually asked me for the drone too. But man, I don't
Exactly.
know if I'm down for that one. There was this guy, Eric, who went and stayed with him. This guy, basically, he was saying he saw these UFOs and stuff, and these people were out here like searching for UFOs, like UFO hunters. They went and stayed with OpenEye, and they got a hotel room. And then OpenEye said, "Nah, I can't sleep in this hotel room. It's full of demons." So he went and slept in his van.
Nice.
Yeah.
EMBO. You want to chime in, brother? Or sister? Or something else?
Cyborg.
Cyborg, there you go.
Last time I checked, I was a brother, and no, I don't have anything to add. Maybe we should let Peter say, because I heard that he wanted to say something.
Well, hold on. Before we get to Peter, are you a glober or an earther? A flat earther?
I'm a glober, but maybe that's a subject to change, because I've previously never heard about these methods. For example, the garlic exorcism. So maybe that's the reason why I'm still not awakened.
Don't worry, we got plenty of garlic for you over here.
I hope.
Well, what's your do you have any
Number one reason.
Yeah, do you have any exclusive evidence of, say, motion of the Earth, or what's your number one proof of the globe?
I think the good evidence for motion is the mechanical jar compasses. These are devices that don't use any magnetic technology, but yet that they simply spin very fast, and they are fixed on the horizontal plane, and then over time they by themselves drift always towards the northern direction. So you can just by spinning this device see where the north is.
So what do you think is causing it to move? You think it's the motion of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Why now? What gives you the notion that it's the motion of the Earth that's doing it? Like dynamically, what's the cause?
Because when you do the math that you would expect if the Earth was rotating, it perfectly explains the exact direction that it would experience for the drift. It gives the actual.
Okay, so you're relying on math. Do you have any actual physical measurements of how something is moving it?
Like the measurements how the gyro compass is moving.
Yeah, like what's moving it, right? So even if the Earth is moving, there would be something that necessitates that to move, right? Something that actually causes that thing to move.
The mechanism behind it.
It's just an kind of an artifact of you being on a rotating body, because the gyroscope normally it wants to actually keep its constant orientation in space. It doesn't want to precess, but because you are moving with the Earth, you see it precess, because the gyroscope is actually the one that is keeping its constant orientation. It's you who is moving, so you have that illusion that it is precessing.
Okay, and so you believe that particular motion is exclusive to the globe, yes?
I don't think anything is really exclusive to anything, because you can always make up some alternative thing. The problem is that you can really do that with anything, right? Not only with the gyroscope. But the problem is that I think the explanation is only reliable when it can actually explain how it is happening, right? The actual process, and how do you derive that math? Because I could, for example, say that I don't know that things are falling down because of unicorns, right? And you could say that this is equivalent because it would give you the same effect, but it logically isn't, because it doesn't give you any explanation of the mechanism behind it. And I don't find any other explanation that would actually give you the deeper reason, the actual math and derivation, how it would work.
then you're in the right place, because we have some alternative propositions for you. Namely, that there is a field or ether, if you will, that is not stationary, and that would be the mechanism that is actually causing that to move. So what you think is the Earth moving is actually the ether moving, and that's what's causing that, or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. So,
Isn't
so
that
I
just
would.
mo?
I'm sorry, what, Proud?
I was just gonna say, isn't that just rotation, not orbit?
Well, yeah, kind of, but I guess he's applying it to orbit. That's, it's fine with me. I don't. Either way, it would motion.
Talking about rotation with the driver.
Yeah, he's talking about rotation. I did
We
ask
should
about
all be,
orbit, but
just a quick
I let
comment.
him go with that.
Both
Go ahead,
flat
Peter.
earthers and Glovers should be more specific when we say motion. We should always clarify on both sides if we mean orbital motion or rotation around the axis.
Yeah, I did, but it's all right. I let him go. It's no biggie. So yeah, EMBO. So that would actually kind of work with the math as well. So what do you think about that?
I would want clear clarification, because I have a question that comes after that, if you want to have this as an explanation. So if there's an ether that is moving relative to the Earth, which causes like these different drifts that we experience here, and mechanically, then I would like to ask, why is it only influencing things that are moving? Like, for example, if you have like normal wind, like the air pushing, then that force will be felt regardless if you have like a spinning jar or something that isn't moving. Like, for example, a pendulum. Normally, pendulum would be just pulling down, but if you have additional wind that is pushing it, it would be also like deflected to the right side, for example. But we don't experience that with ether. It's always down if you isolate all of the winds and something. Only after you move something, like for example, spin a gyroscope, only then you see this additional precession. And I would like to ask, why do we experience these effects only when something is actually starting to move, just as we would expect if the Earth is moving and causing these apparent effects?
Yeah, it's a good question. I would say that it's not only when things are moving, because the ether goes through all things, right? It's not just moving things that are moving. It's moving everything. So the sky, all of that, everything that you see, that it is moving, and what's here on Earth would be stationary in comparison. So this would be the what do you call it? Non-inertial frame? No, the inertial frame. Sorry.
Okay, but here if we have something on Earth that is stationary, for example, me just standing, I cannot feel any force on me pushing. If I
Right.
were in like outside and there was a wind, I would be able to feel this wind, but here I don't feel any force on me.
Yeah. So do you feel Wi-Fi going through you?
No, I don't.
Right.
But Wi-Fi
Right.
is
So we're
not
talking
something
about
that is.
something that's on a very subtle level that you don't feel. And even if you do feel it, right, you're born into it. You're created in the womb feeling it. So when you think about feeling the ether, I don't think it's really possible for us to kind of detect that consciously. We may feel it on a subconscious level or something like that, but other than that, we really don't.
Yes, but Wi-Fi isn't something that is claimed to have like actual mass that it can transmit. It's not something that that is claimed to cause actual like motion, which is the thing with ether. Like it literally causes like physical effects, like this drift of the gyroscope. So in one of the circumstances, it would have to be strong enough to cause this motion, but in other circumstances, when the object is stationary, it would suddenly have to stop to lose its property, and suddenly
Yeah,
be
it's a
imperceptible.
good point. It's a good point. I don't have any pushback on that where it's not moving something that's stationary. That's a good point. I'm just providing you with an alternative mechanism. And I think if you're really interested, definitely look into it and see if you think it's valid.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a perfectly honest and valid response to just say that you don't know everything.
Yeah, no, hell no. I don't know everything. I'm not even the most intelligent and studied person up here, man. There's plenty of people in here who know a lot more than I do. Um, Here's another one. So you mentioned the mechanical gyroscope. Have you looked into the interferometry data? Things that people have done over the last like 100 years in interferometry.
I've heard about it, but I'm really not deep into how it works.
Okay, okay. If you want to check out some videos about it, people like Witsit has talked about this a lot. And there's some other people on here. Alan, the big bear that you see up here, he's done great presentations on this stuff. I would highly recommend you check out his work. Shane as well. He's got like this whole database. They both have databases about this stuff actually. So definitely check out their work and you know hit us up in the Discord. They have a Discord, Aether Cosmology, that you can get a lot of answered. A lot of questions answered by a lot of different people.
Okay,
Yeah, bro,
I
if you
will
want to
check
join
it.
that
Thank you.
Discord, you can just go to my profile. It's in my status.
There you go. Make it even easier. So Alan, Shane, you guys want to chime in to help him get an alternative perspective? I guess not. Maybe they're busy. Peter also, Peter, you stand with Ether, yes, but you're a Glober, so I understand that. But you stand with Ether or no?
Absolutely.
With motion or not with motion?
The ether doesn't move. It's a
Okay, so you
four-dimensional substrate.
okay, so we differ on that. Okay. So yeah, so you see, EMBO, you know, people in here are not all in the same camp. Peter is a Glober and he believes in ether, but his ether is stationary. We believe it's vortexual and always in motion.
Well, full disclosure, Embo and I are good friends. We're both globe gangsters, so we know
Globe
each other very
gangsters.
well.
Oh,
Yeah.
the double G. Do you guys have like the logo with the G forward and the G backwards?
No, we don't, but we are followers of Morty, and he is our boss. He's the chief globe gangster, and we are his faithful minions. So right now it's our turn to kind of represent here.
Got you.
As a bonus, Embo and I can do all these conversations in Polish if you would like as well to spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, if I could understand it, I would try. A part of one. Did you want to chime in now?
Now he got a friend.
Hold on. I'm not a flat earther or a globist, globe gangster, as he said. I'm actually kind of in the middle, is trying to decipher which one is which, honestly. And that's why I'm honestly in this conversation. But I was actually looking for this evidence that I came across maybe a few months ago that had to do with, I think, the rotation of the Earth. And, like, don't quote me on this name of this machine, but it's called a Foucault pendulum. And I guess it's measured the rotation of the Earth, and in order for them to get a proper, a proper analysis, they had to go on the ground, because when you above the ground, it actually mess with like which way the pendulum goes. And that I'm trying to find that article so I can actually tell y'all and put it in a purple pill, because I feel like that's probably supporting flat Earth. If I'm not mistaken, it might be supporting flat Earth, but at the same time, I'm not correct, so it could be supporting the globus. But that's why I want to find it too.
Yeah, it's funny because with the motion, it would be supporting either a rotating Earth or a rotating ether or some type of effect, whether it's ether or some other electromagnetic phenomenon going on. So it would be one of those two things. So, like the gentleman that was just speaking, Peter, he believes the ether is there but stationary, so it wouldn't work for his viewpoint. It would have to be the Earth in motion. For most others in here, I think we believe that there's something else going on and something else is in motion and the Earth is stationary. Foucault's pendulum is not something I'm super familiar with, but I know Alan and Shane and maybe even Sacred and Proud have gone over this a lot. So if any of you guys want to take it away.
We were just talking about this, I feel like, before we went into spaces. There's some papers that basically talk about how the pendulum alternates or how it adjusts during like the periodicity of the sun, the moon, eclipses.
Yeah.
We looked into like the Elias effect and what that has on the pendulum itself. I think even on the equator, the pendulum does not move or it doesn't precess.
I think it did on the article that you talking about. I think it did, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
If you know how to use the purple pill and you could grab it, you could throw it down there. I'll throw some of like the stuff we've done in the past up in the jumbotron.
I most definitely will. I actually screenshotted it because I like to screenshot a lot of things that I come across, and just for these type of conversations, you know. So I'm definitely looking for it now. But my theory on the globus, you know, the globus world, if we in the globe, what I think about it, like, okay, one day I just sat outside my house, you know, lay in the grass, and just stared at the sky. All right. And yes, the clouds moving and all that, but what I try not to focus on, the clouds moving, just focus on just space itself. Okay. And when I did this, I kind of got like, in a way, nauseous, like almost like I was spinning almost, you know. But that would make me feel like the earth is like moving or something's moving at least, you know. But that's my first experience of, you know, trying to figure out if the earth's spinning or is it flat like that.
Yeah, that's what's up. You know, always use your own kind of consensus. Don't rely on a whole group of consensus, right? So even if all of us tell you something, go and look into it, you know. And I think that's what most people in here would say. Like, we'll tell you what we think, but then it's up to you to go read the papers or watch videos of other people presenting information from the papers and things like that. So
Yeah, man.
definitely.
Yeah, I think a lot of the flat earthers, they're like they have problems with the pendulums because like they don't like they have to be started basically. They don't keep their motion. Even Ken took a video when he went to Paris and he seen the pendulum out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Shane, what was your take?
I was listening while I was walking the dog and then while I was making food. But the dude who was talking about the gyro compass, I think that's Embo from Discord. He's around all the time. I like how they pretend that they're new every time they come around. Like, oh, guys, I'm a genuine, I have no question. And then Peter called him out. But anyway.
Yeah, I thought he was new.
A gyro compass has to be set up and aligned with our good old lat long, right? So you're aligning it and telling it its position via lat long on the geographic radicule before you even start to let it precess to show you the supposed rotation. So it's already aligned to the supposed center of rotation, of course, quote, right? And which would be Polaris. So that's not really showing anything. As long as to go back to the pendulum, right? It would have to not precess on the equator to show that the precession of the pendulum is indeed latitude dependent in the way that it proves Earth rotation. So once we have an experiment that shows me that at the equator, I'd love to discuss that further. Until then, anything to do with what you call Coriolis or would have the inversion effect past the equator could indeed be scooped up by the ether wind, which is the most corroborated evidence, the most evidenced interferometry measurement ever taken. It has measurement of motion specifically not conducive with a spinning, rotating, uniform ball, right? It has to go at the same latitude. It changes elevation, meaning that it disqualifies the spinning ball as the source of that measurement of rotation. So moving on, if we're going to scoop that up, we would just use some math to describe what we're taking. So we do the sidereal rotation, start with something like 23 hours, 54 minutes. You could observe, say, Kepler's third law. You could take the periodicity of an object, which would give you the constant. You could throw in big G, which is derived off, an observation of a torsion, which is just an indirect reference to get what is called the density. And then, of course, from that, you get the mass of Earth. Throw that all together, and then you can maybe say, right, that you're measuring motion, but you can never say actually which model that motion is supporting. And of course, because the measurements at different altitude actually do exclusively not condone spinning Earth as a uniform rotating ball, it actually has to be in line with a vortexual spinning ether, right? That's the only thing that explains the difference at latitude and the measurements that we have with interferometry. So from a gyro compass that proves something, doesn't exist, no one's ever seen it, produced a video, first of all. if it were to do so, it would have to be aligned to the geographic reticule by vehemence of lat long. That's definitely off the table. We started with the pendulum. We speculated that if it were to precess as it would have to prove the globe, we don't have any evidence, right? So if it does, we can argue that actually the effect that you're seeing is just an indirect scoop of the ether wind, which we can back up mathematically. Any questions?
Hey, apart from one, did you digest any of that?
Be for real.
Maybe he dipped out or something, or he's just busy. Anyway, apart from one, if you can hear what Shane said, let us know if you got any of it.
Oh yeah, I did. I was finding the picture. I just actually sent it to the blue pill. I'm looking for the other screenshots now.
So real quick, what did you get from what Shane just said?
Well, from my perspective, it was two methods of like measuring what we're talking about. One is like the ether being there and the ether's not being there. All right.
Right.
So say the ether's there. Okay. So I mean everything that's connected to the ether is supposed to be moving. Nothing's supposed to be at rest according to Lewis' law. All right. So if something's just separate from the ether but connected to the ether is still, it wouldn't make sense because if the ether is always moving. So that's what first thing comes to my head. If the ether's always moving, it's never still, and anything connected to the ether is always moving, is the earth spinning? Is the earth not spinning? Is it doing it both at the same time? So that's what really came across my mind.
Okay, that's cool. See, it's like think of the ether as something that has an effect but moves through things, right? Because it's something that's so subtle. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, brother. But did you hear anything that Shane said about the Foucault pendulum? Because that's what you brought up. So I wanted to see, if you understood what he was talking about with the Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, was he saying about changing, direction underneath the ground, or like by the moon and the Earth, location, all that?
All right, so
I kind of
it
vaguely
sounds
heard
like
it.
you didn't really get it, but
The
that's
whole
okay. Let's see if he can
I said I vaguely heard it because my phone kind of
yeah.
my
Yeah, no worries, no worries. He's gonna
when
give you
I got a
another little
call, it can
breakdown.
actually mess up the speaker on the phone, so I can't really hear y'all anymore. It's like kind of low.
Oh, okay. So maybe he won't then.
But go ahead, repeat what you said so I can hear it again.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Shane.
Oh, I forgot. No, I'm just kidding. Give me 1 second.
He was not kidding. He's looking at the chat GPT.
Who is echoing like crazy?
That is
I could drop you and bring you back up so
it's
you can
apart
fix
from
the
one.
audio.
He just
All right,
got
I can drop in. I'll do it.
No, don't drop. Just mute your mic. There we go.
What was I talking about? The pendulum. So
Yeah, fill
the
me in on the
argument.
pendulum again.
The argument with the pendulum, first of all, if you didn't make it correctly, was that the precession of so-called pendulum, not what puts it in motion, not what drives it, not what keeps it perpetually like rocking. It's the precession of the motion. That means from the alignment of said axes, if you were to pull it back and make it a north-south alignment, if it were to deviate from said north-south alignment on any east-west trajectory, you would then know, oh, well, it's only doing that because the Earth is rotating out from under it. Thus, you'd be able to determine based on the strength of that spin what latitude you're at. And that's exactly the argument of Foucault's pendulum, which is why at latitude 0 or at the equator, it should precess 0. It should remain completely north-south aligned. And that would be the determining factor to make the argument that that is indeed what's causing the spin. That would be a determining proof. However, that proof is specific and suspiciously lacking. So instead we have an argument that's going to substantiate that proof, we would need said evidence that it actually does not precess at the equator, which would then corroborate the argument that the precession is due to Earth spin. But in the absence of all that, even if it were to happen, we would have what's known as a translation of motion down from the sky, which we can mathematically describe by incorporating Kepler's third law, which is an observation of the periodicity of, say, objects, meaning once you derive it to a constant and a periodicity, which means a time and a rotation, you're left with constants. You can use that relationship, which gives you a ratio, which you then incorporate based on the sidereal time to describe the force of the translation of motion down from the sky. You would incorporate big G, of course, which is just a derivative of little g, which is a function of height and time. And then big G comes when you do the torsion balance, when you have the mass attracting mass from whatever that experiment was called. And when you infer the big G, you get actually, you're only looking down at the two steel balls and you're inferring a direct measurement by, you're saying that this is, the torsion gives you an indirect measure of the density. And from the density, you then get the mass of the Earth. So that's a derivation of big G. You throw that all in there and you mathematically describe the translation of motion down from the sky that an ether wind or sidereal rotation would do on something like the pendulum. So that's two different ways to look at it. First of all, prove that the equatorial precession is negligible to a point where it would prove the rest of the spin is actually proving Earth rotation. And then second, we would have the perfect math to describe and swoop up that specific effect should you prove it anyway.
There you go, bro. And just to add to that a little bit, like what you were talking about, well, if the ether is always in motion, is the Earth in motion? My response to that, and somebody else can chime in if they want, my response would be, well, what we do measure with interferometry is not correlative to the heliocentric model. It has to be at a specific rate. And if there's something else that's moving that kind of matches the rate that we do pick up with interferometry, which is what Shane is talking about, the translation of motion from the sky, then I don't see any additional motion of the Earth adding or subtracting from that. So I would say it is indeed stationary from that perspective. Another thing that you can look into if you're not, you're on the fence, you want to look into something else, I would say definitely look into the celestial sphere, how it applies to maps, how that applies to GPS, and how all of that applies to plane surveys. Okay, add those things up together, study those together. I think you'll come to some surprising conclusions.
That was well put. It's crazy that all those things are related, right?
Yeah, bro, I would have never even thought about that. Like I thought GPS was its own thing. Go ahead, apart from one. You...
Say it again. I can't hear you.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna take a look at that research. If
Is he still talking?
Yeah, somebody just cut off.
They didn't mute me. My bad. If you can send me like the link or the website to wherever the information you just gave to me, so I can actually study it myself and see, the ins and outs about it. It definitely sound intriguing, very intriguing.
Okay, cool. I'll send you a couple articles I wrote on it, but I really think after you look at them, just dig into what I'm presenting and do it yourself. Cool.
I got a question. Wouldn't it be like, say, you got a helicopter, right, and the helicopter goes straight up from a specific point on the Earth, and the helicopter lands, but is it in the same spot or is it in a different spot? Would there be another experiment that we can use to actually negate or count for what we actually talking about? If the Earth's moving is not moving.
Well, you're gonna get two answers on that. If you believe in the globe, they're gonna say, well, it lands in the same spot because it's rotating with the Earth and the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. So even though it looks like it's hovering right there, it's actually rotating with the Earth. That's going to be the globe kind of answer for that. The flat Earth answer for that is, yeah, it's going to come back down to the same spot because the Earth isn't moving. So if it hovers in the same spot, it's just going to land in the same spot. Flat Lad, you got your hand up? What's up, bro?
Yeah, just real quick for either Shane or Alan or even D3, like the whatever studies we've done on the ether or whatever results we found from studies proving or disproving ether, does the ether have like, is there a significant like direction? Does it swirl? Is it circular in movement? Does it
Oh yeah,
move across? Like,
dude, it works like exactly like a vortex over the Earth would at an east-west vector, right? It works the same direction and motion that you see the stars and everything in the sky move. So, like, you know how they argue the Earth spin one way to counteract what they see this is moving in the sun. So we just think that everything is moving in the way that it appears to move. But dude, it's like the best way to argue it is, you know how the people who support QE and hate the ether used to argue about, you know, air pressure without containment was one of the three things that they kept saying over and over again. And to argue for a firmament, you don't argue direct proof. You say, well, in all experiences, excuse me, on Earth that we've ever seen, like gas pressure, air pressure requires containment. So then we would there infer indirectly that because we have gas pressure in the world, we must live in a contained environment. And that's sort of the same argument with the ether. It's like, so because we see light act as a wave, and because we know the light is waving, what is it waving through? And then that's the best proof of the ether. And that's why when we have the variance in the speed of the medium through which light is waving through, which is essentially interferometry, right? Measuring light and interference patterns as you diffract a beam and then recombine it, meaning that any difference from the direct reconciliation would therefore be a direct measurement of the motion. So then, yeah, that's it. No, I guess I lost track of what I was saying. I think that's pretty much it.
so it kind of follows the celestial bodies. Like, if you were to think of ether as like a fog or something, it would follow under the celestial bodies over the Earth. Is what you're saying?
It's like
it would be the cause of the celestial body's motion.
Well, could be, right? So, like, is the ether dragging the sun, or is the sun moving the ether? Of course, I mean, there's some arguments there. I'm not sure which way it goes, to be honest. I don't think it matters from our perspective.
Yeah, that's true. It could be either or. I guess you're right.
Is there any way to harness the movement of the ether? Like, can we use that for some kind of energy rather than tapping into it and getting electricity from it?
Bro, it's
But isn't it 0 point energy though?
Yeah, real quick, if you go on my page and scroll down a few, every day I kind of share something from my favorite physicist at the moment. I say this all the time. Guy's name is Nassim Haramein, and he's saying the exact same thing, that there's fluctuations that happen at the Planck scale that we can tap into and harness what a part of one just said, 0 point energy. Check him out, and he's got some really interesting theories about what makes up, the fabric of space-time and all of that.
That actually brings me to another little question, because I know everybody been hearing about the Terrence Howard stuff about, is it straight lines or is not straight lines. If the ether is in a vortex, so I mean stuff around like the world will be like moving in that same type order, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, it's hold on, mute your mic real quick. When you think about it, there is no energetically, there are no real straight lines. I would think. I don't think that's really a part of how everything is composed on a super small scale, and then it would just scale up from there. So like even like what we would call like a light beam, for example, like a laser. Well, when you really think about how that's propagating, it's not propagating in a straight line, right? It's all a curvature. It's all kind of like vortexual, and like in the like, what's the simplest shape, right? We were taught that the simplest shape was like a triangle, right? But actually, it's what you see in like the Vesica Pisces or the Tree of Life symbology, right? It's that you have 2 points with 2 curves, right? 2 arcs on either side connecting at the 2 points, right? So it's that I shape would be the simplest shape. Aside from like a circle, but yeah.
Well, the best shape is a sphere. It's the best, perfectly geometrically excellent shape. We should worship it forever, and name it after gods or whatever.
And say that the Earth is definitely that.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? Oh well, let's make it so. I bet Flat Lads has another super relevant, on point joke. What do you think?
No, I'm not going with a joke. So if the ether is like in a vortex, so can we deduce from that that at Antarctica the ether has more potential for energy propagation rather than the North Pole?
Well, so we would need some conclusive evidence. So the problem right now is we would need conclusive interferometry measurements from south of the equator, because we have a couple and they show a direct inversion of what you have in the north, meaning as the magnetic lines would go from the equator and like arrive at a neutral position or invert at their point, it's actually a geometric necessity for a toroidal shape to have an inversion zone at the equator. So that would sort of happen, and that's what you'd expect in the data, meaning it would go the other way and you'd have different effects, because that's what the toroidal 3D shape would show. But there's a specific lack of those measurements. We have like one or two and they do corroborate that, but it's not as anywhere near as solid as we have in the north to argue that it inverts in the south. But that's what we would need, and then from that solid data in the south we could then make wild guesses as to what we would think the other extreme would be at the southern extremity.
So as of right now, we would think, given the toroidal, that the energy potential would be greater at the equator rather than further away from the center.
Well, no. So it you know how they have the map for the speed of the Earth core, of the speed of the Earth spin affecting, you know, and how it's like fastest at the equator and zero at the poles. Yeah, it's like that. So it's like that's what their reverse engineered map of what the energy would be like, and that's what it would be like with the 3D toroidal vortex over the Earth, right? You'd have this magnetic. You know how, if you've seen Flat Earth Philosophy, he draws this like double dome just to demonstrate the toroidal, and has like two bulges on the left side, so you have like a bisecting orthographic view. It's really hard to explain without a visual, but I think that particular visual is a really good way to look at it, because he has it at the equator. It inverts, and there's like a little inner donut and there's an outer donut, you know, the way that he's looking at it, and that's the way that it would follow the motion of interferometry measurements, which is what they're mistaking for the Coriolis of a spinning Earth, right? Which is why they're saying that it matches that, but it really doesn't, because at the same latitude, it would have to maintain the same speed no matter what the altitude is, and the specific measurements of interferometry directly refute that.
Okay, I think like 75% of that was over my head, but I appreciate it.
Damn.
That's why I had to check with the part of one when he came in hot and fast and spitting that stuff out fast, man. Shame be on some shit.
So I had a mouthful. I just made some food. I was listening to this guy just trash everything, just make these claims. And as soon as he said you were calling him EMBO, I was like, that's fucking Embo. That clown is over there pretending to be new for these guys, and they're giving him the time of day. I got to get over there.
Bro, when you speak, bro, when you be laying it out, I really got to focus. I ain't going to lie.
Yeah, so just real quick with the Foucault's pendulum. So wouldn't it just blow the globe away? Like, wouldn't they have to substantiate if you started it east to west? Wouldn't it process stronger than if you started it north to south or south to north?
Yeah, so that's the argument, and the precession itself is so minute that when they first took it to the south, they set it up backwards and took measurements and congratulated each other on how they were like, yeah, high fives. Wait, no, hold on. Set the other, like reversed it, set out the other way, and they were like, yeah, that's the result that we needed, because they didn't know what they were doing with it or what the expected result was in the first place, and that's nowhere of a lie. So the Foucault's pendulum argument is so ridiculous.
No, hold on. That was the most legible argument that we had for flat Earth versus globe Earth, was the Foucault pendulum. That was the defining between the both. But go ahead.
I don't understand what you said.
The Foucault pendulum, the pendulum.
No, say other words though. Use other words to describe your concept.
What do you mean?
I don't understand the words that you use, so use different words.
Well, basically, when they measured the rotation of the Earth with that machine, it was different than what they said with flat Earth, or what they said with globe Earth. So it actually was one of the most defining experiments to actually differ between if the Earth's flat or if the Earth's, a globe.
Oh, I see what you mean, because the interferometry measurements conclusively disprove the heliocentric model by showing that it can't change speed at the same latitude, right? That's what you mean.
Right.
Okay, cool.
I set it in the blue pill. You should be able to see it.
Yo, I heard interferometry.
Dude, you've been sleeping through the coolest interferometry. I had to take it all. I thought you were a ghost.
No, I just got back from smoke busting. It's a new profession that just came out. You can actually fight demons, but you have to get high as fuck. Apparently,
Yo, I heard about that one.
and you know what's even crazier, D3? So I had a smoke gun because I was trying to do it like dude was saying, you know, and it didn't work. What I found was the only way to do it was I had to smoke the weed myself and then exhale it directly into the demon shotgun style. And then after that,
Then they felt it. Got you.
Then it went to his head and it was, you know, exorcism or whatever and sent him right back where it came from.
Do they crash birds when they do that?
Do they what, Meow?
Do they crash birds when they do that?
No.
Did you use the Roman camels?
Dude was on some stuff, but I respect his position though.
Yeah, me neither.
So
I think he believes in it. You give me 4 pounds of marijuana and some Roman candles, and I'm blasting demons. I'm just like,
Dude, I can't believe you guys let that guy speak for so long. I was walking my dog, so like helpless to listen or shit talk or say anything. I had to listen, and D3 was encouraging him, asking questions. I don't know if you were feigning genuine interest, dude.
Taylor was asking him questions.
She was busted his balls, but she was like, okay, so the garlic, right? If I rub myself in garlic, would that be better for myself? She was asking the funniest questions. Obviously not taking him seriously, but yeah, that was encouraging him for sure.
Well, you know what they say.
Yeah, and then Peter got in there and started mirroring his energy and saying the same nonsense back to him as only he could do. And I was like, oh no, I gotta stop this. This recursive loop is gonna digress to dog shit immediately.
Dude, I don't believe in quantum loops, but a recursive Peter loop is definitely a thing, and you never want to get caught in that, dude. That's whiz.
Yeah, I'd rather talk to that guy than Peter. But JT actually hired that guy. So like, you know, NASA has their Don Pettit, like, you know, that guy who's in the front lines, boots on the ground, talking for NASA. Well, we hired him. JT and I came up to that conclusion.
There's a flat earther, Don Pettit, that exists who sounds just like him, who won't mind doing the impression whenever you see him around. We should get him around again.
Nah.
He's all kind of only good for that one thing.
Anyway, I just got back and I heard interferometry. What were you guys talking about?
Well, it started with someone boasting about how a gyro compass actually processes in line with the movement and actual rotation of the Earth, if you want to start there.
Ooh, a yucky compass? I heard that that's not true, and they have to require a bunch of manual inputs to double extra make sure that they're aligned with true north and all that.
Oh, I did say that and specify that specifically. You have to input your position on the good old graticule when you obtain and turn one on, so that its, you know, so-called precession and alignment with its known location is therefore somewhat less impressive. But hey,
I thought they had to do it on the ground to basically stop those effects from happening. That's why I had to do it on the ground.
They had to program its position with lat long to the geographic graticule on the ground instead of in the air, so that it would what?
In the lab frame, you say?
Those were mocking questions that sounded serious. I'm sure he's confused.
No.
I definitely am confused. Say it again. I can't really hear you. My phone like real low because it's messed up right now because I got a call. So it's hard to hear everybody.
No, you sound better now. Yo, I don't even remember.
No, I can't hear y'all. I can barely hear you.
That's because my shit lowers all the time. My bad.
Can you hear him okay now?
I would have to drop down and get back up.
Word. I'll send a rappel rope.
Or an airship, but only if we like you.
The airships are for the ambassadress and the presidentess and the emperor, obviously.
Well, whoever we decide at any given point, because that's how it works.
That's how airships work.
Man, I forgot that Twitter actively lowers my mic. Like, I'll take my mic and I'll see it lowering. Like, it's lowering now. Now it's back up. It just lowers by chunks. It's like, oh, you're talking? 10, 30, 20.
Yeah, I just figured out recently that, when you join as a listener, how that it sounds pretty DS.
Yeah, different audio code.
And on top of that, my browser defaults it to 33% instead of, and then when I get put on speaker, it goes automatically to 100%. So I get the good codec and the higher audio. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, if that happens to you guys when you're a listener, make sure that your audio is set to 100, because for some reason it's like it was auto adjusting mine. That's insane.
Yeah, that's what it's doing. It takes direct control and lowers mine. It's like, oh, you're speaking? I know what you want. Can I lower it arbitrarily to 15% and then tell you it's at 100? God damn it. Stop it. Because, yeah, all right, so I'm good.
It has been a pretty somewhat eventful space.
Heard it got really good on stationary Saturday physics fight night part. Or that part really turned around.
Well, I woke up and then Witsit came by and then we had some fun thing.
Oh, nice.
It was a good morning. I think I woke up right away, or like at 7, and it came in, and it was, I think, having a good time since.
I have
Well,
one real quick physics thought experiment, if we can entertain it.
Go for it, buddy.
Absolutely.
So tell me if this thought experiment contradicts Coriolis and the Foucault's pendulum. So if you had a pendulum that the fulcrum was 1 foot off the ground and your weight is an inch off the ground, opposed to having a pendulum where the fulcrum is 100 feet from the ground and the weight is the same height as the other one, like one would be further, the taller one would be further than the other if the earth is spinning, correct? Just left to their own if you're invoking rotation.
are we asking the direction of the ether wind or the inverted direction from the reverse reference frame of Earth spin?
The earth spin.
Because it gets confusing, right? So like east to west, I think, is what that's ideal rotate. So that's where the actual rotation goes. So then their supposed Earth spin is the other way, and you got to be careful when you're analyzing motion because everything is inverted from that reference frame to what it is.
Okay, so it's a little more in depth than I was thinking. Gotcha.
Well, I just remember when Alan was first looking into it, and we were looking about which direction it was going, and he spent so long looking at it like upside down from the globular perspective that when he came back, he was like, "Oh no, I think I fucked it up. I think it's the wrong direction." I was like, "No, buddy, you're still upside down. Come back up around." He was like, "Oh, yep, nope, you're right. It goes the other way." It was like sometimes when you're spending a lot of time in the crap, man, it gets on you, So.
Hey, didn't Dr. Bennett make that point in the Parks conversation / debate?
I was also referencing a specific video of him, and that's a clip on Alan's channel. That's how I remember which way it goes, and it's the stuff that I think of as him talking about the ether wind going east to west. And he talks about how it's the same thing for radio waves and very low frequency, and it's a very known effect, and the so-called speed of light on the east-west vector, not the north-south.
Were any of you guys as disappointed as I was in Parks, like showing the way he did? Like I thought he was going to do better.
Well, you guys had respect for him still, so I heard that people who did suddenly withdrew it immediately. But I myself had already decided that I was going to be a little bit staunch in who I awarded respect to, and he hadn't quite earned it, so I wasn't let down as much. But to stand on kinematics versus dynamics and to say what he said with such gusto is just, oh man. Actually, it's useful to see that the best of the globe should just pretend to not understand things to remain in your position, because that's all you got, I guess.
I'll say this about Parks. I was disappointed, but he did something, but I still have respect for him, but it's for a completely different reason. And without getting into details, he did something really, really kind for a flat earther who needed some help. And he didn't have to go out of his way to do that. And he did that. And he's never talked about it or asked for any credit or anything like that. So I'm going to go ahead and give it now. Shout out to you, man. and he knows what I'm talking about if he hears about this or whatever. But he
Wow.
didn't have to do that, and he did. So mad respect either way, even though we disagree on philosophy and cosmology and all that. And that's going to lead to cogdis and weird conversations where we all get angry at each other and stuff. But you are a good dude.
Yeah, well, thanks for sharing that, because yeah, like we disagree, and I give him props for showing up, but yeah, we disagree on stuff. But if he was a kind human, then he's a kind human. All there is.
Listen, Doctor, I respectfully disagree. I'm going to take the opposing side, but let's argue no more.
Yeah, Park didn't come off as like a jerk or anything like that. Like maybe a little bit. Man, I don't know if I even want to say arrogant because he did like it was something a little off putting, but I didn't get bad vibes from Parks in none of the conversations. Like I don't look at him like an anti flat earther.
He wasn't like, respect my degree, but he was
Yeah.
like, hey, I have a degree. Maybe you should listen to me.
Well, that's because
Maybe
Bennett got a
because he was
degree
talking to
too.
Bennett.
Exactly. But he was like that when we talked to him without Bennett, to be honest.
I joined Aether Cosmology because the Discord server, now I'm the CEO of Janitorial's custodial service.
Was that another promotion you snuck in there? You're learning really quickly.
Yeah. I joined it because I saw Austin's discussion with Professor Parks, and I mentioned that, and then someone goes, at Professor Parks in the chat, and they pinged it. I was like, he's in here? I thought that was so cool. I thought the discussion with Dr. Bennett was awesome. I thought, both guys were respectful. The one thing I didn't like about it was the switch to like young Earth story, like how old do you believe the Earth is. Like I thought that had nothing to do with it. And the other thing was the like emphasis that it wasn't a debate. So then like if you emphasize that, then you don't have to follow any rules of debate. Other than that, I thought it was a super like clean conversation. I don't think there were many fallacies I could even call out unless I was being like really nitpicky.
So I was thinking about it. I think the young Earth aspect, age of the Earth, is a component. Because they say, if the universe is finite, it would be younger and smaller. I just don't think it's relevant because they don't have any definitive time scale for the heliocentric Big Bang model theory, whatever the case is. So I don't really understand why we would waste so much time on that if he couldn't definitively say, oh yeah, like the age of the universe or the age of the earth is this old. And they started appealing to those certain techniques that got a whole bunch of flaws. I don't know. I think it just a little bit too much time, but it could be relevant if he was able to like provide some not flawed, unflawed evidence. If that's how you want to say it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with
but
you. I think in any debate, I know it's not a debate, but it was like a pseudo debate. If you're going to ask a leading question, i.e., you're going to try to frame or put the other person's position into a spot, you should be prepared for both answers, right? So if you believe the Earth is X old, then this, right? Then there's my argument. If you don't subscribe to that, then this, right? So like it was sort of like I don't want to call it a red herring because I don't think I don't think he ever unpacked like what he was leading into or got to, but whenever you're asking someone a leading question, that's different than a loaded question. A lot of our like globe friends on here, you ask them a question, they're like, "Oh, if I answer that, then they'll make an
Yeah,
argument."
they're terrified. You'll never answer it. You're right.
Yeah, and like leading questions are super. It's a great way to test. It's a great way to test good faith. Piezo asked an awesome leading question the other night. I was out back on Wi-Fi, but he asked someone that he was debating, I believe it was Franco, about magnets as well as a metal plate. If you spin the magnet versus spinning the metal plate, there's a different effect. I forgot the specific verbiage he used, but actually I could pull it up. I took notes. So he said, if you do this, then would it be this result? And the answer from the person, Franco, I believe it was it depends. So at that point, you're supposed to ask, if it's not yes, then when is it no? So if you ask that, you can actually get them to say where it depends. But really, that person should, one, be prepared to answer, okay, well, in these situations it would be yes, in these situations it would be no, or just answer with a yes or no. But it stops the whole discussion if you just refuse to answer by going, oh, it depends. You know, like things can be different. You know, reference for just very like sheepish kind of dismissal.
And it does depend on the reference frame. You have to use the reference frame of the lab frame to make the correct prediction every time. Shout out
Yeah.
to Faraday.
If an asteroid hit a dome in space or surrounded by water, if like that, uh, will this dome, like the shape of the dome or the landmass, change from this asteroid being like over like a million trillion years? The planet reforming. Back when the planet first started. If they say we was hit by an asteroid, how would y'all think the planet would be formed if the Earth was like flat, with this dome, or just like in a globish form? How do you think the Earth will reform back to where it is now?
I guess it would depend on what the dome is made of, right? Like, let's say it's a really, really thick, viscous dome that's like thousands of miles thick, right? So the asteroid hits and it just gets stuck like a small piece of a breadcrumb getting thrown in Jello. What if it was like that? I mean, I wouldn't speculate as to what like the dome is made of, but what if it was, right?
But wouldn't that answer if the Earth's flat or not? If a million years ago we was hit by an asteroid when the Earth first starts forming, and
Yeah,
was
we would reject that entire premise. Like we don't share the
okay,
same
okay.
historical account of cosmology, right? Because like the preface of creation and all the years in between and subsequent astronomical events all falls under like cosmology. So we have a different cosmology. So that wouldn't be our interpretation of events for how things started.
So what about the Big Bang then? Would that be a specific way if y'all can think of it? The Big Bang.
Yeah, so from nothing comes nothing. The Big Bang is a philosophically bankrupt position. It's based on your willingness to believe in it rather than face the obvious fact that it's self-evident that this place had to have been created, and which implies a creator. And you got to make of that what you will.
Yeah, the Big Bang is a philosophical preference. It's not a proven thing. So it's like, because we're not going to assume that there's a creator, because we'll assume no creator, then somehow we need spontaneous creation, right? So why would you put any credence into Let There Be Light versus the Big Bang, right? Why would you choose one or the other? Well, it would be philosophical preference. And I think the same way that the heliocentric paradigm has the philosophical preference against the horror of a unique position, as they say, right? They choose to believe that it's Earth going around Sun because it's a philosophical preference, rather than Sun going around Earth. They choose to believe that because they think that the Earth being centered is like, it's philosophically immodest. That's why. So Big Bang is a philosophical preference. Also, it's just silly. Big Bang slash evolution, in my opinion, is silly. Evolution is one of the most silly things. It is ooze that was hit by either a meteor or lightning, mixed with random genital smashing, which created the pineapple, the alligator, the human reasoning,
Fruit
of course,
flies.
right? Yeah, lizards, mosquitoes, all of this via random genital smashing
and
happened.
and it happened twice too, because there was dinosaurs and stuff, so there had to be a whole nother thing in between after the meteor impacted, right? Because it's like once you start with this preface, once you start with the philosophically bankrupt preface, like this is the extremities you have to take it to, where it's like, okay, now we need multiple timelines that no one could ever possibly substantiate. You know, we'll take it to 13 billion years, give or take, and we'll say, you know, that'll give us about, well, what would it give them, like 450 years of evolution, or 450 million years of evolution? I forget how long the dinosaurs they say they were, but yeah, it's like they need this absurd timeline to make it appear that they've like scientifically deduced all of these things, and that it's not based off of a philosophical preference, but it is, and it's clearly the wrong one, because look at look at what you have to do to make it a tenable position, right? Instead of the earth being created by God, they're like, oh, you know what happened? The sun actually shit us out. We just accreted from the sun, and the sun made us. Oh, what made the sun? Well, the sun was made after the Big Bang, where everything came from nothing. You know, like we see in nature all the time. I'm just kidding. We've never seen that in nature. That's preposterous, you
Dude,
know.
I just see what you meant by being in the listener with Galatrax, and it comes in one ear. It's the most frustrating thing I've ever heard in my life. I was like, get me out of here. I want to speak again. Holy crap, I made a mistake.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
but
it's when you're a
the
listener
the
it comes
whole
through one
coming
ear,
from
or is it
nothing thing
just
is
in
crazy. So the
general?
Big Bang, you know, made by Jesuit priests to deter people from God, is a big part of the anti-Reformation, part of the learning against learning back from the path of the Jesuits, which you can learn all about by watching Heliosorcery, right? So that's where all that comes from in the first place. But it's all like, so when we need you to not believe you were created, we have to remove the creator. By doing that, we've created it with these crazy things called evolution, right? In which slow, gradual changes over long periods of time, as Alan was said, has ultimately led to the birth of something beautiful and magical, i.e., you, right? Like the eyeball has evolved over billions of years to become this ridiculous mash of light interpretation where it amalgamates and can use rods and codes and two series of inversions to mimic a spherical nature and to parabolically scale what is a linear reality. Like, yeah, cool. That definitely happened by accident because the retarded fish monkey banged a frog that crawled onto a planet that became you, right? Like, so those two things don't match. But the thing that they always try to do, as Alan pointed out, was that they insert long periods of years, like carbon dating. We'll add 10,000 years, so because everything that they're telling you about the world that we're in requires that amount of time to have happened, right? 13.5 billion years for the Earth to reform. As our lad over here earlier was trying to pinhole us to the accretion theory disk, when the new moon would have the new impact theory, meaning that they say the moon impacted the Earth as an early stage, you know, with molten lava, and because of gravity, mass attraction, mass, and accretion, those bigger particles ultimately coalesced back into a bigger particle, which then resulted in the moon, which then became magically phase locked to us as a satellite, and gives us the complete tidal motion that we know today. That's what he was assuming when he was assenting us, like, hey, how do you guys think that it formed or whatever? So because of that understanding, that's a ridiculous straw man for how we were going to interpret it. And that's why Alan said we have a different cosmological understanding of our beginning, good sir, or doctor, as they say.
Doctor. You know what's really cool though is that what you pointed out and what Bennett pointed out last night, or Thursday, sorry, was the eclipse cycles, and they happen like a complete cycle is, what is it, 625 20 600 651 years, you said? Oh, he can't hear us. Wait for him to get back up.
Did Shane drop?
Yeah, he's resetting. He wasn't able to hear us.
All right, when Shane come back, we'll go to Run Boston and Flat Lads. I don't know if there's any other requests. We're going to be wrapping it up soon.
Nice. Did you guys hear all that, or did I talk to myself?
No, you crushed it.
All right, cool. Thanks. I was going by Flat Lads giving me emojis to know that I was still being heard by someone, but all I could see was Flat Lads. So I wasn't sure if he was just in tune with me randomly or.
Dude, I'm glad he was keeping you going because you were on a good roll there.
As you say, we're all done with Flat Stationary Saturday.
Last call.
Flats was ahead of me.
I think they pretty much disproven that the Earth, the universe was created from the Big Bang, or um, evolution is not real based off human chromosome number 2, and it's been looked like that it's been genetically altered, like it's been modified. I don't know if this I seen the research and all that, but I don't know if any of y'all seen that article or anything about it. Human chromosome number 2.
No, never heard of it. But have you heard of abiogenesis?
Oh wait, is that ridiculous bioelectricity thing that would have to happen for life to spontaneously come out of the toxic sludge that was the retarded fish banging the monkey frog, or something else?
No, that's it.
Oh crap, that's a crazy thing. Who believes in that stuff?
I don't even know what you just said.
Oh, but that's funny because you believe in it, right? That's the thing that.
Well, hold on. I mean,
Wait, hold
I
on,
think,
hold on. What do I
he
believe in?
wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't saying that.
No, but he would, right? Do you not believe in evolution or whatever?
No, he was just telling us about how it's been disproven and falsified from a different thing that we're not familiar with.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther or a glober. I'm just my own person. I'm not going off what anybody say. But on top of that, I actually do my own research and I meditate. I do everything I do to make myself a smart and knowledgeable person. So if I offended you, bro, my bad. I don't appreciate the insult.
Well said, good doctor.
I just assumed you believe in evolution, so that's my bad.
You never assume, buddy. Spell assume. Make an asshole out of you and me. That's what assume means.
You got me.
Sager, I think D3 glitching. I got the dot for him.
Okay, so we believe in the creator. Oh, when do I think that we was actually seated onto this universe or this world or this planet or this dome?
Hold on real quick. Who says glitching?
D3.
All right.
Do you just do cosmic genesis dome theory or whatever? Come on, man. The ancient aliens seated us on the dome. Is that what you just said? That's not really a good closing question.
Yeah, I think he was asking like what our personal origin story is or whatever, and it varies depending on who you ask, but it's like pretty subjective. So people have their own interpretation of it. So can't really give an answer that anyone would care about.
No, I care, bro. Give me your best interpretation of the origin story. What do you think we came from? We talk about flat Earth. We want to see if the flat Earth's real, the dome real, whatever. Explain yourself. Ain't no wrong with speaking your mind.
Humans were created, and whoever created us put us here. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah,
does everyone agree?
That's personally, as far as I take it, really. Like, I don't need, because I can't, like, what if I started thinking about like how it was done and the specifics and details, it would all just be nonsense.
Yeah, I think for me it's more of a logical inference. So like, because you can prove that the earth, the terrain is the center, you can infer that there was a creator from that. And that's like a logical inference, the same way that if you're on an island and you've been to every edge of the island and all you see is water, you can still infer that you're on an island without knowing anything else about it. You can just say, I'm on an island, and you can know that, or you can infer that, right? You can make a logical inference about that. So that's my logical thing about it. But I wouldn't try to like divine as to why. I wouldn't try to like imagine it so I can understand why.
Hey, a part of one, I sent you a link in your pinned tweet about what you asked about earlier. And to add to what these guys are saying, yeah, I think flat Earth as a whole, it doesn't claim anything about like creation because some people believe that and some people don't. So it's not like a every one thing. We all got our own interpretations. Because that goes beyond shape of the earth. You know what I'm saying?
And you might run into this issue where like you think because one side of the debate is like super homogenous and all of their talking points, all of their beliefs are very homogenous because it kind of has to be, that the other side would also be like that. I would say that Flat Earth as a whole is less of a movement and more of a community of people with, that just ask questions. I wouldn't say that it's more of a, like, yeah, we all subscribe to the newsletter and it says this, so now we know what to say, now we know how to say it.
We're starting a newsletter.
All right. Don't worry, we already have your email. I queried the system or whatever. Too early.
Too soon.
But I would try to avoid like the idea that there's homogeneity on both sides. There is definitely homogeneity on the other side. There's a lot of it. And I think it's actually problematic because then when you ask them a question that sort of puts a crack in it, you'll have like two different defenses that sometimes contradict each other. And it's like, ooh, got you there.
What I missed, I'm sorry, I was in a call.
Oh no!
Well, we presented proof
rest in
that you
peace.
shouldn't believe in it.
We all
It was
answered
gone.
the question, bro.
Hey, part of, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up, J Tizzle?
Not really. My phone did a little glitch thing once I got
No, I'm
that call,
saying like,
so
can you hear me
barely.
now?
Oh
Yo,
yeah.
it's okay. We got the president of Flat Earth over here, and actually everything that we just said about not all agreeing, that was BS. The president is about to lay down what we all think and believe from our hearts. Lay it down, J Tizzle.
Yeah, I pre-agree with everything he's about to say.
Okay, part of one. It's an amazing journey, the awakening journey, and there are different people of different faiths. And what I found personally is once you awaken to the many deceptions, you become more tolerant and available to let another man think what he wants about either God or how he relates to the Creator. Like me personally, I'm way deep into the Bible, the Holy Bible, the Father above that looks down on us like we're grasshoppers, and I follow the Messiah. I surrendered to the Messiah 15 years ago, but I'm so far into this movement that even if the Holy Bible and the Father above and Jesus is a made up story, it's not real, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of death. I'm not scared of judgment from some creator because I know that I'm living in a way that's promoting love and light and higher vibration and connection. And I know that's like, whoa, if other Christians hear me, they're going to be like, whoa, this dude's lost the plot. He's new age. That's not it at all, man. I'm just not scared anymore because the earlier topics of um, Big Bang, dinosaurs, billions of years, evolution, those are all tools from the enemy, inversions to trick us into believing that everything is material and all there is matter as far as the universe goes. And so that doesn't leave much room for metaphysical or spiritual. And I mean, the real question is, what is love? How do you measure love? How do you prove it? How much did you love, your mom or whoever you love the most in your life? How can you prove how much you love that person? You can't. So anyway, long story short, we all have kind of different faiths, but the main point is we're not letting the system lie to us anymore about how beautiful we actually are. We're not falling prey to the tricks. We are walking around them. They're trying to murder us as we speak. And it's like, nope. I mean, you can take my life, but you can't take this freedom I've found to explore what it really means to connect to another human being. So, God be with you, or, best wishes, or whatever you want to take from what I'm saying right now. I'm saying it in pure love. I hope that you also find what is true and what is not. And the only way to get there is by asking questions. And that's what Flat Earth Friday is all about. And that's why it runs for like 24 hours every Friday. So, welcome back. Please grab a pen right now. I'm going to pause while you grab a pen and go to Witsit Gets It and watch all his Schooling Globers videos, watch his In the Field playlist, go to Ether Cosmology and watch a lot of stuff there and join us on the Ether Cosmology Discord. And yeah, that's all I got. Much love, bro.
I knew I'd agree and like everything you said. I knew it.
How did I know? Because JT's awesome.
I could agree with you on all the stuff that you said too. I could definitely agree. You know, life is about, you know, treating everyone, everything, and everything in existence with, you know, love, compassion, and forgiveness. You know, and just be open to, you know, change and creation. You know, that we all gifted by, you know, God. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how I look at the universe. You know, I look at the universe like, imagine like every piece of matter, seen or unseen, you know, is like a vibrational string that our bodies, the temples, the instrument of God, the vessel of God, plays these songs from, you know, and these songs are creations, you know, of God's word, and I feel like that's how we live our lives too.
Hey man, I totally feel you too, for real. And a neat, super neat thing is there's also this walk, this truth journey, this awakening is also, it's like a balance beam where the pursuit of knowledge is good, and knowledge itself and wisdom and understanding is a really great thing, but not at the cost of, becoming egotistical or judgmental. So I've found dropping all judgment of what other people say. Like, what if somebody pops in here in 5 minutes and they say, "Hey man, I think all you're crazy aliens seated us here," and that's really what they believe. I now don't react to another man believing that, because how do I know he's going to hold that belief, forevermore? Or what if in 6 months he's like, "Oh man, I was kind of off my rocker on that. I found a different way to think." So I think we've been pre-programmed to judge other people immediately on the spot for what they say or what they do. And I mean, if you follow me around, I'm going to try my best to love on people, not hurt anybody. I got kids, I got a wife, and I'm just trying to do the best I can to find the truth so I can help them navigate through however many more days we have left. But I really appreciate you sharing. And hey, Flat Lad, sorry I jumped the spot. I'm gonna close down my little saying with, I was gonna make the joke that I feel just like Taylor. Like earlier, Taylor was like hardly awake, still talking. I washed a car with my dad. He came over. It was nice. My wife's out of town. I got 1 hour of sleep last night because of this awesome space. And after washing the car, I've been laying here, and Alan and Shane were just ladling gravy, and I had my hand raised, and I'm like, "Holy crap! I'm about to pass out." So I'm gonna call it quits on this one and go get with the kids. Man, sacred, proud, everyone that can hear my voice, you are amazing. Don't let anybody tell you you're not, and I love you sincerely. Talk to you later.
Thunderous applause. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm amazed you didn't run another 15 miles today after 1 hour of sleep, washing the car, taking care of the kids. I'm like, bro.
Dude, he was actually sprinting a full marathon as he was delivering that heartfelt speech, and you couldn't even
Makes
tell.
sense.
You could definitely hear he was doing dishes when he started the speech, and he just finished them, and then he was like, "You know what? I'm gonna go for a
As a
light
superhuman,
jog."
yeah, he got his trunks, so he got his super tight stuff on, and he already got dressed and sprinted, and the whole thing was done while he was giving that speech. He's really quite amazing.
Y'all are crazy.
Run Boston legend.
I mean, you should see him in a suit. I mean, Christ. He's the most presidential glowing person you've ever seen.
You said glow, not globe, right?
Y'all are wild, man. I feel like we're all connected, and that's true. But thanks for hanging out for many hours. A part of. We'll see you around for sure. And yeah, that's it. I'm dropping.
Speaking of all connected, I heard a part say that he thinks all matter is interconnected by a frequency. This lad's an ether lad, right?
Well, don't assume. You're gonna make an ass out of yourself, Alan. You should
I've
ask the
I've
guy who's
logically
over here.
deduced it, doctor. But yeah, that's what's up, man. That's actually something that we share in common, man.
Does he believe in little particles or the etheric field or what?
He said all matter and non-matter is interconnected by frequency.
Well, that is a specific condoned supportive statement of an etheric energetic background if I ever heard one.
Right?
Flat Lads and then Gilly.
Yes, just real quick. I couldn't hear what the president was saying, so I, instead of dropping down, I opened up my other phone and listened on the delay and caught what the pres was saying. And yeah, I agree with Shane and Alan. Wholeheartedly, 100% agree with what the president was saying. But I just had a question about what Sacred brought up about the Cassander and Parks argument. So they're arguing about the age of the Earth. Like, is that really something we should argue over? Because nobody can prove their side, whether you're young, middle, old Earth. Like, it's not provable, correct?
I don't know, man. I find that one particularly interesting, and I think that's one of those arguments where there's a lot more supportive evidence for one side than the other, and I particularly enjoy the conversation. But can you prove it either way? I mean, hell no. I mean, it could be that the Earth is ageless, so how are you going to quantify that?
Oh yeah, when your mic was messed up, I was setting you up for eclipse cycles and how you could rewind the 651 year cycle back to what was it from like about 6,000 years or so. So, like it
Right.
gives so like that it's in itself gives like some credence to maybe a win. Like if you're gonna use the sky and it's repeated cycle.
Literally under 6,000 years, because if you took every cycle and you unwind it back into the great astronomical year of 651 years, and if you map out one of those increments and then you backtrace that, it like every conceivable stellar phenomenon that aligns all originates at one synchronous point. So one point, meaning literally the origin of everything. If you were a heliocentric, you could even call it the Big Bang. But it just happens that that point is only about 5,800 and whatever years ago, depending from like 1812, it was 5,800 and something like that years ago. So it ends up being just under 6,000, something like 5,998 years old, I think something like that. And that's the literal age if you take the eclipse cycle and then use it as a chronometer and then age and backtrace everything. And our boy who did that exact method across the world through all the different various cultures found that there were giant gaps and then there was giant insertions of 1,000 years or more into all the cultures at the same time, so that they were trying to cover all the same tracks about evolution about everywhere, right? So all the cultures have these giant leaps in time where things didn't happen for thousands of years in all the historical record because the guy applied the eclipse cycle chronometer to measure all the various histories given, and that's what he came out with. So,
Yep.
You're welcome, Alan, for bringing that back up to remind you. And Sacred and Proud, love the space. I'm ready for the outro. Love you guys. It's been a beautiful one.
Yeah, I guess it's my turn here. I'm just gonna second what Mr. President JT was talking about, and I looked it up here. Menticide refers to the systematic and deliberate undermining or destruction of a person's or a group's mind or way of thinking. It is often used to describe the process by which individuals or communities are subjected to psychological manipulation or brainwashing to strip away their cultural identity, values, and independent thought, replacing them with the dominant ideology or belief system. The term is derived from combining mental and sight, meaning to kill or destroy. Menticide has been discussed in contexts such as colonialism, propaganda, and psychological warfare, where people are subjected to intense pressure to conform to a certain way of thinking, often to suppress resistance or rebellion against an oppressive force. And I would just advocate for everyone in here, brothers and sisters, think freely.
nice.
Well said, Doctor.
Well said, Mr. Gillypong. Think freely, except for what you read in the newsletter, which will be going
You
out.
should accept without question what's in the newsletter. Everybody knows that. Come on.
And again, shout out to Gilly for standing up to them guys on the other side of Flat Earth Twitter or Flat Earth social media.
Oh, what happened? Did you get jumped in the streets, bro?
No, I just witnessed Witsit being trashed by the other side of the ether, so to speak.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Oh,
Sorry,
so like Aaron,
I didn't get the reference at all. I was okay.
well,
My bad.
now I got it, dude. He's an automatic ether cosmologist because he saw what the other side was like, and he was like, "What does the other side believe? I believe that now." Obviously.
No, it's just quite obvious that there are certain narcissistic traits that can be observed when people try to assassinate people's character.
Well, I mean, what if I had a recording of you saying something else, and then I played that and argued against that? Would that convince you?
Exactly.
That's psychotic, dude.
Imagine that as an argument, and then to do it on a stream to like a fan base, which isn't a cult, who then chants what you just said without thinking about it themselves.
I would be extremely embarrassed for myself.
So, guys, I still have one thing that bothers me about flat versus globe, and it's the questionable reference. All right, I understand that it's questionable. It's the questionable reference of viewing the Earth from an orbiting satellite or space station, whatever you want to call it. The sun does appear to go, I don't know, it appears to be blocked, right? We see the dimming of what's underneath the station and the sun off to one side, and then just disappears. This is one thing that I don't really understand. Like if that is the case, to me this is the best argument for the globe.
What
do we? So
you say nighttime was the best argument, D3?
Basically, like nighttime, but then it's just that the damn sun just disappears, bro. It gets
Yeah, well,
it looks like a sunset, but it's from space.
It's not as luminous or as giant as they say it is. So when it should be so bright and luminous and never lose its shine because it's so big, those qualities don't carry over to the small local light source that we say that takes its light with it once the angular resolution limits becomes met, and it takes its say electric field, which is exciting the ions, which is causing the colors to fluoresce a certain color to give you an ion as part of like argon and helium and hydrogen to give you blues and golds and just to give you the sunlight. So I mean, like once that goes, it takes its light with it. The field is still fluoresced, so you get dusk and daylight and twilight, and then it takes it away with it when it no longer when the field is completely invisible. You get complete darkness till it comes back around, right? You mean nighttime is their best argument?
That's for me personally. This is the only observation I can see that really. It's hard to explain. Even with what you just said, I still think it's a little hard to explain because, we do see things off in the distance beyond it, and I just think it's tough. I think it's tough that it just disappears like that. Yeah.
Talking about
They did say light has an effect on stuff like that, especially from the moon and the sun when it comes to the focal pendulum. So I definitely can agree with you saying it's best. We flat Earth or not flat Earth, globists say the night might be the most way to support themselves.
Yeah, like I'm on the flat Earth side, but at the same time, this is the one thing that bothers me.
Nighttime, just to be sure, nighttime is the one that gets you D3.
Yo, it's because like it's really because of the ISS and SpaceX, man. These fucking guys. I know there's a lot of questions about the videos, if they're real, if they're edited, yada yada yada. I take them on. I take them on the mostly real side or whatever.
That's what I asked. Are you talking about that SpaceX video when I guess the craft went below the globe and then you saw like the sun dip?
Well, yeah. So what we saw in that particular video was the sun drifting away, as we say it drifts away, coming to the horizon, right? Because it's even at that height, I do still consider it a horizon and not a real curvature. And then, like what we see with the sunset here, it just disappears. The only difference is here we see the sunset fade because we're looking through the atmosphere,
Yeah.
and it fades into it and disappears. From there, you're not really looking through anything, and it just it goes down as it does, and then it goes from complete bright to just boop, gone. So, and then at that point, everything is also dark on the face of the Earth.
That's how it should be each and every day on the globe with a sunset, right? So the fact that they emulated that once in a video is what got you. Have you ever seen it do that?
Well, only from the videos up there, correct. That's what I mean. So like I understand there's questions about the videos, but if the videos are real and we can't actually disprove them, um, that's the one thing that bothers me. That's all.
Man, that's funny because those videos from how they showed a sunset would look from just above the horizon in space, how the sun disappears immediately and takes all of its light with it immediately all at once. That was one of the main things that convinced me that the sun was local and that the earth was flat, to be totally honest with you, like way early in my journey. I'm thinking of one particular visual thing at the instance at the beginning, and it showed both of those comparisons. It showed what the sun looks like now in real life when it sets and just gets smaller and takes its light with it and looks like it goes away until it recedes into the horizon until you can't see anything. And then right next to it on like a dual screen, it shows the sun setting from orbit and it just goes over the horizon and boop, there it goes, all the light, and you got instant darkness. And you're
Facts.
like, huh.
Yeah,
Oh shit,
I
I've
thought
never
about
seen
that
anything
too.
like that.
I thought about that too, and I agree with you. It does seem to have kind of the same thing, only it's brighter because there's no atmosphere to really look through. The only pushback I have on that would be, I mean, everything is dark, and then we can sometimes see things in the distance. Um, but again, it's a rough thing because we don't know how far they are.
Yo,
So like if we're seeing stars off, it's like well, they got to be at a certain point, but then like are they closer than the sun? Because if the sun is disappearing,
well,
then where are the stars?
comparing stars to suns is crazy. The star isn't a sun, so that's crazy. Let's stick to the daylight twilight thing because that's a great comparison, and I think it's what we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about. And if
Mm-hmm.
you look at like the time and date.com data, it's not as symmetrical as it points out on a globe. The time and dates for various at the same longitude would be at various hemispheres, respective of the season. We should have the exact same amount of sunlight, daylight, and twilight, right? So like the north and the north for one season should have the same corresponding twilight as the same as in the south, right? When the sun goes to its southern apex, it should mirror symmetrically the amount of light, twilight, and daylight you get from the north, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the data shows that is exactly not what happens. You have in the south like these really quick, abrupt twilights where the sun dips right away, where it's like sunset, boom, dark twilight. In the north,
Yeah.
right, the sun goes away, you get like dusk, you get a little bit of line, you get twilight, it hangs out a little bit. 20 minutes later, it's still light, but it's gone. You have like a little bit of like so. Those times in the summer north are so much longer than the south. And if you look at the data on timeand.com, they show direct symmetry, which means that it's not exact. They're just inverting the northern data because the further south you go, the bigger this discrepancy becomes. And that's what the actual data shows. So when we're saying that we don't understand the sunset, I think that the sun is probably the biggest proof of the globe, but it's only in the misunderstanding and misapplication of that sun when they try to say that actually proves sphericity, or if they use it at like sunset and azimuth times for actual times on an improperly adjusted azimuthal equidistant direction preserving projection, then they could also directly misprove to prove the globe by misusing the tool. I think that's a really good argument. It's one of I think their best arguments is to aggressively strawman and misuse that projection to prove the globe. But it doesn't all involve the sun. I think the sun is probably their strongest part. But the actual twilight thing is a well-known issue. I think there's a couple of videos about it where people did some experiments on the same latitude. You can look at like cities, well-known cities at rough the same longitude at different various seasons, 6 months apart. And the discrepancy in the amount of daylight, twilight, and dusk hours, respectively, is alarming and staggering, and not at all 100% symmetrical. So just something to think about.
Yeah, no, I follow you on that. I think one thing I also think about is like, for example, Saturn. I've seen a number of people shoot Saturn, and I mean, we don't know the distance, but we do know that certain things appear in front of or behind other things, right? So the planets that are supposedly farther, wandering stars, whatever you want to call them, such as Saturn, they do appear to be at a distance beyond the moon, or they appear to be, behind the moon at times. They drift behind the moon, things like that. So we have a parallax there. We have an overlap. We don't know the distances, but if the sun is local, and that blips out of view just by angular resolution, how are we seeing the planets at all? And they're behind the moon. You know what I'm saying? So if the sun is close, we know it's like farther than the moon, but it's close. Um, yeah, I still don't see how that works, bro. Like, I understand the premise of it, and I understand that it going away and dipping into the horizon and angular resolution and boom, it's gone. But then what about other things that we see? It
You
doesn't
mean
match.
the other things in the stars that aren't suns?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna stick with Saturn, but
Oh,
yeah,
so
so
Saturn, which isn't like the sun at all, then?
right,
Okay.
exactly.
Well,
But it does appear to be behind the moon, right? So it's at a distance. So wherever the moon is, it would be at a distance apparently behind the moon.
yeah, there's
But
definitely
yet we
layers
see
to it,
it.
man. The wandering stars kind of do their own thing. They're in their own kind of layer. They have this northern and southern trajectory. If you lay it out, like if you, dude, you're a coding man. You ever queried like Stellarium and pulled, say, data from a certain time frame and then pulled that data into a projection to look at what it would like, say, for like Mercury, Saturn, Mars, or anything like that?
Mm.
Have you?
No, I've never done. I've seen stuff that you've done.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. All right. So, well, yeah. Well, that's what it looks like, and that's not what they tell you is what it looks like. Is my argument, right? So, the path that the wandering stars take, what we see in Stellarium is a 2D representation. But if you look at like the 3D actual toroidal mapping of what it would be like if you were to go into Stellarium and say use one of the modules to personally get the perspective view of the script that you just wrote to give you the data of that wandering star, you'll see the actual path it makes in your personal azimuthal grid would very much be an up and down motion, meaning it's going and changing heights and doing something ridiculous. Even the ones that we see and map out on like the geocentric animation ones that we all like to show around, like that's only a top-down orthographic 2D view of something
Right.
that is like symmetrically moving in 3D. The same thing with the somatic patterns when you have like, frequency and sound waves and dust moving and you're looking at a speaker, you're like, oh, it's so pretty. It's a whole frequency, but it's only one single slice of a 2D representation that is like what in
Of a
reality
3D, right?
a
Right.
moving 3D toroidal object, which is really tough to visualize from that single 2D slice. So it's kind of the same thing.
It's interesting. It still bothers me, but I get you.
It's okay that it bothers you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still on the flat side until
Nope, you've been disowned. You're a shill.
there's
Get out of here.
until there's better proof of curvature. But that's the only thing I see that they could even reference. Everything else, I think you guys have pretty much shot. Gone.
Dude, I always say the sun and stuff is like some of their best evidence because when you're like, oh, we've known for thousands of years it's a sphere, and you're like, how? Well, we have a story that 2,000 years ago, some dude looked at the shadow of a sun produced on the Earth, and we knew from that the direct size and measurements of the Earth we stand on. And you're like, yeah,
Well,
like
I don't know who was first. We got Flat Lads and Son of the. What up, guys?
Well, it's typical. I'll be quick. So I was just going to ask D what you were substantiating that on, and I guess it was the ISS footage, and then
Yeah. So the both the ISS footage and then the SpaceX footage.
yeah, and then a follow-up question was I was going to ask, like, I know you've been here for a long time, but have you gone out and made any observations on your own, like long distance observations?
No, I don't have any of the equipment that would get me that. No.
You don't have eyes?
Oh, you mean just like going out and looking?
Yes. Yes, that's
Well, yeah, but
the most simplest observation. Yes.
yeah, I've done that. What yeah, how is that
Well, I'm just like you wouldn't let some NASA footage sway you the other way opposed to your natural born observation?
well, I mean, it's a matter of trust, right? And it's a matter of believing whether they're lying and it's all fake, or if there's some truth to it, or if it's that's where I'm at. I do believe that we have stuff up there, and I do believe we shoot videos. Now some people will push back and say that it's all fake and it's all false and CGI, and I can't really argue that because I can't prove the video is real or fake one way or the other. And I've asked people that if they can like legitimately destroy these videos, because people can really and I don't mean just like pick out funny stuff that you can see visually and say ha ha ha. Like I don't really fall for those, and some of them make sense in some situations, but with the footage of just like the Earth it's either CGI and you need to prove it, or it's not. You dig?
Yeah. Yeah, and I
So if
don't
it's
doubt.
and I'm still on the stance that it's not.
Yeah, I don't doubt they have something orbiting over us, not orbiting, but in the sky over top of us, following some toroidal. But from my observation, going out and seeing with my naked eye, like I've seen too far. There's no curvature, so it's a wrap. Like they they may have stuff up there, but what they're claiming is video evidence from there. I'm skeptical of.
I agree. I'm skeptical of it too. So that's why I like kind of prefaced it like, I don't know if it's true, but I still have my belief in it.
Yeah, so in my camp, I've falsified their radius value, so it's a wrap. It's flat, no turning back.
Well, to be fair, if someone presented me some absolute proof of Earth's motion around the sun, I definitely would turn back. I would start questioning everything I've ever said and have some questions, but that's never happened. So
Yeah, it hasn't happened over here either. And I only brought that up to kind of like see what you guys how you gauge it. But yeah.
Fake and gay soundboard play. That's how I gauge it. But that's just me.
I appreciate it. So what up,
Yeah,
son? Sorry, Flat.
I was just gonna say they put on some good theater. So yeah, go ahead, son.
Hey guys, appreciate it. My question is really, what was going on with Nathan Oakley the other day in Witsit? Is this just how he gets attention, or it didn't make any sense to me? If he's really a flat Earth guy, why would he show that kind of animus?
I'm unaware. You guys know what he's talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about Nathan Oakley labeling Austin as a liar and then having like this huge, what is it called? Oh, menopausal rant for like 3 hours.
Yeah, like a period exacerbation rant or something. I think.
Yeah, is that just how he gets eyeballs or something? I didn't make any sense. So
Yeah, so his whole creation and personality is built on this misinterpretation of ether because he is what's called a quantum eraser, right? So the quantum eraser experiment is built on the presupposition based on the quantum, which it completely diagnosed and dissected and destroyed. So as a super prideful man basing his whole online persona on something that is now null and void and retarded, he's of course going to double down and pretend that that is wrong and do everything he can to pretend to summation, including and not limited to having specific voice recordings of the dude while he's in the room, muting him, playing the voice recording you made of him to debate against it, to argue against the straw man. That's about the sum of it.
Okay. So he's just baiting everybody to try and get more attention or something. I mean, because logically, I was like,
yep,
wow, like Witsit's pretty calm until people try to snow him, and then so it wasn't genuine. I could tell that, but I was just wondering what that was all about.
Do they do some crazy propaganda, and some of the best of us will fall to it. Like if you are exposed to nothing else but them telling you terrible, bad ether, Witsit sucks, stupid, like you might think he was a fucking retard too.
The gaslighting.
Like you almost can't blame him because it's a super strong propaganda.
Okay, but is he a genuine flat earther then?
I think he's a plant who's here to disrupt and deter everyone from actual information and just have his own little control of the internet. If he was genuine at one point, I think that intent has long been gone and superseded by his current position, which has made him defend a retarded position, which has in tune, rendered him retarded. If he wasn't retarded before, his position has now rendered him retarded, and that's unfortunate.
Okay.
I was actually listening in on this discussion from the beginning to the end, and what it reminded me of was, I think it was Jordan Peterson that was talking about men who are narcissistic sociopaths. They tend to go for violence, while female narcissists go for reputation destruction. And if you look up what they do, he kind of checked most of the boxes: reputation destruction, emotional manipulation, playing the victim, triangulation. This involves bringing a third party into the conflict or relationship dynamic to create jealousy, tension, or competition. Silent treatment, love bombing, and devaluation. So I think like what ultimately we're talking about is a psychological issue that lies in in the domain of Nathan Oakley for some reason. And I think he was just accusing Whitsitt of something that Jaron did, but Jaron was actually reacting to something that Nathan Oakley did. So it's kind of like projection. So, and it's really hard when you're
Dude,
caught up
men.
in this
No,
storm of emotions. You can't kind of think straight, in my opinion.
well, here's something that's not hard, right? If a man makes another video about another man on the internet and where he rants his emotional state and how that other man makes him feel, then I'm not going to listen to said man. I think that's pretty simple.
Very simple yet elegant principle to live by.
Yeah. One more question, if I may. What do you guys think, if you had a crystal ball, what do you think is going to happen with the whole final experiment? I mean, is there a betting map or a prediction? are you guys
Yeah,
taking bets on that? Like, what's going to happen?
I think it'll get canceled. I don't think they'll get to go.
Okay.
I think they'll go and they won't see the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's not an experiment. It's an observation, and it's looking up into the sky, which doesn't really tell us what we're standing upon, in my opinion. So, but it's a good stunt by Duffy to try to get some monetary gain or something. I don't know.
I can't tell. I mean, that guy. I've heard him talk to Whitsitt before, and he just seems like he gets to a point with Whitsitt, and Whitsitt's like, here it is. Like, I've logically gotten you past all of your, and then he just won't go there. And then it just seems to be, he almost seems like another Nathan Oakley, just trying to do this stunt to get views or something. But that's just, and then he claimed to have one video of a real 24-hour sun. I looked at it and I was like, no, this is obviously faked. It doesn't, we don't have the fact that we have 0 videos and we have hundreds from the north, like, yeah. So they might be trying to pull some sort of a stunt. They have some sort of a fake sun that they're going to show around people. I don't know, but the whole thing seems suspicious.
Yeah, I think a much more interesting place in this realm would be the Arctic or the so-called North Pole. Is it Mount Meru? Is it a void? Is it the center of a toroidal field? There's a lot more questions I have there. The Antarctic is pretty huge if it's going around us. So, that's my feeling and my thoughts on this.
Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Man, I was just going to fill the silence. The three of you were going to say something important.
Yeah, I have a question for you so-called flat earthers. Couple hard-hitting questions for you.
Nah,
Not
with that microphone.
Dude, you're terrible. Can we send you a mic if you'll stop insulting my ears like this?
Honestly, it's not bad on Discord. I'm going to switch browsers.
It's terrible here, though.
But for some reason, it's coming through one channel. I do have hard-hitting questions, such as, why would they lie? And are they all in on it? And did you
Hide God? I think hide God is the biggest one.
Yeah, actually, I have a real question. Sorry, Galatrax. I know you're joking, bro. Alan, Stephen A. Young, who made the book A Fool's Wisdom, that I highly recommend everybody reads here. I think it's also in audio form. I listened to it, and Steve reads it out very well. He actually thought and was thinking about ether. Could it be hydrogen? What are the thoughts in the panel here regarding that? Is hydrogen ether?
No.
Why not?
I think once it's at that point, it's something we are detecting. It's reached a certain stage. I mean, from you can consider like everything physical ether, right? Because it runs through everything. Everything is coming from it. So it's all in that aspect. Everything is it. But if we're talking about separating things from ether to physical, then no, it wouldn't be it.
Dude, the way I define ether is the way that I heard Witsit put it down in his first presentation, and it was in a theory, like a framework of interpretation from which to interpret for not like visual phenomenon. And if you didn't know any better, the only one you have so far is called atomism, and it involves everything reduced to particles. Some empiricists who wanted to reduce everything to be quantifiable, and they knew that everything was reduced to these tiny particles, even though they could never find one, measure one, or weigh one, and they knew that existed within a probability cloud, though it couldn't be measured, found, or put there. But so then what it actually is the field itself. They were trying to quantify the field, and the field is actually, you know, within a 3D space existing over a period of time. So instead of having a probability of where you think the middle of a thing is and call it a particle, you treat the field itself as the field, and then you have an interacting set of interlocking perpendicular magnetic and electric lines. And if each time one of these intermagnetic electric and magnetic lines intersect, it has an event. That event is called a photon. So that photon has the luminescence. From that luminescence, it has the rate of induction. That rate of induction is the rate at which it takes for you to see it. So what the ether really is a different framework of interpretation from which to interpret those visual events and to understand the reality around you. I think that's the best way to put it. But
word salad.
Absolutely. But while we're at it, let's do why would they lie to? Because I love that Galatrax always brings that up. But it's not even about the shape. Why would they lie? It's not even about the lie. It's about understanding where you live, how it changes everything. It's a difference of you believing that everyone is meaningless, insignificant specks on an unremarkable planet among trillions just like it, hurtling through a vast godless universe of things just like you, 1 billion miles an hour at unconceivable speeds in all directions, or a whole bunch of people recognizing this place was created and we have a creator and that we're divine, spiritual, powerful, and connected, and that no one has authority over you unless you grant it. Then you break down evolution as a lie. Earth becomes unique. There's no other place like it. There's no place to go. You stop focusing on outward and around and about, and you turn inward, and you stop movement from you change from hedonism, materialism, atheism, selfishness, ultimately evil, to someone who's positive, good, and helpful. So a world without God is what they try to drive you towards. And how long have they been trying to do that? The heliocentric model they invented is kind of their crucial tool in that agenda. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I what you said kind of reminds me of what Billy Carson talks about a lot.
I do agree with that. I've seen some Billy Carson a while ago. But I think if you make such an incredulous statement, like, yeah, it's 68 bajillion light years away, right? Like, the people who believe it end up getting a logical high ground, because if you say, I don't believe that, it's too incredulous, your argument is like, the argument from incredulity. I did want to ask you, Shane, if you saw the gentleman Donk, his channel that I posted, where he takes he has a very detailed AE map, and he overlays the flower of life. JT Gillipog and I, we were looking at this guy's videos for probably like 3 hours. He's awesome. He just joined Aether Cosmology yesterday, and he shows, like, so many things that perfectly line up with the flower of life over the AE map. He loves longitudes. He loves longies and latties. So I'm actually going to share that to the space one more time for anyone who hasn't seen it. He's a super humble guy. He's super awesome. He sat there explaining his video to us, his videos for like 3 hours. But did you see that, Shane? Were you able to take a look at
No,
that?
not at all. But I'd love to talk to him.
Ah, well, it's cool.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, go ahead, Shane.
That was it.
I see he's in the listening. He's a listener here. No dunk. No dunk records.
Yeah, I got him to make a Twitter account. I asked him to come up and speak. I don't know if he wants to this week. He said he might next week.
Hey, a part of one. I like Billy Carson, man. I really respect his work, and I think he's a really smart dude. The funny thing about him is he's just alien addicted. Like, so he hates flat Earth, bro. He thinks flat Earth is completely stupid. So yeah, I really like the dude, but he's difficult for me now. Now that I'm on the flat Earth side, to kind of really take super seriously with some of his stuff. But I do respect his work in the mysteries and history and stuff like that. He's done some good work, man. How did you? What did they say that made you think of what something he said? Like, what was it? Okay, yeah, he must be doing something else.
Yeah, Billy Carson totally slandered flat Earth. He tried to say
Yeah,
flat earthers didn't
Hello,
believe
I'm
in
sorry. I was on the
oxygen.
phone with my mother. She called my daughter on my phone. But well, the reason why I said he was talking about, it seemed like he was referring to like stuff that Billy Carson was talking about, is because I know for sure through my own personal research, like reading like Lost Gospel of Thomas, the Book of Gilgamesh, there's all different references through all ancient religion, the sacred geometry, all that flower of life, and Billy Carson really talks about a lot of that stuff. Talks about how everything is interconnected, regardless like how separate we may think it is. Not only that, he believes in a curator, not no creator like we was like just made on this planet and city on this planet, but he believed in a creator just because what I did hear from him, he said that the Anunnaki said something like they are not the creators, and not only that, they're gonna be punished by the true creator. So when you said that stuff, it actually makes me like think about Billy Carson that way, because like if you're a flat earther and all I've been hearing from y'all out this conversations, we've been having this long like couple hours conversation. Everybody believes in, seems like a lot of y'all believe in like everything's being connected. Even if it's not like no electricity or whatever the case may be, something's connected. Something's making the world go around, and that's God. That's God. So that's why I said that.
okay, I respect it. Proud. What was you saying?
He also believed in the ancient tablets, but yeah, he totally slandered flat Earth. He was trying to say that flat earthers don't know physics and that they don't believe in an atmosphere. Just foolishness.
Yeah.
Like there's a way to get him to acknowledge a tweet, but yikes. Huh.
Yeah, we should ratio.
Hold
We
on.
should all
I
ratio the
definitely agree with
fuck
that
out of him
too.
somehow.
I did hear him slander flat Earth, but hold on. I got a question about Candace Owens, because she doesn't support flat Earth, but she's trying to say that Donald Trump, if Donald Trump becomes the president, we go being like a dictator of civilization. They gonna take all our rights away, which you already don't have any rights. But she says that. Do you think that she's part of this like group or corporate like people that's trying to like make everything seem like it's not flat, like it's not a flat Earth?
Nah, I think she said she is open to talk about it. And somebody said that she had someone on from the flat Earth community. I don't know who it was or if it was a good interview, but that's what I heard.
Oh, she had
She's into
somebody
she's
on?
into politics. Go ahead, Alan.
That she had somebody on, you heard?
Yeah, somebody was saying that she had a flat earther on her. Oh no, wait, was it Carl? Was it her or was it it might have been
She did
Kim.
say that. She did say she's supposed to have one on, so I can attest to that too.
You guys remember, was it Candace or Kim? It
I'm
might have
not
been
sure.
Kim. It might have been Kim Iverson. I might have got them mixed up.
No, Candace Owens said it. Candace Owens said it.
I know Candace is super close with Tate, and Tate's like entertained a lot of flat Earth people and flat Earth
Yeah,
ideas. So
bro.
it's
I tweeted at his brother because his brother was saying some shit about flat Earth and doing it, paying for the experiment to prove it and the debate. And I'm like, bro, I pointed him to Flat Earth Fridays, but no response. I don't have the following. I'm not famous enough.
I didn't know Andrew Tate brother was supporting flat Earth. That's pretty crazy.
Well, I don't know if he supports it. I just saw a tweet where he was like, I'll pay for the experiment to end the debate.
Maybe he's
Okay,
behind the
I
final
got questions.
experiment.
Say, what if it wasn't like, say we was in a dome, right, and we paid somebody to go. go to this dome, like how far is this from our location on the Earth? Do you think we would be able to maybe a helicopter, anything that can like go up there and like sit and get close enough to this dome and like interact with it? Do you think that would be ever possible in this world? Like, do we ever get that type of information?
I'm starting to think there's multiple layers to whatever is out there. Electromagnetically, even if you have like a vortex, there may be vortexes within vortexes going different directions, things like that. The way we see things in the distance, it's partially from our eyes, but then there could also be some type of lensing effect going on, and there may be one or more layers of it going on, and maybe that's why we see stars, and maybe that's why they think they're so far when they're not, or they think they're bigger than they are, and things like that. I don't know, man. If nobody believes in them traveling out there, it's hard to prove. So we can, really can't prove if they've been as far as they say they have, or if the speed of light works the way they say it does out there, and things of that nature. It's rough. So I don't think we'll ever have something in our lifetimes that are going to go that far, unfortunately. Unless you're like 20. I mean, you might see something.
I would wonder how it feels to touch the firmament, though. That would be cool to see, like, actually interact with it, though. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. What if it's not something you can touch? What if it's a different
What if
mode
it's
of?
got like layers of pressure mediation and various density until it refines to a layer of ultimate tenuity that's almost untouchable? I mean, who knows?
So
Yeah, right.
like the ocean, like an ocean, like a lake under the ocean, basically. So like
Yeah, good
this man,
analogy.
he discovered like a lake under the ocean. He could get through it because like the ocean or the lake under that water was like real like bouncy. Like he couldn't really get through it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, different densities, things like that. All we can do, and this goes for what I was talking about with the videos earlier, right? All we can do is either trust what they're saying about it, that they've gone as far as they have, or not trust it. It's either fake or it's real, bro. It's one or the other.
Do y'all think everything around us like really rainbow? Because like when rains or water molecules reflect off light, it makes a rainbow. Do you think this dome or this firmament might be that rainbow that we can't see but probably can't interact, but it's pressure?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's my belief.
I mean, I
I
don't.
think we have the seventh heaven.
I do, I do wonder why all the rainbows are always shown as, domes, essentially. I think there's something to that. I know there's a mainstream explanation for it, but it doesn't mean it's 100% true. There could be more going on.
Isn't it really a circle? Isn't it a full rainbow a circle? So that
Actually, yeah.
isn't
And
a
you see them from the
rainbow.
sky. You can see the circle, yeah.
So it's really a representation of like your azimuthal grid of vision or the personal limits of your optics. And then what you would have to say then is that everyone has their own little firmament, because that's why I don't argue that that's the firmament, because it's a facet of your own optical limit, and that's why everyone sees it in a different position, and that's why you only have the apparent and not the geographical or whatever else they want to try and point to when they pretend that they know where it exists in 3D space or whatever.
So are you saying basically you feel like they can't really map it, and that's the reason why they not really getting it to the public or like letting us know what it really is?
What, the firmament?
Yeah. Like they can't
Well,
really interact with it, they really can't,
Well, no.
do nothing to it. So
They
they
have
try to like make it
studies.
up or say it's not, like it's false.
They have studies where they gauge the strength of it with nukes, and they have studies where they gauge the brightness of it. I forget how they did that, but they had little publications where they were optically trying to get the luminescence, refractive index of the firmament, and then they tried to blow it up with nukes. And there, I think, what project was that?
Fishbowl.
There you go.
So would it actually be like, do you know when they said that they shot missiles to the moon and the moon like rang like a bell? Is that really what they was talking about, the firmament, like the firmament rang like a bell because it hit the surface?
Who knows? That's the thing, right? We got to trust the space stations and the space agencies and what they tell us. And unless we have our own, unless we all become mini Elon Musks, you know, we ain't we ain't really got the tools to really debate what's going on out there. We got to use the information they provide and then debate it with that versus like common sense and other things in physics.
Yeah, I do think that the firmament itself. Also, is my mic as staticky? Because I heard it was
Yes, it's
staticky.
terrible.
So
Yes, and it's
also
only
it's only
staticky in
coming
one
through the
ear.
left
That's
ear.
the worst part. The asymmetry is fucking the worst, bro.
If I move it over here, does it
No, it
change?
does.
No, just
No,
say your
it's
thing and stop. You're making it
yeah,
so bad.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it's only coming through one channel. It's a weird thing. But the firmament itself is you have to logically infer it, right, by the second law of thermodynamics. So if flat, then firmament, right? There's a couple steps in between, but it doesn't necessarily mean you could scientifically prove that it's
How
a
about
physical thing.
if gas pressure, then container, then thus containment, so firmament.
Yeah,
Someone,
true.
someone has Xavier to logically diagram that out, and we'll just start saying that.
Yeah, I was just trying to like super simplify though that you can logically infer it. Like it doesn't
Right.
necessarily even need the scientific. But yeah,
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
We need to map it out with the nice, like, proper logic symbols or whatever, like if then, and then we'll just refer to that ever forward.
Yeah.
Be in the newsletter.
Yeah,
the big question is, what is it? How far is it? And, you know, can we pass through it? Things of that nature.
Dude, there's an argument that it can be that Van Halen radiation belt that people pass through or whatever. There's so many different arguments or ways you can conceptualize it as an ultimate like gradient, and then like the starting and the beginning of the gradient is that like huge expanse. How high does that extend into the sky? Like, who knows?
Yeah.
It could be the start of that 73-mile mark where in the old Britannica from 1958, they said back at the southern latitude, it was 13.5 thousand feet, I think, height, which means if you do the math, it would put it something at 73 miles at its apex and right at the center, which is a super low hanging firmament, guys. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. We have rockets that do go above, I think, that, but I mean, I think that it's ultimately just a descending gradient of pressure radiation that just gets to a level of ultimate tenuity. And that's how you have satellites going so fast or whatever. 17,000 miles doesn't really work unless there's no resistance and air pressure. So you only get that with a ridiculous level of tenuity. I think that's kind of how it gets when you go up there, right? The air pressure gets so little and things can slide so fastly because the friction gets to be so non-existent, right?
Right. Right. Do you guys so here's another question, right, for everyone who, you know, subscribes to being in a contained system. Do you believe in other contained systems outside? Or do you believe in, I shouldn't say do you believe in it, do you believe in the possibility of them?
See, that's my point. If we are in like this dome, wouldn't it make sense when it comes to like the ice wall? We in like this dome, then it's like other countries or cities or nations that's way bigger, way more advanced on this earth because it's so like big and expansive. You know, so they do make like I don't say it makes sense, but it sparks a it sparks you to just look at it and try to understand it.
Yep, yep. So me personally, I think if we are in an enclosed system and things aren't as far as they say, they're still far, but not as far as they say, and everything up there is not exactly, you know, what we think it is and stuff like that. I feel like if it's an enclosed system, there's probably more enclosed systems.
Well, you said Antarctica. Did you know that actually is the highest average land on Earth by a big margin? It's like 2,500 meters above sea level on average, right? 8,200 feet, something like that. To put it in perspective, the next highest would be Asia at about 1,000 meters. So if Asia's 1,000 meters and the average highest mean level of elevation in Antarctica is 2,500 meters, is that not a giant fucking towering ice wall? It could be as a glacier wall that is surrounding the entire circumference of the outer edge. That's what it would be. It's bigger by the next biggest margin by a margin of 250%. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm saying like the universe, what we consider to be the universe as a whole, as a closed system. I would say that there's another and maybe many other closed systems, right? So like, let's say we're in a toroidal field. Well, I think there's more toroidal fields out there.
I think it's toroids all the way down, homie. So I'm with you. Macro to the micro, all the way down to the tiny toroidals, which they had mistaken for atoms and particles. They're actually little tiny toroidal fields themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was deep into the the globe paradigm, if okay, so if globe, right, then you go like, oh, then Big Bang and evolution, and then if universe is infinite and infinitely expanding, then you can logically infer via monkey typewriter study, as they call it, that there would be other planets, etc., etc. So I would say, yeah, it's possible. I would definitely say it's possible. I wouldn't rule it out. I would say there could be other realms.
Imagine if we got out and like that's the actual space of nothingness, and you just like disappear, you never come back.
Have you
And
heard of
there is
the
nothing
fact
out there,
that
and this is the only system.
Well, look, if you say outer ponders 2 more times, then you'll get a nice education on the outer ponders, which the outer ponder party people like to put out there. like I just Beetlejuiced him, but dude, like there's this crazy amalgamation of both of these concepts where I can have containment in my environment, and I can have separate pods of other existence out there beyond the reaches of Antarctica before I can reach them, that may exist on their own path of having their own little microcosms of sun and moon light systems that could do their own thing. Totally possible, but can we ever like know that? I don't know. I used to have a whole video series on it, dude. I did the whole deep dive into that Nos Confundum map, which is based on a YouTuber who wrote a book about this whole map, and all the outer lands was based on like other planets, like the Roman gods. You had like a Mars section, you even had an Anunnaki section. You had it combined the theories of Planet X, old school Roman gods. It was so cool, I thought, and I speculated wildly about what it all meant. And now I kind of reined it in, because I think all of that has the same effect as I spoke about with space before, as bringing the focus outward and out and not inward and here. So like when you're thinking about outer ponders and outer people and where else can we go, and we're leaving this wonderful space that was created and perfectly put here and has nothing wrong with it, is abundance of everything, food and food falls up from the ground, water falls down from the sky. Like it's a crazy place to be, and we're like, how do we get out of here? This place sucks. And it's like, well, there's nowhere else to go. Maybe if you focus on beautifying everything that we have here, you won't be trying anxiously to leave or shit all over it.
Let me just ask you guys, do you think it's just a coincidence? You think it's just a coincidence that outer ponders, the acronym for that is OP, and all of a sudden we're entertaining the ops? Yeah, just really think about that.
Dude, I think Flat Earth itself is an op to bring out the outer ponder psyop, and then when that comes, you all aren't going to know, and we're all going to be back on the globe, so you never know how many psyops are going to turn you back around. Sorry, I don't do a good Dave.
Op to bring out the op psyop.
Yeah, I had to do like a tertiary layer of opage. Or I think. How many layers do you think Dave would go down, you guys?
That's awesome, man. It's an op to bring out the op psyop.
Yeah, like, dude, Flat Earth is a plan. They plan to leak Flat Earth so that the actual op, when it comes back to the outer ponder psyop, won't be as severe, because they've controlled the reaction of dude. I was like, bro, maybe they just made a mistake.
A little miscalculation.
Yeah, he's like, no, they planned that mistake. And I'm like, okay, stay with me here. Maybe they make a mistake, then they quickly adapt and imbibe that mistake into a new adaptation of the plan. Could that also be the case, to give you the illusion that?
Or it could be just the Dunning-Kruger effect. We all think we know enough about the subject to think that we're right, but not enough to know that we're wrong. True.
The other side of that is pure genius, though. So it could be, yeah.
I know that man is right, because every time JT talks while he's doing dishes, he's right. So I agree with a part of one.
That is a direct logical coincidence.
A part of one, I'm not making fun of you. JT constantly, he's doing dishes or folding laundry, and we can always hear it in the background.
Well, ladle in the gravy. Yeah, so you've associated gravy with dishes, and now here you go. This is what you get. Babylonian training 101.
I would say that's some of JT's most profound statements have come mid dishwashing.
You've associated gravy with dishes. It's fine.
Do we have a flat Earth a flat Earth point short list, kind of like let's say like the top 10 proofs and disproofs or whatever, or owns, let's call them owns, the top 10 owns that we have? Do we have like a short list of that? You guys, have you put that together?
You know what we do have is a flat Earth wiki of our very own truthtide.wikitide.org, which we're going to be using a lot. So maybe we'll put on a page on there that'll be the list. What do you guys think?
Yeah, dope. That would be dope, man. We could just refer everybody to the list. Like, look, here's the list. Here's why this is an own, and like here's a couple of resources to get you started reading about this and why we own it.
I do think that Austin's 3-part series, NASA Fraud, are awesome. I think Schooling Globers, these are a bit longer than 10 quick sentences or little proofs with references. But NASA Fraud and then the Schooling Globers series are awesome. And then,
Yeah.
what's that channel? Oh, Flat Earth and Coffee. That guy really debunks NASA, and when you knock out NASA, it's like breaking one of the chair legs.
Yeah, but then do you try to sell me crutches or whatever?
Guys, I just have an update from our president. He just sent me a DM. He is currently doing dishes.
Yeah. Well, it is a day that ends in Y, so that makes sense.
Me and Perez both doing dishes, huh?
So funny, man. And a part of one, I'm super happy you joined us, man. I haven't seen you here before, but I followed you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I actually came to this space from Taylor. She invited me to this space the other day with a private message because we was in, I think, a Logan space, if I'm not mistaken. That's where I met her from.
That's awesome. Taylor is bringing a lot of people in here. I hope we can get Bert in here. Bert was a NASA guy that Austin was debating. And then, his Secret Service agents, Mordwand and Omnivore, came in to, try to stonewall it.
Yeah, apart from one, man, anybody who's got an open mind and willing to see things from both sides, man, we appreciate it.
Most definitely, man. I appreciate it for letting me speak.
Yeah, I thought you came here with a super respectful tone. I thought you laid out your arguments in a really open way. I didn't think that anything you said was fallacious, so I appreciated that.
We also welcome the other opinion, right? That's kind of the whole point. So, of course, we want to hear what you have to say.
Usually, people who ask questions get treated with a hostility of but if we assume it's a globe, then you're wrong,
Bro,
you idiot.
Our boy D3 just said sunsets prove the globe, and no one even batted an eye or tried to bite his head off or defunded him or canceled him or anything. So I think we're fine.
Yeah, he's going back to the reprogramming. He's going back to the reprogramming facility where you write the newsletter.
Yeah, I missed the last newsletter. That's what it was.
You're allowed to disagree is the point, and we're all cool with that, right? We're not a cult. As you said, we all have our own opinion. We've all arrived mostly at the same conclusion to different things. Some of us haven't, right? So instead of aggressively trying to convince each other of things, we let people ask questions, and then we answer them honestly.
Constructive criticism, ain't no wrong with it.
Especially from the boys, dude. It's how we learn, right?
And a part of one, if you do have Discord, you can go to my profile on Twitter. That's Galatrax there in the chat. And you can just join our Discord and I'll verify you and you can look at all of our stuff. Plenty of stuff there to learn from.
Yeah, most definitely. Who said that?
Galatrax.
Yeah, it's the guy with the picture.
He's the CEO of cleanliness and optics operations over at Ether Cosmology or something. Definitely give him a follow.
I've actually simplified my title down to overseer of janitorial customs services.
Nice.
Yeah, for anybody listening, if you're doing research, man, you guys are in the right spot because you check out Alan's page and Shane's page, and they can point you to resources online, big databases of resources. So good stuff. Yeah, and if you search my page, also I've got a Google link where you can just download 400 some documents.
Nice, dude. There's an EtherCause file share that's called All the Shane's PDFs with 2 F's in it. It doesn't matter, but I like to say it. But there's a one-click download where you can have all of my library. There's a whole GitHub page that will let you sift through Alan's library as a public library. Like you can literally go take a visit, go enter a search term, go through all of the PDFs that we've ever referenced, read, notated, taken a look at, download it, put it in a pile, categorized for you to go through at your own leisure, right? So you can go look, you can poke, you can prove, you can download all of them in a click. You can also download any of them by category and any of the database pages. So PDFs are plenty.
All the information you want, bro. Too much to read, to be honest.
Dude, all the Globers are like, those people don't believe the Earth is flat, and it's like, no, a good majority of them are hostile witnesses who are supporting our measurements of ether wind, taking against relativity and all those positions, right? That's definitely the point. So when I present this to people, the Globers come back after like a day. They go to ask some smart PhD lad. They're like, oh no, I can't read. Is this like evidence? And they're like, no, that guy doesn't think the Earth's flat. Go to okay. Phew, I thought I was going to have to read the super scientific paper telling me all the points I believe was stupid. But no, all I got to do is tell them that the author isn't a flat earther, and I don't have to read it. Phew, and then they go away.
Yep. Pretty much how their brains work.
But some of them are from flat earthers, but a good majority are hostile witnesses. But they're all supporting of everything that we say, right? Ether wind, no motion, the way GPS work, a preferred frame in physics, how measurements are taken, how dynamics and character work. Yeah.
Circumpolar navigation routes.
If you
Forgot
look through
about that Twitter post I made. Not a single person provided one that would show what it would actually look like if the orbit was circumnavigating or doing a circumpolar navigation.
But we did. We drafted out and we put it on every.
Dude, it was so sad, bro. They would go back to the Pan Am thing and they would go, look, Pan Am has proven the globe.
Look at the circle. You see how they went left to right and came right back.
And then you had already included it in one, and I went to I googled it because I was looking for their route data because I was gonna plot it out, and then there was somebody on Reddit. I forget the name, but that dude already did everything and plotted it out, and it was exactly what you had shown on yours, and it was like, oh, dude, it's already. Somebody already beat us to it and showed that it's DS. But yeah, the only thing they had was that Pan Am. Rest in peace, dude.
Which is why I included it when I mapped it out, and because that's why they got frustrated. They were like, "Oh, if you could just do that to everything, none of them will look like this." And I'm like, "Aha! That's because it's never been done. Should it have been done, right? Should it ever have been done, it would look like this." And then we presented the graph on an equidistant and on a globe, right from a north to south line. You put it on a Mercator, it looks like 2 lines. You put it on azimuth equidistant, it looks like it goes into the north. Like we mapped it out, and we were like, "Here's what it would look like," and then it was crickets and silence.
Chirp, chirp.
Just a heads up, Dave, New Perspective, was asking if he get pulled up.
I did say Outer Ponders 4 times, Beetlejuice the shit out of him. You almost have to bring him up, dude.
That's his other one, right? So it's airplanes and outer ponders, bro.
Yeah, we talked about Outer Ponders, so you like, dude, you definitely bring him up.
I don't know if I think our hosts are recharging. So we're kind of flying on our own.
That's true. They all fell asleep.
So while there's no moderation here, I can ask my hard-hitting questions unimpeded.
Why would they lie? We already hit that one.
Yeah, the other one is, do you realize how many people would have to be in on it?
Oh, the compartmentalization of the secret takeover of the military-industrial complex via a series of 3-letter agencies that are ostensibly independent, but actually work collectively under the secret hand of whatever evidence amount to be a shadow council. Is that too much or too fast?
Yeah, say it slower.
I don't remember what I said, Ken. That's the problem.
That's okay. It's the same problem we all have.
Dude,
I'm kidding. I
have
think
anybody ever thought about the Antarctic Treaty and how all leading nations on the planet are like basically has a peace treaty, no war zone at this area, and there's no treaty like that anywhere on Earth but there.
Yeah, that's definitely crazy, and that's how we get to the. Everyone agrees that we're fighting a war, except when it comes to Antarctica and space, and then everyone's hunky dory and nothing matters, and we can all tell the same secrets or whatever. That's definitely the nondescript, nothing to see over here, right?
Three things, right? So it was Antarctica. They agreed on Antarctica, space, and the Olympics, right? Because like Hitler showed up at the Olympics, right? Antarctica, space, and Olympics. Those three things were like all three mutually agreed upon. Hey, even though we're at war, we're gonna, let you compete, and we're gonna let you borrow a hammer on the ISS. That's what I think Don Pettit talked about, right? How he borrowed.
And nukes. They all agree about nukes too.
That's true. Nukes are real, and everyone should be
Yeah,
afraid
nukes.
about them all the time. 100%. Good call.
All right, so you guys all agree that we can logically infer that everything to do with Antarctica, space slash the ISS, the Olympics, and nukes would be fake.
Well, Antarctica tree. What was I gonna say about that? Something about collective. I forget.
Does that mean that they're all in on it if they all agree?
Oh, right, compartmentalization, right. So, dude, the whole the takeover of the military-industrial complex by three-letter agencies, meaning we've compartmentalized things for the CIA, where people in high-up rooms are just doing things, and then they get stuff taken away and oversight taken away, and things take. Oh, it's for the betterment of the security. We're actually toppling a government in Eurasia across the world right now, and the reason that you don't have operational control of whatever thing you were just doing is for the security of our thing, but really the people who are like the secret societies, the Illuminati, the Jesuits, the Goyim branch of Freemasonry or whatever, get together and collectively have used those branches of influence and industry and control to take it over. Essentially, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, like MK Ultra, for example, they learned that there was nothing to learn from the MK Ultra experiments. They deleted and burned all the files on it because they learned nothing of useful.
Dude, that reminds me of when Project Mockingbird got caught in like the trials and the court trials in like the 80s, and they were like, okay. They're like, does the CIA have influencers in all of the major news agencies? And they were like, well, we'd like to talk about this privately. And they were like, no, do you? And they were like, yes, but we're gonna stop now. And they were like, okay. And that was it. And that was the whole thing. They were like, yeah, it came to light, but we took care of it. They told us they weren't going to have agents pretending to be news and giving us CIA propaganda as news anymore, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, the judge says, how do you plead? And the response is, well, sir, we've investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing.
Yes, exactly that, right? It's always funny when those projects come up later.
Shade, I do want to shamelessly plug No Donk again. So what he did was he took a detailed AE map and then he overlaid it with, I'm going to list all the things that he overlaid that I saw. Massive structures like pyramids, volcanoes with geographic alignment to the AE, to the Flower of Life or the AE map, mountains, key cities, shuttle launch sites, nuclear energy facilities, gold, diamond, silver, and oil mining areas, all that seem to have like a correlative alignment to the Flower of Life on the AE map. And of course, it looks ridiculous on the globe, but on the AE map, it's like all the diamond mines are perfectly on several different connecting Flower of Life pattern lines. It's so crazy. And he likes loggies, he likes laddies, so maybe you two could, lock fingers and sync up and talk about stuff.
We get together and hold hands and sing songs or whatever.
Nah, Eli already shit on it. That dude didn't include all the stuff. He just put stuff that made it look like it would, line up or whatever.
Sounds like.
No, he put in a bunch of stuff that didn't line up. He showed like margin of error.
Yeah, there's like thousands of things that Eli referenced that he didn't bring up that weren't in it. So I don't know. Sounds gay.
Well, whatever.
I did.
Dude, you know what later today is what the Phone Booth podcast lads are having me on, so I gotta go watch one of them podcasts so I can have a good time hanging out with the lads.
Nice, dude. We'll be tuning in for that. We'll do a watch party on Ether Cause. What time is that?
8, I think.
Nice. Yeah.
Today?
Yep, 8 tonight. Right after this, I think.
I like when you plan something fun for me.
You're welcome, Ken.
Taylor's trying to get a hand up, and I think Dave was trying to get up, but I don't know if we're ending or not. I was on the phone with my mom.
So here's the thing: we don't have anyone who can move people, and we haven't heard from Proud or Sacred in quite a while.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, I don't have the co-host at the moment, so I can't really do anything.
Shoot.
Wait, how did Ken get up here? Ken.
Proud. I'm sure Proud brought me in, or Sacred One, because P3 was already not co-host. I thought, man, I'm not going to get in. And
You've already seen the problem. I see that. Okay, but you've solved it, you clever guy.
So one of the cyborgs has recharged. Which one is it?
Proud has her hand up, so
I don't see it.
I can't see that, dude. This is a speed of light time dilation situation. Everyone sees their own Proud right now, so you really can't tell objectively what the real Proud is doing.
We can't triangulate that, bro.
I thought Taylor was fire last night with Jesse.
Yeah, dude, I fell asleep as soon as dude started talking, and I went to sleep. So I missed most of Flat Earth Friday that way, but I assume she did awesome and killed him.
Yeah, I kind of tuned out after about an hour.
I can't listen to that dude. He's terrible.
I checked in like 3 hours later, and it was still going. I was like,
dude, he opened his mouth and had a mic, and I was like, no, Alan, there's been a mistake. He's up here. Get rid of him. And he was like, so listen, Taylor agreed to have a public debate. We got to listen to him all night. I was like, no. I was like, no, there's been a tremendous misunderstanding, dude. Jesse shouldn't be up here and allowed to speak to us. Like, no, we invited him. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, that was a rough patch.
Yeah, I bet he didn't answer a single straightforward thing. It was super, like, smarmy about it, like, aggressively, insincerely sincere about it.
Yep, pretty much.
Yep, well, I just don't see why you can't answer a simple question about the path of the light as it would seem to be traveling from the atmosphere. I don't know if I got it.
No, that was it.
I didn't listen to any of it, but I've heard enough of him to think that it's probably what he said.
So
he said curved visual space doesn't apply to telescopes or optical devices, and that he had debunked Witset's paper or whatever. And then
I remember that.
And then after that, he felt safe to talk about converging train tracks all of a sudden.
Was that the dude who was talking about the difference between the visual field being the perceptual field and the visual 3D space, and how it's actually different? Because, yeah, that's retarded. Of course, I perceptually view a field of 3D space, and then the perception is in my head of an actual 3D space. To differentiate between the two doesn't negate any part of our argument.
He also introduced this little false dilemma of either I'm doing my math wrong or you guys don't understand how that's correctly calculated.
He likes to do that a lot. He's kind of a smarmy cunt that way.
Hazo brought up a really good point. He said that whenever anybody in the Flat Earth community does optical observations, people will often bring up, did you account for refraction, atmospheric conditions? If you didn't do that, it has to be invalid because you couldn't possibly know how it would be affecting it, and we could just actually have refractive indexes that are so high that we could see far enough. Hazo brought that up basically to say that, hey, look, when we present evidence, it's held to this stupid high standard, but as soon as we critique a little bit of your evidence, it's like, whoa, I guess everyone's wrong all of a sudden, and then Stone said, I've heard Globies even try to assert that they are not going to accept our evidence until we provide atmospheric measurement layer by layer at 100-meter intervals across the observation. So I guess maybe we should hold him to that standard, right?
They want that lapse rate every 10 feet, dude. Quote from person who's a mainstream globularist proponent.
Man, we had a lot of good chats tonight. I'm just thinking about how many times I have to go back and clip all the cool stuff we all said.
Oh, yo, Taylor, did you want me to read that out loud? Or what is that?
What do you guys think the community is missing? Like, what could we build or make
or do?
Dude, we should market, manufacture, and 3D print some anti-shield repellent so we can stop calling each other shills when we have slight disagreements. Then we can have slight shield divisionless resistance, which will give us stats, which will be toward the division shit that people keep trying to throw in the community to turn us against each other. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Alan disagrees.
He's not allowed to disagree unless he's got citation.
Shoot. I cite myself.
I mean, I do.
All right, yeah, I cite you all the time, so I guess you're a good source.
Dude, we could do that now. We could cite our own DBs.
All right, well, hold on. Maybe, I'm running into a problem with that. I was going to say, because when I cite my own database, they're like, his own self-published stuff. I don't have to look at any of that. But if I were to post your stuff and you were to post mine, they wouldn't get away with that smarmy comment, right? I would think, is this other dude's database supporting what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's kind of like the peer review process of ether cosmology, and I'll support and reference your stuff, and you can reference mine, and then we won't directly be masturbatory circle referencing ourselves.
Nice.
I'll cite you both. If they don't like it, I'll just tell them I fact checked you and you're solid.
Like, hey, I fact checked this and it actually turned out to be true.
It doesn't matter that we also pay Ken to fact check and agree with us. That's a side note. It's like what my independent company does is of no interest to you. The fact is that he definitely fact checked and we're all on the up and up. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm peer reviewed, bro.
Dude, like the resistance with which they try to dismiss everything on my database page is amazingly funny, but also like logically horrendous. I'll reference anything and they're like, oh, I don't have to click there. That's an unknown, unsecure page. First of all, and you're like, okay, that's retarded. Took the time to put my response in a well thought out, coherent manner, backed up by text images and a couple links, and then I published said links so I could reference it all at once to avoid things like 144 character limit or whatever. And you're like, I don't have to look at that. And then you go right back to proclaiming things like, they never they never have evidence. They never bring anything. So it's like you aggressively try to not look at the thing I'm producing as evidence because you don't like the fact that I put it on a website to easily give it to you. And then you turn around and try to virtue jerk about how Phillips never bring evidence. Those are the people, man. I just can't take it.
I've been steadily educating people about what virtue jerking is. If anyone doesn't know, it is a mix of virtue signaling and circle jerking. So when you all go around and tell everybody how right, everyone is.
Yeah, well, actually, it's like when you yourself can't directly understand or refute the crux or direct of my argument. So what you do is you congratulate other people who also don't understand, and you guys celebrate your ignorance together in the comments while also never directly addressing my post. That's what I call circle jerking, and I've seen it far too much to not coin it.
Oh, that's weird. I didn't notice you had the thesaurus tag on the Aether Cosmology Discord. When I looked at my name, I noticed that I do have the thesaurus tag, so...
Dude, I saw it so much. I was like, the nerve of you people who don't understand the thing I wrote to now come and congratulate each other on your misunderstanding is just a phenomenon I wasn't prepared to address, right? I was like, what is that? What do you even call that? It's almost like virtue jerking.
Sounds like mutual masturbation.
Yeah, dude, it's like you're celebrating the fact of your ignorance and you're doing it collectively and corroboratively. And the fact that everyone doesn't understand it reinforces it to you to make sure that you know that your misunderstanding is correct. It's the weirdest thing. Or as Witsit says, I guess, the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So as long as other people also misunderstand it, we're still wrong, guys.
Yeah, one thing I was talking to Alan about was how when someone in our globe-oriented friend grouping, when they're wrong or they say something really stupid, they all sort of huddle up around the person to, protect the weak. And then I was like, Alan, if I said some stupid shit, just some really dumb shit that misrepresented a ton of people's positions, would you back me up? And there was, this pause, and he goes, fuck no.
Yeah, dude, that's the point, right? That's why when we say shit and we make in front of each other, we know if I say some dumb shit in front of Wixit or in front of Alan that they haven't heard before, I'm not gonna get a sideways silent DM trying to check me, dude. They're gonna be like, "Hey, wait, what the hell did you just say?" And that's why we're friends, dude, because you need people who will do that. Like, dude, I think, like, I was talking to my, like, when one of these people was speaking, I was like, dude, I think it's actually the height of disrespect. If I'm completely disinterested in what you're saying, I think it's disrespectful for me to let you continue speaking, knowing that I'm paying no attention, don't give a fuck, and will not listen to anything that you're saying, right? So I think it's disrespectful to pretend to like not to be interested and then listen continuously. Like if I was telling Alan a story and he was already out of it, what he does is he goes, "Oh, you know what? I'm not listening. Let's move on." And I'm like, "Oh, cool, fair enough." Instead of being like, "Oh, I pretend I'm going to feign this interest in this disingenuous way so that your feelings don't get hurt about the thing you were telling me about." That is actually the disingenuous, dishonest way to play it. Your friend should be like, "Oh, you know what? I lost interest. Fuck it." And I'm like, "Oh, you know what? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's cool. Let's move on. We'll do something else." It's honest, dude. I mean, like, stop feigning your like for stuff that you think I want you to say about things. That's the best way to say it.
Requires a tremendous amount of energy to do that.
Tend
So
to be
it's
interested in
much
what you think your
easier.
friend wants
Yeah,
to do.
yeah, it's much easier to just be like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I was interested, but I don't have it in me.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that like white knighting thing. I know of a couple people who egregiously do it. Like Left Lane has a sense for when someone's on the
Oh
ropes
yeah.
and they're about to get
Oh
caught.
yeah. Oh yeah. That's him, dude.
And he'll like jump in and just start like interrupting you. He'll take on like the role of like the most
Well, I
belligerent
believe
people
the other guy
arguing.
was right, and you're being mean, and you're too harsh, and you're wrong.
Yeah, one time he asserted for like an hour that someone posted citations in the chat that he saw. Right? He's like, "Oh, look in the chat. That person posted citation. That person posted their sources for their claim." And I'm like, "I'm looking in the chat right now. I don't see it." He's like, "Well, he says he posted them. He posted them." I'm like, "Did you see him post them?" He's like, "He posted them." It's like his claim, like his source was a sentence. It was a sentence that said one of the Chally people was I don't know. It was a really dumb thing. I think it was that she advocated in a court case, but it was like post Chally, so it didn't prove anything. It was like a month post Chally, a month and 5 days post Chally. So it was like it didn't even support anything. So like a month and 5 days, Judith Resnick, month and 5 days after the Chally.
Post Charlie.
Yeah, it was a post Chally Fally, but so a month.
You can't do that. That's illegal.
Bob personal foul on the play.
So yeah, a month and 5 days, she was a part of a court case for like a week. And he's like, "Oh, but she's been working on that court case for 10 years, so there's no way." Like,
Your
no
mic's a fallacy.
Dude, you like, all right. So people on YouTube are like, "Please stop letting Galatrax speak. It's ruining the experience for everyone who's listening." And when I was in the listener time, I couldn't agree harder. Fix your mic, bro. You're killing everyone.
I don't want to leave the space without.
We love what you're saying, but
Use
not
your
what
phone.
not the auditory device it's coming out of.
Just get on your phone, bro. It can't be worse than this.
Does it let me like rejoin and speak?
Yes.
All right, hang on.
My God, how long has this gone on? We could have just done this.
Oh my God. If he comes on and it works flawlessly, I'm actually going to be mad that he took all that time to not do that.
Like, just try the phone. You don't have.
It's listening on my phone. It doesn't say
No.
like.
You just speak on your phone. I'm sure your phone speaker is perfectly magnificent, and this is horrendous, and it hurts.
You're really hurting Galatrax's feelings because he's an audio file. You know, he's a audio autist. Didn't Witsit call him that?
We strongly believe in social shame.
Like, I just refer you to my previous non-PC speech about how friends shouldn't be overly PC to each other and to not give a shit when you don't give a shit. So Galatrax's feelings will not be hurt when I tell him that I don't wish to hear him speak anymore because his speaking volume is raping my eardrums and it's very disconcerting.
It wouldn't be so bad if the white noise was symmetrical.
Oh, asymmetrical white noise ear rape assault, dude. My left ear, I get like a mumble of what he's saying. My right ear, I get this constant like muffle hum. That's just so.
Muffle hum. It sounds like a portal to hell is opening up in my right ear.
All right, tell him to rejoin. And oh wait, we can't make him a speaker again, huh?
No.
Well,
If he connects on the phone, it should allow him to reconnect as a.
Ooh, tricky.
Yeah.
It does not.
Oh, rest in piss.
What?
Oh, peace. Sorry.
Is that from that raid that you used to do? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
The strategy of if you just lose or no matter what, just be the first to post the winning pose on the forum and act like you won and just super hard gaslight your own soul about it and victory is assured.
All it takes.
Last call.
That's all, folks.
Welcome
Hey.
back.
See if you can get Taylor up and welcome back, sir. He's been trying to get up for a minute.
No more mics. Taylor, you the last one. Sorry, y'all. I don't want to end on y'all. I could hear the sadness in the silence.
That man said, "I'm going to sleep. God damn it."
Thought you was asleep.
Galatrax,
he
welcome
was, but
up.
he going back though.
Taylor, hurry up so all the Globers can be like, why are you giving the flat earthers all the mics? You giving me out of your echo chamber.
Hey, Sacred, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's up?
Man, I can't hear you.
Oh,
testing,
no.
testing.
Okay, I can hear you now. Cool. What you mean last call, bro?
Taylor, look how long we've been going.
Nah, but I was just at this holiday market and I was talking to this dude about all these conspiracies. And he said he has a friend in the DOD that talks about all of these conspiracies. I was like, yeah, ask him about the flat earth and the firmament and stuff. And he asked him about the flat earth and the firmament. And then I took a picture of his response, this guy that works at DOD. He said, the firmament is the biblical dome over earth. There is no space because we can't penetrate the dome/firmament. I took a picture of it on his phone, so I'm gonna post that underneath. But yeah, dude, that's crazy.
You said know what's going on at the DOD?
I was like, give me his number, bro. I want to talk to him. He's like, oh, I don't think his wife would be happy about that. But I was like, bruh, man, this dude at the DOD is like this heavy conspiracy theorist talking about the firmament and stuff. Crazy.
I'm telling all these people, y'all.
I just posted it underneath in the thread, the picture of his phone. I was like, let me at least take a picture of that. Yeah, dude. Well, you don't gotta believe me if you don't want to. I don't care. I just took a picture of it. I'm posting it. It is what it is. But man, the DOD, we got people at NASA. They know what's up. Like, come on, bruh. It's spreading like wildfire. Like, all these people, bruh, are actually looking into these things. It's not just like a lot of people nowadays are conspiracy theorists, like for real. Anyway.
Hey, I saved that tweet.
You need to stop biting your nails.
And he mentioned Admiral Byrd too. He's like, oh yeah, my friend, he's told me about Admiral Byrd and all this stuff and the lands beyond the Antarctic wall and stuff like that. So yeah, he was all in on it, and he's like, yeah, his friend works at the Department of Defense and was telling him all about it. So that's pretty crazy to me.
Come on, y'all. How much more evidence do y'all need?
Dude, people know what's going on.
The DOD, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a paper.
I'm gonna need several.
Wouldn't they all have to be in on it?
Listen, I'm gonna need a newscaster to say that directly into my face, and then I'm gonna believe.
Oh shit, I got a mic. What's up, guys?
Oh, he said nice. What's up, man?
Welcome, Doctor.
Doctor.
I know level heads get
Doctor.
priority.
Yep, we all address each other with respect now, and we all use the doctor term.
We've also all awarded each other PhDs.
Why not? PhD TM.
I think we can still emulate these respect they showed each other even through their hostility without the PhD and title of Dr. Alan. What do you think?
No.
Yeah, okay.
The doctor is what binds it together. It's the catalyst. Without it, that's what makes it fall apart. That's why they keep it, and it works for them. And for us, it turns into like a fist fight.
We like as soon as I feel misunderstood. I feel like if I don't ad hom hard enough, they won't understand my point, right?
Right. But if you just lean on your own credential a little bit and remind yourself that you got your big
They
boy
also
pants.
have a credential, then you can have
Right.
respect. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Right.
And they can't take that away, right? If I identify as a doctor, like they can't tell me I can't
Ooh, that's a really
They
good
also
question.
want to be a transphobe, in which case they will absolutely acquiesce to that request.
Yeah, we're gonna need a page on whatever site you guys are doing to show our credential with a nice little pic in a photo and
And
everything.
we're gonna open up a truther school, a truther EDU. We're gonna run them through an ether cosmology branch. At the end, we're gonna print off a certified certificate, and you can become an ether cosmologist or whatever. You'll be certified.
You need a board of directors or anything like that? Or?
Well, we're gonna have a peer review accreditation board, I think. So maybe.
FEU, baby.
Yeah, for real. And then we'll all get degrees and be stacked up. And they're like, you guys don't even have it. And it's like, not false. We have accredited certifications right here.
Accredited by the non-accredited accreditation.
It's not even peer reviewed like it is for us. My peer reviewed it. What do you mean?
These are my peers.
Yeah, Shane read it. He gave it a once over, said it was dope. Corrected a few.
I agreed with 9 of his points. Yeah, I was with it.
You see all these highlights by Alan?
Right?
I'm going back to the observatory tonight. I'm gonna press them 10 times harder.
Redshift anomaly.
Nice.
Redshift anomaly.
I
Electromagnetic
asked him about that.
retardation.
He said, okay, I was like, how far can we tell stars apart from one another? He's like, oh, yeah, them being redshifted will show us how far apart they are and how far they are from us. And I was like, wait, no. He didn't really agree with that. He didn't really agree with that we could tell stars, like, how far they are from us from the redshift. But he did say, I was like, okay, then how do we know the universe is expanding? He's like, okay, because of redshift. And I was like,
Yeah, because it's about the
weird.
motion.
So he, like, contradicted himself. But if you have something in particular about redshift, I'd love to ask him.
Just ask them about redshift anomalies. He should give you many instances.
But he didn't really say much about it.
So maybe he just don't know that.
Hey Shane, check the top. They coming at you, kid.
Oh yeah, no, I already saw and replied to it. I even gave him not only his personalized list of responses, which actually address every rebuttal he's ever made, but also included the video of his personal parrot, where I imitated all the 7 things that he says in brief order from the order in which he says it right next to the parrot voice. So he got the full treatment already. It took me 3 minutes from the point he posted it. That's why I follow Piper, bro.
What up, Pippi? Thanks for being such a fan.
Dude, I was there before any of the people even saw it.
Oh, y'all want the link to Pippi's timer? How long he been avoiding Flat Earth Fridays?
What's the
Yeah,
time on that?
Got to get that for you. Don't worry. I'm right up.
dude, he has his own parrot video. I made like a 40-second recording because all he just says is the same thing. So instead of responding to him, I just respond with that video of me parroting one of the 7 things I know he just said, right? Like, so it's super easy. He makes it super easy.
There's a predictability to it, like a periodicity.
Yeah, like an observable periodicity that I could empirically measure and then make wild guesses about dynamically as to what I think causes said motion. The wild erraticness of Piper, the crazy, bold confidence of someone wielding his misunderstanding of cartography and use of predicted coordinate systems like a double-edged sword trying to stab you with it, but he like falls on his blade every time before he gets to you. That's just me, how I see him. Bravely fighting a battle no one's even participating in but himself or whatever.
That sounds right.
Stop making your arguments and address my straw man, buddy.
So according to my doctorate calculations, it's been 898 days, 21 hours, and 8 minutes, and 38, 39, 40, 41 seconds, 42 seconds, 43 seconds.
Damn. What was that time again?
898 days, 21 hours, and 8 minutes, and 55 seconds, 56 seconds, 57 seconds.
Dude, he never will because his
right,
entire position is dependent on his continued misunderstanding of the point that we have.
Hold
So
on.
he'll never
carry the 3. Yeah, that's been exactly 1 hot minute.
I shared it to the top.
Yeah, but what is that in globe time?
Well, what that means is that he's hate watching us so closely to the time that from the time that popped up from the time that we said it means that he immediately was like, oh, heard it, was like trying to get it into a video, put it on the thing, and then think that he got a gotcha, right? Which is hilarious. Yo, that is the funniest thing. That clock.
Just a reminder how long they've been running.
How super confident do you have to be to never directly defend your position? How super comfortable and strong is a position that you're never comfortable to defend once in person? Dude, I can only hurl turds in the punch bowl from the shadows. That's how, that's about a 7.2 confidence in my stance over here. That's about where I want to stand.
Well, baby steps.
Malachi, go crazy.
No, that's the difference between you and me, Piper. He's like, maybe watch my video. No. I'll never watch your stuff. I couldn't give a shit about you, bro. I will follow you, right? So when you post stuff about me, I'll be there with the response. But I don't actually care what you think or say, buddy. Come on, I'm not gonna watch your video. It's ridiculous.
Oh, we're talking about Pipsqueak.
Yeah, little Pip.
That
Little
coward.
Pip.
To get offended or be upset, I'd have to first value your opinion, and I've never even gotten to the first step on that bar. So I don't know, but
Weird. The only content he gets any engagement on is our flat Earth content.
well, I would say his whole persona online is wrapped up in being an anti-flat Earth groupie. So without us, he really is nobody. So every time you mention his name or breathe life into it, you're actually compounding and ensuring his existence continually.
Pay attention to me. Please, level heads. Pay attention. Not growing. You guys are.
Nobody calls me a pipsqueak and gets away with it.
Nice. Dude, that's an upgrade. So you weren't sleeping, you were upgrading. All right.
Always. All right, man, it's been real, man. Physics fight night. Not too much fighting. More geometric than physics. Physicality. It's all good. Episode 115. Stationary Saturdays. How many hours we gave y'all?
20 hours? 23?
20?
Not enough.
20
Not
hours,
enough.
54 minutes, 18 seconds.
Yeah, 21
Double
hours.
that shit.
Wednesday.
A what Wednesday?
A what curve Wednesday?
Where's the curve Wednesdays?
Yeah, dude.
Set
I'm
it
pretty
up.
sure they got the Kenan Sweet show. They got the conspiracy show. They got one of the homies doing something during the week.
Ooh, speaking of
Yeah,
shows
it's
during
either-
the week, we got Shane debating on Jeranism on Wednesday at 7 p.m. I think it is, or
Yep,
8
off
p.m.
the Surf curve, taking
Is it
the
7 or 8?
I think it's 8.
So 8 p.m. Eastern, and then the following day I'll be debating Mordwand on quantum electrodynamics.
Also on Jeranism for a nice double header. Oh, my dog agrees.
Ladder of Dogs. It's always nice.
Did any of Nathan's stunted crew come in?
Hell no. Why would they leave their echo chamber?
Now, one guy came in and asked about him, but we summarily summed up the whole position and explained where he was coming from and how his whole position was being validated by naming himself Quantum Eraser and misunderstanding the very principles by which ether exists.
Who they gonna hide behind if they play some away game? When they actually gotta address the point and they can't talk, server mute and all this extra shit.
Yeah, those people never play away games. They will never not have a mute button. They don't actually speak to anyone of a differing opinion that isn't on their home turf with excessive muting, or in Witset's case, strawmanning to the point of where I can pre-record your strawman and I'm going to keep arguing that even though you're here in person. I'll keep you muted, right? But I still win.
So the most egregious shit is like, he's a liar. I'm like, then take his bet. Why would I take his bet? Because you said he's lying, so it should be easy to disprove him. He's a liar, though. Then take his bet.
Dude, honestly, when people say that flat Earth is a cult, a little part of me, every time I hear it, I'm like, they're right. They're a little bit right.
Yeah, those guys over there,
people are
it's
definitely
because
a cult.
of them.
Yep. That's what it is, man.
Bro, and they all talk and just repeat Nathan's mannerisms. It's weird, and they don't want to progress any further.
That guy Jason, who was part of that cult, because we all looked at the sky, he left us because I had a model, right? That whole he's a definite example of what happens when you're ingrained in a cult, and then the complete organic projection that follows, like, oh well, they're in a cult, so they're not gonna disagree. Like, whoa, bro.
You know that little gif where the little fat kid is like not trying to make eye contact, but he's like peeking to the side. He's like, that's what I see every time that they get to crashing out and nobody else can get a word. I'm like, y'all just standing here. Y'all just gonna let this rock.
Not only that, they'll congratulate each other on how well they argued and your straw man point while they kept you on mute. They're like, you know what? The mute you for each other. It's crazy. High fiving over muting it's egregious. Honestly, dude, I couldn't watch Witsit go in there. I'm power to you, Sacred, for starting that whole thing or whatever. However, the order of events happened when he was
I came in there after. Witsit was
in there. You went in there to support the boys.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yep.
Are y'all talking about on TikTok?
Nah.
Discord.
It's
What are
like
y'all talking about?
Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser on the Discord show. I think Ballbusters or whatever.
Oh,
However, I will be going on TikTok though. I did my 3 days, so we probably gonna go live sometime this week and get it rocking.
I didn't even know you could go live on TikTok.
You over there, Taylor?
No, they take your data, so I don't have TikTok.
Oh yeah, I got set up. Proud set me up. I sold out to China. They got my data. It's all good though.
Man, maybe if y'all are over there, I'll go, but I don't know. I'll think about it.
I think you would do well over there. There's not a lot of
It takes a lot of work to make videos, though.
You're right about that.
Not really. Takes a lot of work
depends
to
on the
start.
quality of the videos.
Give me your handle. What day do y'all go live?
I don't know. We haven't figured that out. We should do like more of a schedule. I would probably say
Wednesday.
I should do a Wednesday, huh? Maybe we'll do that.
Something like that.
I'm gonna be recharging until Monday. I got something to do on Tuesday. Maybe
Yo,
we'll do Wednesday.
if Witsit returns with School and Globers on Wednesday, that fills out our week again nicely with a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday outlook with Twitter Spaces being held down by the boys every day in between.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Sacred Keys on TikTok.
Man, y'all like the simulation earlier? He's so funny, man.
No,
got the
no,
funniest stories, bro.
no. And actually, I wanted to degrade you for encouraging him and like giving him positive reinforcement so that I had to continue to listen to him because he took your engagement as genuine and then answered and spoke for much longer.
He is hilarious, dude.
I can't stand him. I can't stand stupidity. I'm sorry. I know he's funny as like an oddity.
You want to get his aliens high, bro? Let him get his aliens
Dude, my
high.
threshold for stupid bullshit is so much lower than everyone else's. I'm
I
sorry,
think you
everyone.
mean- I think you mean
He's just
demons.
tripping like all the time.
Yeah, Alan kind of perfected his technique though. So
Yep.
You just gotta laugh at it.
Yeah, so consider yourself reprimanded for that, Taylor, because I was angry at you before. I was like, I can't believe she's still talking to me. Asking questions. Like, oh, well, if I bathe myself in garlic totally, right, will that prevent me from other sorts of demonic infestations or just yours? Whatever. Ugh.
What's crazy is at first I thought he was serious. Like after listening to the stories, I realized it's a troll.
The whole thing is a troll. His whole life is a troll.
Dude, I don't think he's trolling, dude. He's serious. Like, I'm serious. Like, he thinks he's seeing these demons and stuff. Like, he is not kidding.
Yeah?
No, he's not kidding. He's so funny.
And he lured the demons under an overpass and got hit by a Mack truck.
Yeah, he has like 100 stories like that too.
Is that more
Man, he's just
corroboration
funny.
or
Like,
less?
that's why I like listening to him. He's just funny.
If I have 100 more stories of nonsense that back up my support of nonsense, does that make the first nonsense more or less? I disagree too. I said it.
I can't imagine what his van looks like though. Like, he's got fireworks going off in there with the garlic powder and the cayenne pepper.
Can you imagine the smell?
Listen, that's funny, but like
He
you
shoots
let him.
fireworks at him.
You guys let him talk for like an hour and a half too long. All right, I'm done.
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
You were That's an awesome feature. I love it.
So man, episode 116 is next week. Y'all pulling up? I'm gonna schedule the space earlier in the week, man. I'm gonna get y'all that by like Tuesday morning at the latest.
See you guys on Friday.
Man, I tell everybody, these are the best spaces on Twitter. We gotta have them more than once a week.
Hey, run it up.
Can't do this once a week, man.
no, we got it like 3 days a week already.
So we got the debates going up. Oh, wasn't you doing something with Bill, Ted, Def, and Rufus? Phone booth pod? Oh, did he drop?
Yeah, he might have went to go take his dog out. But yeah, at 8 p.m. tonight, I think it is, he'll be on their podcast. And if you guys want to watch it, it'll be on, we're going to watch party it on Ether Cause on Discord.
I wonder if they're going to live stream, because usually they drop on Monday.
Oh, is that how it works? We won't be watching it live then? My bad. I thought it was a stream.
Sometimes they do. I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's weird. I've seen them do live and still release Monday. Like it's hit or miss.
Yeah, so look out for that. Then y'all got y'all debates this week. I have some Wissit on Wednesday night. We going live this week, maybe Wednesday afternoon. Any prezzies we should look out for? I don't know if you covered that already. So I'm glitching.
Yeah. Shane's gonna do a Prezi on optics, I think, on Tuesday. And then if that's not the case, then we're just gonna do an open discussion on relativity or something.
Nice. All right, sound like we got a full week. Proud, you wanna tell the audience anything before we slide up out of here into the ether?
Maybe this week I'll probably catch us on TikTok. I think we already said that there's some upcoming lives and things to check out with the Ether Labs. As usual, we do moderate debates, and we are in search of a PhD. So,
Oh, and we're gonna have to go show some love over on Clubhouse. So y'all gotta put me on, walk me through that, so I can get tapped in with the.
Yes, will do.
The extend.
Word, keep me posted on that too.
Word. Cause they pulled up, man. I ain't gonna lie. Flat Earth gang on Clubhouse. They've been pulling up, and they've been showing love. So we gotta go reciprocate. I'm gonna catch the rest of that live that you guys recorded the other night. I think that's on Shane's channel.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. And she that Lisbeth who won the golden ticket thing, she goes over the extended story of the golden ticket and who's paying for it and all that. So definitely check that out. It was really interesting. I was hoping she would make it on tonight or today to tell it in person, but it's quite a tale.
Dude, that's what's up. I know she was getting a little bit of heat for all of that, but now we met the one and only. Oh, also y'all pray for OG Meatball. I think he got into like a little bit of an accident or something, but I think he all right. I think I see him a little active. So send prayers out to
What
him.
I'm gonna do without y'all all week?
Tap in with us, tell it they're gonna be other spaces.
It's
No, the guys
conspiracy shutting down his Twitter every other day. I don't know what to say.
That do be true though.
We need more people up here like holding it down all week.
You hear that, conspiracy? You need them 12-hour shifts on the daily. The conspiracy theories.
Well, you got him, you got Ken, Sheepdog. They usually throw a space together.
Ken, you gotta hold
Brian.
more spaces, Ken.
They low-key be getting more Globers over there recently than us. So that should be interesting. That should be fun.
I got Peter following me around to every space I go to with a bunch of Globers trying to just like bombard me. And I'm like, bro, come to Flat Earth Friday. Like, what's up? So then every space I go into, like, oh yeah, Taylor, I see you in them Flat Earth spaces, like disregarding everything I say. Crazy, man.
Tell them that's a genetic fallacy.
Exactly.
That's the point. Not where it's coming
Exactly, man. It's sad, man. That's why I sympathize with y'all. I always sympathize with the underdog, man.
And we winning. We the underdog and we winning.
Dude, how much have your spaces grown? Tell me for real. Cause like I remember I used to come in here and it was just like you and Proud hanging out, a couple other people, you know, maybe 10 when I first came in here.
Yeah, it's a fact. Me, Proud, Ken, TM, maybe Mr. X was around. Libra was there, Zetetic.
Do y'all remember the first time I came in there? I was like, okay, if y'all believe in flat Earth, y'all gotta believe in God. Like what's going on there?
You used to always say,
that was a long time ago.
You like, I've been reading about the firmament in the Bible. Can y'all tell me more about the firmament? And then you pop in here for like 15 minutes, like, okay, cool, I'll be back. If you come back, you say, well, this thing's stationary, like,
Okay, I'll be back.
I came back too.
Yup.
I came
Time.
back. I didn't know what to think when y'all started talking about like, all the sciences, and you're like, nah, we just focus on the evidence. And I was like, no way, but like if it's flat, you gotta believe in God. Like, so anyway, that kind of threw me for a loop. But yeah, I love it. I love being in here. Y'all do great work. And then they're like, Taylor, why are you in the flat earth space? I'm like, because they go way harder than y'all space. I said, look, I said, if there was a flat earth space, I'd be in there right now. That's literally what I said.
Yeah, y'all had like they sent me that clip of you over there in the UFO joint. There was like 3 or 4 of them. Sounded like they wanted to argue flat Earth, but I ain't seen them today or last night. I thought they always pulling up. Logan been in here a couple times though. I don't think he grabbed the mic.
He did? Man, I've been telling him to come in here.
Yeah, he listened.
Because his spaces used to be a lot of fun, but I mean, they just got nothing on the Flat Earth Fridays, you know what I mean? So I told him, they're like, why are you in there? I'm like, first of all, it's the funnest spaces there are. Yeah, you gotta pull up. But anyway, I'm gonna miss y'all. I'm obviously trying to procrastinate y'all ending it, but y'all can go ahead. I'm gonna miss y'all.
Still dragging this out. I'm telling we gonna be back soon. Tap in with us on TikTok. Sacred Keys or Level Heads HQ. Y'all gonna see us going live, going crazy. And maybe some Clubhouse shit. Definitely in Discord. We all over, man. Level Heads in this.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Taylor's gonna have boots on the ground, getting scientists on and making observations and flying drones over like Pontchartrain. Taylor's getting it.
Man, whatever I can do.
Yeah, keep us updated with that astronomer.
And I did the moonlight observation. So I got a thermal camera. So not just a thermal gun, I also have a camera. And then I found that underneath things, like in the shade of the moonlight, it's absolutely warmer. But then P-Dubs was following me around talking about, oh, well, you need to go do that when it's the night when it doesn't have the moon. I'm like, okay, so now I gotta wait to publish these observations.
Like what he mean? Like during a new moon?
Yeah, just like a night when there's no moonlight. So I got like some crazy cool videos, like everywhere it's in the shade, even like in like tall like benches or tables, like around nothing. Like there's no reason it should be significantly warmer underneath, but it was. And so then he's like, that's what I went and shared. There was no flat earth space, so I went and shared it in a UFO Twitter space. And they're like, oh, that's cool. And then that space ended. Then Logan's space had another. He's like, yeah, I'll follow this up. I want to hear more about it. P-Dubs followed me over there. He's like, yeah. So he's like, so y'all gonna talk about the moonlight? So he brought it up. So he's over there waiting for me to come. He's gonna come disprove me. It's crazy. Like he was just waiting on me to come disprove me. He's like, so when y'all gonna talk about that? And then he's like, yeah. What you need to do is this and that and this and that. And I was like, all right, whatever. So anyway, I'm gonna just wait to publish those. So I'm gonna do it on a night where there's no moonlight, just to see if there's any significant difference. And then I'm gonna post them. But yeah, I got like this $200 thermal camera to do this experiment. So.
That's what's up. It's funny how they think that when the moon disappears and nobody can observe it anywhere, they think that's like something that works in their favor. Doesn't help y'all.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna keep y'all updated with that. So in I guess it's like a week from now, I should be able to do that follow up.
Make sure you establish that p-value.
Well, there's a difference between experimental and observational analysis. Like, so for observational analysis, like if you go look through a telescope, you're just observing it for what it is. You wouldn't need a p-value. But if you're trying to make some claim that there's like a statistical significance, like, and it should be this on a flat Earth, and it shouldn't be this on a round Earth, and then you got these measurements. That's really when you need the p-value. But for experimental observations, you don't. I mean, there's in some cases there's no way to get a p-value. Like for example, like I'm gonna look through this telescope at the star and just see what it looks like. You know, just see what it is, and it is what it is. So there would be no way to get a p-value from that. You see what I mean? So there's
It's
different
just
ways to experiment.
observational study.
Exactly.
So if astronomy doesn't follow the scientific method, is astronomy science? Don't ask the astronomer that.
That's a good question, man. I like following the scientific method.
I still can't figure out if my refraction straw is the same as Newton's bucket. One. Two, I lock myself inside my house. So, like, this is interesting, y'all.
Did you just say you locked yourself in your house?
Yeah, I'll send you a picture, but you can't laugh.
Were you scared of the reference frame?
See, that's just it. To me, if you're in the water and you put the straw into the water, you are in the reference frame. You can't see that the straw is refracted. But if you're standing outside of the cup and the water and the straw, you could see that the reference frame is obstructed. So you're not in the lab frame. But with the bucket, you wouldn't be in the lab frame at all. Right?
And I
What
see
is
the
locking your door
I see the
to
parallel
the
you're drawing there.
You do? Okay, as long as it's somewhat coherent, because I'm still like trying to formulate the
Yeah,
coherence here.
it's not necessarily analogous, but like I see where you're going with it.
Interesting. Okay. So we possibly are doing PhD next week, PhD night. It's a possible yay nay.
Man,
Yeah, it's possible.
I know somebody that works at SpaceX. I would love to ask him to come on, but first of all, he's like super glooby, and then second of all, I don't know. I don't want to get doxxed or nothing, but anyway, yeah, he's like super
Taylor,
glooby.
who are you? How do you know all these people? It's crazy.
Well, because I be out here, you know, I'm out here. Like
I'm out
doing
here.
stuff. I'm making moves. Like I'm out here talking to people, like in real life. Like I be talking to people in real life. That's how I just met that dude. And I don't remember how the conversation got brought up, dude, but man, it was something. I don't remember how it got brought up, but he was like, "Oh, my friend works in DOD, and yeah, he knows about all these conspiracies and this and that and the other." And I was like, "Yeah, he heard about like the firmament, like all this stuff." And then he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna text him right now." And then that dude texted him back, and I posted what he texted back.
I'm about to just start ambushing people with orbital mechanics
Yes, you
questions.
got to, man. A lot of people know what's going on, to be honest. You just gotta like make it very sly. Like you just gotta bring it up real slick, and then they'll start talking about stuff. So then you just gotta, yeah, just bring it up to people. A lot of people know what's going on. You'll get the feel for it. You'll know who's in on it, who isn't.
Some of them are just looking for a friend. Please bring it up so I can say something.
This dude that worked at SpaceX was also talking about like how everything is really classified that they do, like super classified. They don't have to release it either because they don't work for the government. But basically, I was like, "What's classified?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, Elon Musk wants to take credit for everything, but he's not really doing much. It's like these other people like that are really compartmentalized." That was one thing, and also like I thought it was interesting. Like talking about how they find out how far they are over the Earth or where they're at over the Earth based on the stars. Like, seems really interesting because the stars are so far away. Why would they use that method? And then talking about this weird sheath, like waterproof sheath that they put over the SpaceX rockets. I don't know, but yeah, maybe we could have him on, but I don't know. He probably wouldn't give y'all as much as you'd be looking for.
The problem is hearing the words flat earth. Like Flat Earth Friday sound cool to us, but it's like triggering to that mainstream globy.
– 100% dude. Just like that dude that I had on that worked at NASA, he admitted to you guys that many people there are skeptical of the moon landing, and many of them are even flat earthers. But whenever it comes to being on the spaces, like you get tense, you get tense up, you don't want to share much. But he did still share some things about like how he's skeptical of the first moon landing and stuff. But still, yeah, it's just the connotation they put behind it. That's really the main thing.
Send them the link, Taylor. Don't even tell them. Send them the link.
Imagine getting fired for your conversations on Twitter. Crazy. Or kicked out of school, defunded, etc.
Man, I mean, hopefully that's not a real thing.
She got to scrub your Twitter just in case.
I gotta be careful about what I'm labeling myself as. You know, that's the main thing. I just don't want to be like have any labels put over me. Like, if anything, I want to be labeled as a skeptic. You know what I mean? Just asking questions.
Yeah, that's a slippery slope. Because they get to try to ostracizing you just for their own personal views that don't got nothing to do with nothing. Protect Taylor at all costs.
You know, the other one was in here today. The no refunds pal.
Never heard of her.
Oh. The original no refunds or the Aussie?
No, the original.
That's funny as hell.
With his replacement.
I don't know. Sound like a tag swap out.
I sent you the screenshots and he was like, why? But like, it's funny because I don't remember that being there up until we called it out.
I was like half asleep last night. If y'all remember me asking about the snipers, if they account for Coriolis. And I remember, Sacred, you said something, and I wanted to know what that was. And I like totally forgot. You said like the people that did the longest shot ever didn't account for it or something?
The longest rifle shot, 4.4 miles in Wyoming. They said that they didn't account for it. And thanks to the great analysis by my man Alan, they determined that the direction that they were shooting would have definitely had some type of deflection.
Yep. So if we live on ball spin, the best way to counteract Coriolis at those distances where it's gonna affect it tremendously would be to shoot either east or west, so that you're going with the rotation. Because if you shoot north south, you're gonna be tangential to that motion, which will cause that apparent deflection. So if you're in the north, if you shoot to the south, it's going to deflect to the west. And then if you're shooting in the north going south to north, it's going to deflect to the east. And then in the southern hemisphere would be vice versa. But anyway, these guys were in the north and they shot southwest. So where they would be getting like huge impact from that would have to be accounted for. So when Jaron emailed the guy and was like, hey, is it true that you had to account for Coriolis effect, because all the news articles that were reporting on it were like, and of course they had to account for the old Coriolis. So Jaron emailed him and was like, hey, Coriolis check. And the guy was like, no, there's no Coriolis factored into anything that we did. It would be much too small to account for. We had greater effects like the wind to account for. So, but like you got to understand, like these people are, you know, professional shooters. They're not there playing fuck around. You're gonna min max every aspect of that shot. So you're gonna like direct evidence of the globe would have been shooting east west. Well, it would have been like, you know, favorable to use that example um, for them, because it's like, oh, we had to shoot east west because we had to cancel out that Coriolis factor, because it, you know, it's just like one more thing that you're not controlling for, and it would be something that throws your shot off because it's gonna expound over that distance, right? And he was just like, no, he said it would be like a 400-pound person on a bike getting thinner inner tubes to try and like get a weight reduction to win a race. And then,
Okay, so wait, that was the
yeah,
longest rifle shot you said?
yep, 4.4 miles.
How many meters? How many? I know over 2,000 meters. They said they have to account for it. So, you aware of that?
No, it wasn't a curvature issue. It was a
Okay.
Coriolis deflection.
Over 2,000 meters.
So the time of flight for the
Okay.
bullet was 24 seconds.
Wow. So wait, was that the longest gunshot ever, or what?
Right.
I mean, he did get the world record for it.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't think they had to. I was just wondering, because that's what somebody brought up. We asked like for the proof of motion, and he said, you know, that quantum experiment, and then the gunshot ranges, and accounting for Coriolis, and then the hurricanes. And I'm like, it's so funny how like you're gonna invoke the atmosphere moving with the Earth for airplanes, but then you're gonna say, oh, like it matters, like with bullets and hurricanes. That's just doesn't make no sense.
Right. It's too small for the plane to account for it, so you can just treat it as stationary. And then, you know, but the snipers, they're the ones that have to account for it. And it's like, okay, well, let's take the most extreme example possible where it would be absolutely mandatory for something to be accounted for. And the best way you could do it would be to shoot east-west, and then you just wouldn't have to deal with it. And they were like, nah, fuck that, doesn't matter.
When that Ralph that brought up the gunshot said that the bullet was traveling too fast, traveling so fast that it was outside the Earth's reference frame.
What does that even what does that even mean?
That's what I told him. I said that it sounds nice because you said outside the Earth's reference frame. But you know, we have planes that fly faster
And
than that.
attributed a cause to it, like the speed. Like it's now at a different dude, yeah.
But then he came clean about not understanding what the hell the Coriolis effect is to begin with.
Ah, see, that's where they get you, dude.
That's crazy, man. Another question I was gonna ask you, Shane, was about the Mount Canopy. Like, did you calculate the maximum amount of refraction that it could have been? Like, so even at because I think atmospheric refraction can be 20 to 30 degrees max or something. So did you calculate it with that to see like if it was still impossible with the atmospheric refraction?
You eliminated the variable by using a silhouette. Because according to Snell's law, refraction is the bending of light towards the more dense medium. So if you have the sun set behind the mountain, it's no longer receiving light on the observer side. It's a silhouette. So then they would have to claim that an absence of light is being refracted. But that's not what Snell's law says. You can only bend light, not the absence of it.
Now that Chessy guy that was in the space yesterday, he put a video up where he said he demonstrated Mount Canopy. He did it over a level surface, used a block, whatever. But then he also used a prism to refract. It was like a clay mountain. Just wanted to look into that, like if that is even possible. But I don't think it just looks like a mirror image that's coming up. Doesn't look like it's being refracted itself. but he called it a prism. It's like a flat prism with some type of clear glue in between two plates. So it's two pieces of glass, glue in between, and then that's his prism.
Hell nah. Obviously, if I put on glasses and look at a silhouette, technically the silhouette is being refracted through the glasses. That's not what we talking about. We talking about overlaying an image in the atmosphere on top of something that's illuminated, which would be the sky. You have to literally like project the image, not just look through a lens. That's not what we talking about.
Yeah, because I called him out on it. I told him to give me the details on all the pieces that he used in his video. I'm gonna send it to you guys. But yeah, I was skeptical on it.
Look, at the end of the day, if you live on a globe Earth and you see a terrestrial observation that you shouldn't see, that means an observation that resides on the terrain of the Earth. We're not talking about something in the sky. We're talking about something that's literally attached to the Earth. You telling me in order for you to keep your globe intact and you see a mountain, you gotta act like it's not there?
Dude.
Bro, I do not love the ball that much. Sorry. Let it go.
Glow clowns, you gotta get a life, bro.
Man, that's true, man. I just want to know, even with the maximum, like some of these observations, even with 30% refraction, which is the maximum amount of atmospheric refraction, I believe it should still be behind the curve. Because atmospheric
But then it
refraction
comes
is
down to them
not
demonstrating those
infinite.
claims. They can't
That's
show us a
true.
demonstration recreating what they're saying they're observing over a curved surface.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But the point is, like, atmospheric refraction is not infinite. You know what I mean? It's only 20-30% possible.
That's the next point. It's like, at what point do refraction fail? Or can you just refract your ass all the way around the globe to the point where I see the back of my head?
No, you can't do that.
Then they would have to give a limit, a geometric physical limitation to where refraction is obsolete if they want to invoke that as a variable. You can't just tell me, yeah, we see that too far. Yeah, that's way too far. We'll just refract our way out of the failed prediction. No, bro, you got to tell me exactly when that refraction ends up failing, where it no longer
It's conceded infinity.
infinite refraction is crazy.
Well, no, I think atmospheric refraction, if you look it up, the maximum amount is only 30%. So it cannot just go infinitely around the globe.
We done had half a TikTok concede to infinite.
Yup.
No way, bro.
Well, yeah, their actual position is infinite, but they almost never like admit to it. You know, they'll go, "Well, I need to know how high. I need to know X, Y, Z." You know, and then they'll adjust accordingly, and then they'll go, "Oh, it just happens to fit the globe." But anything you give will just happen to fit the globe. So they'll like if you ask Ruhif or something, for example, he'll tell you like about infinite radius, dog. He's down. But most people like operate under the guise that that's not what they're down for. If it's unfalsifiable, it's pseudoscience by definition.
Exactly. Give me a falsifiable limitation, bro. If you can't do that, I don't want to hear about it. Talk to me about no refractivity.
All observations conform to the thing I presuppose. Like, great, where do I sign up for that belief?
Also, I hope y'all all saw my post about how if you put the horizon in the top of the frame of a picture, it will look curved. If you put the horizon in the bottom frame of a picture, like if you put the horizon at the bottom of a picture, it'll look inverted. And then if you put it at the center, it'll look flat, like for the horizon. There's a whole paper on this. So this is how people can make pictures look curved. So yeah, I got that on my profile. I can put it up the top.
On it. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. So on top, you know, them Lake Pontchartrain videos or pictures that look so fake. You know, the ones like where all the columns are like attached.
Yeah.
Dude, first of all, that's a big joke. They don't even look like that. Like Lake Pontchartrain Bridge don't even look like that. Second of all, they use the image stack according to their own, you know, their own writings. They did a 19 image stack. And then third of all, the telescope and like image processor they used is known to cause um, distortions in the images. And fourth of all, you can tell they put the horizon at the top of the frame to make it look curves. So that's 4 points against their analysis, whatever you want to call it.
I can't believe they still standing on that.
That's all they got, bro.
And isn't it compressed too?
Yo, yeah, by far. The whole picture was animated. If you look at my video of the real bridge unedited versus theirs, I mean, theirs looks like a complete animation. You can see the cars looking like they're going up at a 90-degree angle. It's the biggest joke in the world.
On the little bridge head.
Yeah, she's referring to that Soundly video.
Yeah. Imagine wanting a curve that bad, bro. Let it go. Not everything in your life is an illusion, bro. It ain't. Sorry, it don't gotta be like that.
Sacred, tell me the one thing. Did I ask you this before? About the one thing that really converted you over?
Um, the one thing that roped me in, I usually say the one thing that got me is when I started seeing long distance observations, but I started thinking about it a little bit more. And the one thing that roped me in was just the same thing that we normally saying is that the stars just don't change. Once I realized that, I'm like, bro, the stars really just don't change for real. Like, it just never really thought about it like that. And then I just started looking into it.
Dude, I totally agree with that. That was the one thing for me too. That was like, man. And after reading that book of Enoch, I was like, 100%. I would say the stars for me too. We should talk about that more.
Yeah, me and my pops used to walk around the block like after dinner, take these evening walks, and he would always point out the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper and then Orion's Belt, and then we would always walk to this one spot, and he points to the North Star. And I just started to think about it. I'm like, bro, that's still the same place. And it was before I knew what the value of a light year was. And I'm like, oh,
the
y'all
glory
playing.
days.
Right.
What about you, Alan?
When I had like a moon landing crisis, and then when I accepted that that was not a tenable position to hold, that the moon landing was real, I came across an interview with Dave Weiss on Sam Tripoli's show, and he did his like presentation on, you know, there's three things in a basket. They'll do three baskets. One basket is it's, you know, only works on a globe. The other one is it only works on a flat Earth, and then the other one is it works on both. And pretty much everything worked on either both, or, you know, seemed to even work better on a flat Earth. And I started investigating it, you know, and looking into it. And I noticed a lot of the videos and stuff that I was coming across were like debunking flat Earth videos, but they were all pretty DS compared to the stuff that I was like actually finding and consuming. So I was like, that's weird. And then I started reaching out to a YouTuber who was you know, an academic, and he was like, you know, I'm just here to bridge the gap between flat Earth and globe because I feel that it's an educational problem or whatever. So I would ask him stuff to get like the best possible steelman, you know, version of whatever aspect of the globe that was in question or whatever. And every single time it was like the most DS fallacious, insane thing ever. And like, yeah, just like not a lot of ground was made there. And it just became like a preponderance of evidence that built up. That was just, you know, GG.
What about you, Proud? Proud, you
So First, I learned about like, yikes, it's a long
Alexander
list.
delirium, I think.
Slight bit. I kind of learned about other stuff like chakra related things, the sky and things like that. But I'm telling you, I've always had this feeling of the firmament. I don't want to say firmament because I didn't know it was a firmament back then, but it was always something over me, some type of looming surface in the sky that I could see in different locations, physically feel. I think the Mandela effect really got me like hooked, like into the quote unquote conspiracy world. But yeah, just the fact that there's science behind quote unquote flat Earth. And in 2024, 2023, 2022, people were still having discussions about it. I think that was enough for me to see, like, wow, like this is something that needs more attention.
Translation, she heard Young Sacred cooking them in that conspiracy space.
Yeah, 'cause even before that, I knew about the Disney like fairy tales and the Disney folklore. That's all cap. All that shit was cap. Them kids were either attacked, kidnapped, killed. Like it was just all misleading. And it's like, well, why would history skew children's stories to be like positive or negative if there were like, like they were really crooked.
100%, dude.
And then we were in that conspiracy space and they just started talking about like all type of Disney conspiracies. And then I think you popped in there with Mandela effect too.
Man, you and Sacred are both cyborgs. Did y'all realize that?
Technically, I'm part ether derived technology and cyborg. Seeker's part human cyborg Neuralink technology.
Yeah, something like that.
We run the risk that our software will be discontinued the more Elon updates Twitter software.
Man, thank y'all for hosting. I can stop dragging it on now. I just don't want y'all to leave, man.
The ultimate drag. That was so funny. It's like, why did you become a flat earther? Why did you become a flat earther? Why are you like
Stalling.
if you stall long
Oh my
enough, can we
God.
make it to next Friday? And it just starts
Almost, depending on what frame, dilation may happen, bro.
We're gonna refracted nuts.
What would be the reason for us to go a whole week? I don't think there's
Come
a good
on,
enough reason.
Oh,
come on, fellas.
I may
Fade this
have.
out.
I'm pushing on that 10K. 10K special?
How would you go a whole week?
I think I think the record's like 4 days for Twitter Space.
Oh yeah,
Or
dude. We could rotate shifts. I mean, are we about to host a week-long Twitter space and take over?
dude, y'all got to break that record.
Are
I
those
wish there was a
non-inertial?
better way to have a sleepover from a different platform.
Are those non-inertial shifts?
Do y'all have spaces in other platforms?
TikTok, we told you. Sacred
Oh,
Keys at Sacred Keys.
Discord?
Discord too, but we don't really host in Discord.
Wait, what's the number one? TikTok, you said?
That's when we're gonna get more active.
Okay, cool. I'm getting it, bro. All right, I'll see y'all next Friday.
Promise?
Man, you know I'm gonna be here.
What about y'all level heads? Y'all pulling up too?
Got to.
What about the trolls?
Oh, they'll be here for sure.
They've been quiet, man.
Watching from afar.
The delirium. Make sure you bring a
Flat Earth
PhD or a
derangement.
teacher.
Flat Earth derangement syndrome.
The feds.
Ask one stranger if they could tell you a fact about NASA, especially if they're wearing NASA merch.
We should
They're
do
gonna
that.
say, "Oh, they went to the moon."
We should do like a weekly challenge. Like approach one person and ask them if they know one fact about the globe. You just got to choose whatever fact it is and then bring it back and let us know how it went. We should start doing more IRL spaces too.
Man, I'll do that. I'm not
It's just
afraid to talk to
hard if you don't
anybody.
have nobody to hold the phone and record you while you talk, or even just like time it.
Everybody got a phone in their hand these days. They don't even got to really know.
Y'all should have seen me last night recording that dude focusing that telescope. He's probably thinking like, "What is this girl doing?" I got my
Keep
phone
going. Keep
over his
going.
shoulder.
Yeah, I would have had the space shoved so close to his ear. Like, sir, answer these questions.
I'm like, "What is that?" He's like, "Oh, we're supposed to close at 9:30." All right, bruh.
That'd be so lame that they close early, bro. Like, what is the point? Keep that shit
Because they
open.
know I'm over there pressing them. I'm pressing them.
Dude, right when the stars wake up, they shut down the place where you watch the stars. What?
You know how ridiculous that is?
They never want to show the stars. Like they just show like these like galaxies or whatever, like these tiny little like, oh, do you see that little like flutter of light like over there, like this little like light spot? It's kind of like foggy light, and I'm like, bro, what is this, bro? And then they're like, oh yeah, we could just like look at this crater or whatever. That's pretty cool, but like, come on now, like show me a star. And they're like, oh, we don't usually show stars, like, okay, bro, show me this star, bro.
We
Quit
don't
playing.
usually, it's just an observatory. We don't usually do that though.
They don't. They
Oh,
don't.
do they keep it on the moon the whole time? Is that what they do?
Pretty much.
Oh, that's dude. Okay, that makes so much sense because for a long time people would post the videos of what you went and confirmed that they look like, and everyone was like, "That's out of focus. You're retarded. You flirt don't know how camera work." And then if you go to an observatory, that's 100% what they look like, dude. But the rhetoric around it is so strong that you just gaslight yourself into submission. But yeah, you literally went to an observatory and it's one. So now the astronomers don't know how to calibrate it, dude. Dude, they're always looking at the moon.
Yes, dude.
I heard that a while back and I totally forgot about it until you were just talking about it. And that makes so much sense now. They can't let people see what they actually are.
Mm-hmm. And they're over there like you could tell the dude's getting nervous and stuff. Like I posted that one with the audio, but then I was like, should I post the audio? Because I seem pretty crazy in that video, to be honest. Because I'm like, bro, like keep going, like quit playing. Like what you doing? I just want to see it. Like I don't care what it looks like. I just want to see what it looks like. Quit playing. And so he's over there like laughing, like, like we're supposed to shut down at 9:30. Like, come on, bro. So I didn't post audio to it, but you can actually see for the star video, like he went out of focus in each direction just to show you like what it would look like in each direction. And actually, a lot of people that have these star pictures have it out of focus, like the back direction, like where it's just like a little point of light. And then if you focus it, then it starts to give that watery effect that he even admitted, like they look like they're underwater. Then you keep focusing, it looks like it's like really underwater. But then he said that like that dot in the middle, like that like ring in the middle, like kind of looks like it's like the mirror or something anyway, but you can still see the effects of the star. Just wait till if you look at my star video, just wait till the end.
I watched it
It's crazy.
and I got the audio version. Then you deleted it. Need a boo sound.
I'll send it to you, man.
I don't get why they deny that, like that the photos that we show are in focus. Like they say, like, oh, it's out of focus, as if it's something that we did, but then they've never shown an actual focused star, or they claim that it's not possible. It's like if you don't know what it looks like to do it, then how do you know that's what it looks like?
Yeah,
Or
they
that's what's
can't.
going on?
They can't commit.
It's just like it's almost like, oh shit, now I'm glitching. Talking about all this astronomy shit.
I can hear you, bro. But the ones that they post are just like little points of light. You know what I mean? Like theirs are out of focus actually, because I was like at the beginning of the video that was in focus, and then I was like, bring it out of focus, and it was like a little dot of light that's out of focus, and then he brings it back in focus and over focuses it. You know what I mean? So that's just what it looks like. Like it is what it is. I'm gonna try to get them to do that again tonight. I'm
But
gonna
the
try to
sun
get
is
that.
the same thing, so there has to be another star. If it's not Octanus, Sigma Octanus, or some shit that looks like the sun technically through a telescope. That's the sun is the only star that's 93 million miles away. There's no other star that's around that distance. There has to be.
Nope. The nearest one is light years away.
How convenient.
Yep.
The fact that the dude gets so hesitant to focus it more, that's just funny to me.
Where's the James Webb Telescope?
That one's just floating through space, apparently.
Didn't that hit a wall of plasma? Something hit a wall of plasma.
That would
Well, they got
be
the
one of the Voyagers, they said.
Was it the Voyager?
Yeah.
They got that plasma sphere. I didn't even actually learn that on UFO Twitter that there's a plasma layer around the Earth.
Yeah, they came back like, yo, there's a plasma layer, there's a salt layer, there's all these layers in the sky. I was like, yo.
Sounds like a firmament to me.
You know what I mean?
James Webb Telescope is 930,000 miles away.
All I want is them to live stream one of these telescopes. Just live stream the whole thing. What can it hurt? Like you got $400 billion. Like just live stream one of them. Like and then they're like, oh yeah, we live streamed. I was like, okay, give me your best evidence for the moon landing. And then they're like, oh, we live streamed the moon. I'm like, okay, give me the website or whatever I can look it up on. Then like most of the time it was just these pictures and then videos like inside of the capsule. And I'm like, bro, what kind of live stream is this? Like where's the Earth? You know what I mean? They didn't have any pictures of the Earth on there, like any like live streams of the Earth. I'm like, bro, just attach a camera to one of those satellites, live stream it. Don't just point it in one direction. Don't just point it inside the capsule. Like Elon Musk, like he just has it pointed at his rocket pretty much. I mean, I get that, but like you have so much money, just point one out to the Earth and live stream the whole thing from start to finish. And I haven't seen one.
They won't do that.
I'm just trying to see how this telescope is capable of looking into the future.
I want to find that probe that Gleam was talking about. I mean, it's been years ago, but there was a probe they were sending to the sun, and he was talking about that, you know, it wasn't even halfway there, and it's already reporting oceans of plasma between us and the sun.
Interesting
Oceans.
choice of words.
Yeah, oceans of plasma.
And I don't know how a radio signal can make it like that, or any signal really, like pictures or for anything from these like probes that are out in space. Like, how does that signal make it through this plasma? Because didn't they show that plasma will like mess up radio signals?
Probably depends.
Like in a lightning storm. Like in a lightning storm, doesn't that mess it up too? So if they're just going through these plasma layers that are consistent plasma, I mean, I don't know how it makes it that far.
Should slow it down, right?
At the very least.
So that would affect the amount of time that it takes light to get from the sun to the earth.
Oh, this is a dope picture.
Oh, speaking of, y'all think, what's his name? Isn't Jamie? What was his name from yesterday?
Jesse?
Jesse. Y'all think he passed his test this morning?
He high-key requested.
I have no idea. He's probably he's probably depressed after last night's conversation with Taylor.
He's requesting.
Jesse's requesting?
Dang, already?
What the hell? Bro, drop your credentials in the chat. If you ain't got your credentials, you should not be in those stationary Saturdays, my brother.
Oh, the Discover telescope is close to the moon.
I'm still laughing at this DOD dude who talks about the firmament and how we can't get in space. I heard that today. I
Of
was
what,
like,
dude?
that dude that works at DOD. I was at this holiday market, and I was like, I don't know. I was telling this guy about conspiracy. And he's like, my friend works at DOD, and he's like a huge conspiracy theorist. And I was like, oh yeah, really? And I was like, ask him about like the firmament and stuff. And he's like, he texted him, and then I came back to him because I bought this blanket from him. And I was like, oh yeah, what did he say about the firmament? He's like, this is what he said, and then I took a picture of it. Yeah, I got that picture up at the top. Let's see. Okay. He said the firmament is the biblical dome over the earth. There is no space because we cannot penetrate the dome/firmament. Can't penetrate it, man.
Not even an electron.
That's what
A
NASA claims.
muon?
Nothing.
What's that? Neutrinos?
And it's funny, like these neutrinos. I asked my physics teacher in undergrad. I was like, if you put like an atom in a cup, like that has like a vacuum, like would it be moving around? And I was like, he's like, oh well, there's no such thing as a vacuum because they got these particles popping in and out of existence all the time. And I didn't know about the ether at that time, but anyway, sounds like that to me. If there's like a medium where particles can just pop in and out of space, like I don't know, what does that mean?
Means there's a primary substrate called the ether.
Bro, I just got a Twitter notification. Y'all seen this? Hold on. I'm about to slide up out of here. It says, block is changing soon. If your posts are set to public, accounts you have blocked will be able to view them, but they will not be able to engage.
Yep. He
Y'all
said
got
he
that?
didn't like the block feature.
So it won't say blocked anymore.
I guess
'Cause I
not.
really like being able to screenshot that. It's fun.
Is that Proud speaking?
Yeah.
I can't hear.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't block them because they're gonna make new accounts.
Hey, I just shared the